Welcome to the stream, guys. Glad to see you all here. First goal is I want to get the plate armor set on my warrior. We're only level 33 though. Alright, melee. Oh, I can't do pre-group. Okay, that's gonna suck. Might have to do it on my paladin then, but oh well. Actually, we gotta do the quest line real quick, because it's quick, easy. Because I definitely want to have, like, the helmet, and everything else will just be nice to have. But, like, it's an actual knight set. Awesome.
Here's the hero I spoke of.
You know it.
We meet again, champion. Every action has consequences.
I'm friendly with my guild now.
I have been expecting you. I am pleased that you have accepted our invitation to the Dragon Isles, Lord Commander.
During the dark days of the Cataclysm, the Aspects made great sacrifices to save our world. The Alliance will answer the call and stand together with Dragonkind once again.
Alexstrasza shall be most appreciative. Though she will insist that you do not bring any lingering conflicts to her shores.
You have my word that this will be an expedition, not a military maneuver.
Oh no.
To honor our truce with
I
the
thought I
Horde,
linked it in the
I have
Discord. I
instructed the
didn't.
Explorers League to work in concert with the Reliquary.
Just think of all the ancient knowledge we can discover together.
I really like her.
The Dragon Isles is our home, not a place for outsiders to plunder. The Draxir will accompany the Alliance on this journey, but it will take time to build trust between us.
Trust.
As a fellow soldier, I share your wariness, Azurathel.
Splendid! You two have found common ground already. Now then, let us begin preparations for our voyage. The Dragon Isles await.
I love his gauntlets. They're just so good. What is her race? Never took the fell? Okay.
Pleased to meet you.
Spotted
Spotted some promising crew members as I was flying over the city. Round them up, and let's get to it.
Do 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 do. Yeah, no, they definitely did add more guards around the city, though. It feels way more alive than it was just a week ago. I mean, there's less people, but, like, the guards, it feels quite a bit more active. Oh, the fly's amazing. This guy.
Breathing room, please! My admirers need space to appreciate him! Duty calls! Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off to make a name for myself in the splendiferous Dragon Isles!
He's so loud, and we're like half the city away.
Any new discoveries? The Draxir, stand ready. So right now I'm just built towards using Rampage. I want to build towards a Ravager and Spear of Bastion, though Avatar's tempting. Sword of Whirlwind has a 7-second cooldown but deals 70% increased damage. Slam has a 20-second cooldown but generates 10 rage, but deals 100% increased damage. And there's other ways to increase the damage of Slam as well. Yeah, it deals, and Slam deals and additional. There's so many typos. Has anyone else noticed the amount of typos in the new talent trees? Slam deals and additional instead of and. Why does it say and additional? 30% damage and has a 7.5% increased critical strike chance. Armor increased by, ooh, that's pretty good. Alright, why'd I fly away over here? We need to go back this way. You know what? We need a very alliance mount. Oh wait, Alabasta. Look how pretty it is. Whoosh. Right here, there he is.
Have you seen the wrench anywhere?
I love him so
New
much.
adventures? Oh, I'm game. When there's work to be done, my hammer's always ready to be put to good use. See you at the docks.
He's so great. The Drag Theory Evoker looks like a librarian. Never mind, a librarian succubus. Yeah, I was planning to... That's not... There we go. I was planning to do Warlords of Draenor during the Dark Moon Fair, but I never got the chance to. Which would have been last week. Yep. Wait, we forgot the Explorers.
Cogs and sprockets.
I have miscalculated.
Don't panic. We've expedition to the Dragon Isles. Sounds fun. Bet they've got plenty of soaring peaks to climb.
Oh, look at that way up there. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't notice it before. This is definitely new. And I think everyone was assuming we're gonna do it on like an actual boat, which I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be, but like, why is the skyship here? Level 13. How did he get up here? It fires. Oh, what? Is this us getting ready to take back Oneus? Skyfire. Ugh. A powder monkey.
What can I do for you?
Oh, Skyfire powder monkey. That's weird. Alright, I think this is, yeah, this is definitely the same model as, like, all the others. I like the little lifeboats on the side.
Proudmore's finest, at your service.
A dragoon. Okay, what's a dragoon? A class of mounted infantry who used horses for mobility but dismounted to fight on foot. From the early 17th century onward, dragoons were increasingly also employed by conventional cavalry and trained for combat with swords and firearms from horseback. Okay, so they're the dragon riders. No, that, like, with the two people at the helm being Gin Greymane and Lorna Crowley, right? Because Tess Greymane is busy doing rogue stuff.
Make it quick.
I don't think her model's been updated at all. I like that she's got a new gun at least. This looks like a special gun for her.
Anchors
Might
away.
be wrong. But then there's like the two people that relate the most towards Gilneas are both here. Definitely gonna get Gilneas back in the next expansion.
wild feather. You're gonna need that energy soon enough. See you at the next adventure.
Hey, level up, sweet.
Well, look what the wind sorcery. We're under attack.
Oh, I love this cinematic.
Be at
he
ease,
does.
Toddy. This is a friend, not a foe.
Give me cinematic, please.
Apologies for my abrupt arrival, but the news I bring cannot wait for pleasantries.
That's charred. Yep. To hurl weapons at your target and 3 other. Okay, that's sidearm, as in you throw a weapon. Okay. Ooh, it would be pretty good to have a stun. 30 seconds too, dang. I do. Okay, I know we definitely want the stun. Okay. All right. Can I? Are you gonna like tell me the story now, or?
We will defend Azeroth together.
All right, then fine. We'll go over to this guy.
Hello. You need
Oh
something?
my God! Why is everyone over here? Why can you mount
day
with
to you.
him? Yes, firestorm. Like that's a night set if I've ever seen one. Oh, it's okay. It's that little thing, or the okay. Those look pretty good. I do like that shield a lot. That's a good shield. And that's a good one. And we've got that one, but you can't use it till level 60. Lame. We'll do it on my paladin then.
Have a good one.
Oh, excuse me. Why am I being pinged? Doop. Do. So, okay, so for those that don't know, I made a playlist. I have it linked in the Discord and on Twitter. It's called Villain Arc, but with a K, because Arc, of course. Anything villainous goes in there. I probably won't do it on stream.
Heroes of the Alliance.
But like
the
it
Dragon
good.
Isles.
Okay. Let's go get, because I think it's better than what. Oh yeah, it's all better than when I got it. Nope. Let's see what all because I've only seen what mail drops from Ultiman. Legacy of Tyr, the Lost Dwarves. Ooh, it drops the headpiece. Oh my God, it's such a good headpiece. I love it, and I love this shield so much. Doop doo doo. Oop! It drops hands. All right, and the shoulders. Oh, those are pretty good. Okay. Not gonna lie, I thought my paladin was a bit stronger than this. All right. Oh. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I can't open that. Add-ons. We want to get rid of. Where is it? Back non. And all this in. Actually, we'll just get rid of handy notes in general. Oh yeah, it looks way emptier now. Like that. I like that quite a bit. I should not like it as much as I do.
Ah, here's the hero I spoke of. Until next time.
Yep. Listen.
Azeroth faces many threats.
Let me leave that. There we go. We've already done all this.
Pleased to
So
meet you.
let's grab these two real quick.
Spotted some promising crew members as I was flying over the
we
city.
go.
Round them up, and let's get to it.
What was that 310? That's pretty good speed. Okay, so I've been thinking about leveling a gnome because I want to get into professions with this new expansion, of course. I don't know if I want to make it a mecha gnome or just a regular gnome. I don't know if I want to make it the replacement for my hunter or if I want to make it a rogue. I'm leaning towards rogue because, like,
The Drakthea, stand ready.
let me go.
Remain
Let's go recruit real quick because I forgot to do that.
Breathing room, please! My admirers need helm! Duty calls! Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off to make a name for myself in the splendiferous Dragon Isles!
Fire away,
Because we
you adventurers!
I'm pretty sure we're using a boat to get to the Dragon
This work
Isles.
to be done, my hammer's always ready to be put to good use. See you at the docks.
See you at the docks. I love him so much. He's great.
Cogs and sprockets.
Bears.
I have miscalculated.
Expedition to the Dragon Isles. Sounds fun. But they've
Azeroth
got
Special
plenty of
Forces,
soaring peaks to climb. Wrap it up, trainees. We're moving out.
So they got a bow or an axe.
See now, Wildfeather. You're gonna need that energy soon enough.
Boop. Come on, let me click you. There it is. Why is there fire
Sorcery,
coming out
we're
of it?
under attack.
Remain.
There we go. I'll be quiet for this one because it's a good one. Oh, I didn't notice that it like literally like twists around. That's really cool. So like, as you walking, you're going up.
I did not expect to see
in a
you again so
spiral.
soon, my friend. After you'd answered the call of the Isles.
Something has happened, Khadgar. Something terrible.
Kalikos, tell me.
It all happened so quickly. And Rathian, young as he is, bravely or perhaps foolishly tried to stop it. But he was too late.
Dirty.
The Tempest had already been unleashed.
Such a big dragon. Oh my god. It's
She let me
Stone
live.
Tony.
With a message. They are coming to cleanse the world of the Titan's stain. Alexstrasza, who is she? What is she?
She is Razagath, youngest of the primal incarnates.
Incarnate?
4 dangerous adherents of the elemental forces. At the dawn of the aspects, our flights embraced the Titan's gifts. They did not.
The war that followed was unimaginable. And it took all of our
Your eyes
strength
don't glow.
combined to banish them.
If they were so dangerous, why were they not destroyed?
He has pointy
I
shoes.
hadn't the heart to do
I
it.
can't use my mouse to point.
We were once as clutchmates.
Time, it seems, has not quelled their fury. And look at us. Should she free her kin now, we haven't the strength to stop them. And if Iridicrum's hunger is unleashed,
Then we have no choice. If we are to be protectors once more, the aspects of our DragonFlights must be made anew.
So we shall make them aspects
Our
again.
queen is determined, Khadgar. But we've only just begun to find who we are again. And I fear that without help, we may never get the chance to see our future secured.
Then it seems the mortal races too must answer the call and face the storms ahead.
That's why we're still in the Age of Mortals. We're still carrying these dragons on our back. We've been doing it since before their age ended.
Ah, good to see you.
The Black DragonFlight.
Give me more quests, please.
Be mindful of your duty.
One of Disc of Tears memories. Okay.
Let's get moving. You're as eager as I am to set sail, aren't you? We've got a bit more preparation to do here, then we'll be on our way.
Hey there. Anchors aweigh.
Alright, let's see. Specific dungeons. How long would this take? An hour long. Okay. Do I have... that's not a good I don't have a weapon, though. Okay, so I have to do it as... Ooh, big oof. Big oof. Okay, let's do, dungeon start... I mean... I might as well try to find one first, I guess. And there we go. Small brain, big damage. I'm not big damage. Alright, we'll see if we get invited to any on our way there. Plate wearer is only gear run? Okay, yep, I'm a plate wearer. Love some plate. Oh, sweet. Sup? Was gonna do it on my Orban. Nope. One applied. That's great. Oh, Bellini. This is gonna be great. Fire alert? Okay, no, we should change that. Do I have something like Commander or something? Of Lord? I do like the Of Lordaeron one. I might race change it to a human just because I really prefer like the Lordaeron shields. Doop. Oh, that's because I'm looking for. Okay, let's try a rat. Loot. Okay, it's still the same. Okay, we'll change this back to protection just so I can help with the shield and stuff. Wait, shit, alright, let's get in. Let's go. Why am I being pinged? Yes, stream. To be very long as by the way, probably a good heads up for that. Alright, Forge of Light, let's go. Oh, I don't have, okay. Ew. Nice plug though. Why does the Forge Anvil fate metal? Lame. Okay, let's no, we're okay. All put the I think I'm the weak. No, I'm not the weakest. That's weird. At least I can do top damage. Let's move that up. Oh, not top damage anymore. Who's this? Yeah, no, they're definitely stronger than me. They're human, that's why. They got that incredible willpower and stubbornness.
What's this? Intruders here to take our riches, I bet!
Have we found any riches? We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
I mean, they've been down here for like 20 years almost.
Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson!
Okay, I don't heal for much.
I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them!
Oh, I love him.
They call me the Skullcracker!
move this thingy. Time to move this thingy.
They call me the Skullcracker.
Now the party's starting. Here we go.
Did somebody order a Skullcracker? Hop in and... Okay, we give up.
You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear my head. Much obliged, strangers. We'll lend you a hand after we get our bearings.
Dip. The only bad thing about paladins is you're always waiting on a cooldown. I might just be built wrong. That might be it. Oh, yes, this reminds me. I mean, it doesn't remind me, but I remember something very important. Streams will become less long, less as frequent, as I will be going back to work next week. Let me compare my stats to this guy's. He's got a decent, it's got a lot of green, but it's decent transmog. Oh, he's got Final Reckoning. Do I have Final Reckoning? I do not have Final Reckoning. Seal of Order. Yeah, no, he goes a little bit farther in each compared to mine. Alright. I see that he's got the range one too. So that's cool.
Roma, the chief here. Gonna smash you! Stonebolt frogs, attack!
Yeah, he's got fire, which is like doing more damage than mine stuff. Yeah, because most of my concentration somehow, because I rarely ever cast it. It all comes from my Blade of Justice. Blade of Justice gives me all of my damage for the most part. That and Divine Storm, but Divine Storm is just a lot of fun to use, which is why I made a Ret Paladin. I saw them doing like crazy damage. Well, what if he... Okay, neck or wrist. Okay. Fingers.
Nice work! That frog has been a real pest.
Better than both of mine.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out.
Want to see something nifty? What's this? That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside.
$66. Okay, so it's like the old loot. Dang, this one guy pretty tanky. Last call for roll. Oh. Always want to thank people. Oh, can't do that well in combat. Oh yeah, that brought us up 3 levels.
Here's marvelous mustache! Another locked door!
Leave this to me.
Halt! The unworthy will not enter this house. Keeper Tyr's secrets will be protected.
I'll burst after the other guy does his. Let's get over there. I want to kill this custodian.
You will go no must regain strength.
Keep out there.
Must regain strength.
Okay, yeah, no, my damage is nowhere near that of like the evokers.
Stop where you are.
Oh, you know I don't like anything.
I will purge you from existence. Stop where you are. His memories.
Hey, I got the ring, yay.
Not
Colonel Aspirant.
Some kind of
We'll
library.
save that one so because I can upgrade it later on.
All I see are books.
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
Oh yeah, because it's AoE damage and like only AoE damage. Ryder, your thoughts? Storm. Oh. that. At least we're still able to do things in silence. Oh yeah, that gave us quite a bit of a buff to our health too, dang. Like, oh no, there's two things, isn't it? Right.
Activating additional defenses. Target acquired.
This real quick. I like how everyone just has wings. It's great. Oh, let's get out of there.
Incinerating undesirable elements.
Right.
Enemy marked.
Head back in.
Enemy marked. System shut down imminent.
Who killed Nog? I didn't kill him.
Whoa! Look at all of this stuff! The heroes, you can keep searching for whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
To not have hers. Because like they're just consistent burst all the way through a fight. Kill a thing too quick and enjoy the boss fights. Oh? Do I have honor? I don't. I think that's enough to get like a one-handed weapon. Do they already have the headpiece? Okay, they already got.
Oh yeah, they looks like they got everything but the shoulders. Take, but had to heal and had second. Oh, that's great. That's been my main tank.
What have we here? Alexstrasza's lapdogs, I suspect.
Fun as fuck, though.
I fear I will have to deny your queen her prize.
Alright, let's go.
The disc you seek will be mine.
Hey, look at that. That's great. Oh, we dismounted. The look of pure terror. Oh, yeah. Oop. Oh, now we're stuck. There it is. You know, I have not seen like trash mobs drop loot in so long. Like, I only ever see in like the really old dungeons, like out in the open world. Oh, they both have the headpiece. Why is theirs different? Maybe it's just because of like the blonde. I don't know. Like, that's really weird. It has yellow up here, but it shouldn't. Oh. Damn. Go hide. Oh. Line of I think it's supposed to be line of sight. Oops. They play a dot. Note 4. And 3 where's on right.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power. and we cannot allow that to happen.
How much damage does my nuke, my death nuke do?
Now
Like
the
Shrekking?
disk is lost to time, just as you are about to
5.6k,
be.
that's not bad.
In all timelines, you failed to stop me.
Yep.
Lost in the sands. The time ways answer to me. You will be lost in time. The sands will scour you from this timeline.
Times like this, I wish there was
You cannot even comprehend the
a
infinite
plate
possibilities.
caster. Which was like what I was aiming for with my paladin, but it's not very reliable to do that. Bubble broken.
Scour you from this timeline. The time ways answer to me. The sands will scour you from this timeline.
Hey, look at that.
Your efforts are impressive, but in vain. The timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect, and Murasol shall be infinite.
Oh yeah, look at those shoulders. They match the transmogs. They match my weapon so good. It matches my axe so good. Doop. Do do do. Do do do. I honestly love this axe. Welcome to the stream, my dude. How are you doing today? Whoosh. Kingslayer, the Shrouded. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I've never seen this title before. The Commando check. Why am I being pinged?
I have many lucky doos you like. Good fortune to our friends.
That's to repair. Thank you. No, not High-Strander. Use my favorite. No, he was my favorite paladin. I guess we forget that DK. Ornament. What if we go holy? Does holy have anything? Nope. Okay. Loot. Yeah, we still want rod. Okay. Doop. No, welcome. Draconic Industries. That is a great name for a guild. Not gonna lie, that's pretty nice. Feels weird. There's a second war now. Oh, I better. Wait, why is... What's everyone else's... Okay, yeah, they got... Pally or a stack? Biggish poles. Nope. Wish I could. Way cooler. Dude, I can't compete with that. That is insane. Oh my god.
What's this?
Oh.
Intruders here to take our
Great.
riches, I bet. Have we found any riches? We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
No one steals from us. Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson.
I haven't the chance to try my gear out yet. Wanted blade,
I have a quiver
sword,
full of swords, and I know how to throw them.
spear, fast,
Did somebody order a skull
be
cracker?
in one build.
Eat my shield.
Did somebody order a skull cracker?
How did parties
I could probably get my warrior to level 60 today.
You know, I think that will actually help clear my head.
Good.
Much obliged, strangers. We'll lend you a hand after we get our bearings.
Because I do like warrior a lot. Time walking was OP. Was it? I meant to do the leveling her dark fair. Nice. Love. Right. Do. Boring. Do. There we go. No loot there, okay. And
Roma, the chief here, gonna smash you. Get out here and smash him. Puny ones won't stop Roma! Stonewall drugs! Attack!
I'm just gonna bubble through it.
Stonewall Troll, now you see a chieftain's power.
Now you see oh, now it's a chieftain. I thought he was saying our chieftain.
Always wins. Nice work. That frog has been a real pest.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out.
Want to see something nifty? What's this? That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside.
And we all doing different roles. Auto chat. Hurry. It came off that way, my dude. This is a plate caster. Dude. On battle mage. Like Evoker.
Here's marvelous
Oh, I just realized that they're a battle mage.
Leave this to me. Steel charge!
They're cool, just a shame they aren't cooler.
You better go on while Olaf recovers.
Same! Oh my god. Yes. I love my...
Keeper Tier secrets will be protected.
Just rat clean that later.
Must regain strength.
The mount, the backpack, the pets.
You will go no further.
Just missing the race. Love them so much.
Let the unworthy be purged. Stop where you are.
Ow. Let those go. Like, okay, look, we got the mount, we got the pets. We have, like, Murlocs can be almost any race. Like, I don't know if that's canonical or not, but, like, they can be a lot of the basic races. I don't know about priest. They definitely work as a shadow priest. They work great as a hunter, shaman, and warrior. Oh, my nose is running a little bit. But, like, just give it, like, with the Dragsphere, it proves that you don't need to be wearing armor. So don't, like, either have them have minimal armor or have them not have any armor. It would be great. I don't care. I don't care about a transmog on a Murloc. Yes, it'd be cooler to have transmog on a Murloc, but you don't need it. It's a Murloc. Murlocs are great. Give them, like, preset armor like they did with Dragsphere. Wow, that is so quick. Get this guy down. At least I'm the highest damaging paladin. Oi. Murloc warrior abomination. It just works so well. Oh, you made me so happy. Okay, so as some of you might know, I am taking new medicine, and like the one I have now, huge upper. I've been way angrier, but oh my god, like when I get happy, I'm so much happier than I would be if I wasn't on him. Like, god damn. God. Hunter Murloc easy, but I wanna main it, so prom warrior. Oh my god, that's great.
the toy that summons an army Murlocs. Make a guild for just Murlocs.
Activating additional defenses.
Get them all. Run in a group. Oh, I can't take credit for all this. The guild part was definitely from the GF.
Target acquired. Incinerating undesirable elements.
Oh shit. I will be able to keep. Okay. Let's go. What's the next one? This one over here. Okay.
Target acquired.
No, like I get why people would want to play Naga, especially after BFA. I would too, but Murlocs, I've loved them since I was a kid. The gloves.
Look at all of this stuff.
Oh my god.
You can keep searching for whatever it is you
I'm
folks
getting
are
so
after.
much stronger.
Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
I love those dwarves. Just like these weavers. I just then lost dwarves for it in my heart. Even if I didn't play their game. Oh my god, they transformed into a Murloc. I'm taking that. Toy box. I've never felt so in my as I do right now. Like, I love Murlocs so much. Wait, they shamans. At the moment.
What toy is that? A Murloc costume. Alright. Do it. Oh, this one's still like, okay. Allow Murlocs to be evokers. There we go. Make them like... We don't have all that much lore on Murlocs. Because we know that they evolved from the sea. They're amphibious, so they're able to live on land and in the water. They praise the strongest thing around them as like their god, and will defend it with their lives. That said, at this point, why are we not like seen as like their gods? Because we've slain like thousands or millions of Murlocs per player. Yes! Oh, I got rid of the mirror thingy. That's great.
I fear I will have to deny your queen her prize. The disc you seek will be mine.
But this is much better. Let's go! Oh, I love their run so much. They got the Naruto run. You gotta love the Naruto run on such a stupid creature. Oh, I got to second place. Let's go. There we go. It's probably just from the sheer amount of enemies. Time Reavers are those that get the debuff, okay. Can I just... Nope, okay. Oh, even Shakey's doing better than me now. Oh yeah, they've got their numbers up too. That's good. Oh no, Paladin isn't feeling all that like
This disc may hold the secret to the
as powerful as say like Evoker. Though Evoker's a new hero class, they tend to be very powerful when they first come out. But Paladin has way more survivability, at least in PvP, which makes me happy.
Just as you are about to be.
Alright, Dio, shut up.
In all timelines, you failed to stop me. You will be lost in time.
I could have went and grabbed like the shield from getting the thing.
The time waves answer to me. The sands will scour you from this timeline.
Go. We got our bubble. We're the strongest Murloc in the game right now. Let's go. Other than maybe the mount, but I don't think that's better than speed, which I can match it in. Oof.
You cannot even comprehend the infinite possibilities.
Break it, beach. Break my shield. Thank you. There we go.
You will be lost in time.
Yeah, like if a fight goes on long enough, I'm able to get past the tank. Which is weird, because like the first dungeon we did, I was doing better than the tank, and the second dungeon, they're doing quite a bit better than me. Like, dang, they got a power-up. Like, so I got a few power-ups, so I don't know. It might be the, I got the gloves that, like, really, like, pushed me over the edge to do better than the tank. Tank has a lot of health, though, so I assume they got, like, what they need.
Your efforts are impressive, but in
Good for more.
The timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect.
58. Okay.
Murasang
Wait,
shall be.
Wait. God. Oh. I love the little pad from the running. That is such a great noise. I love that. Let me turn it up for you guys. You too, bro. Alright, we'll turn that back down a little bit. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's use the mount. It's a lot quicker. No, not Chixie. Let's because I got the little shield thing. Okay. Oh, okay, we're looking. Got it. Doop. Alright. The urge to go hit my last 26 levels. Warrior is intense right now.
And root. Many farewells. I have many wares.
Are they plate? Battlecaster moment. Sad. Plate boys only know lizards. Oh, it's great. Not gonna lie, I'm just surprised Evoker isn't more plate. Would have been cool to use the mod from Dragon Soul, but they get very similar shoulders in the new set, which is very true. They are like, oh, my wire. Oh no, I just wanted to shift my foot underneath myself. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Okay. Oh no. Let's just... They probably moved it because there's new toys in DragonFlight. Oh, there it is. I don't get why people want playable Naga. This is ugly and not all funny or cute. possums. I can't click it. This is weird. Thank bells. You look like a nice night, Johnny boy. Where did Johnny Boy come from? I don't... Johnny Test is what comes to mind. It might be a reference that I'm not, like, old enough to understand. Oh my god. They both... You both... Nice. Very alliance of you. Even if they're not an alliance. They're both humans, okay. Do they have the range? Yes. You... way more fun than with an evoker. Even one can make this an utter breeze. Like with their starting gear to an average of 15k DPS.
What's this? Intruders here to take our riches, I bet! Have we found any riches? We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
No one steals from us! Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson!
I'm not a Murloc anymore, big sad. Oh my god, John. He's doing more damage, maybe. Is the balance art? Dupe. I was worried. Let me check Johnny's talents. Yeah, he goes full into Seal of Order. And okay, yeah, Seal of Reckoning's supposed to be better. What?
I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them.
I think I could get. I think it's the final Reckoning that's doing a big difference, to be honest. Because, like.
Eat my
Yeah, that's only increasing the effectiveness of Divine Storm. It's only happening very limited times. At least with Final Reckoning, you get the 1 minute cooldown, but you also get a passive. So it's like a 2-in-1 talent. Which I'm surprised is not like a 2-in-1 like talent, or a 2-in-2. Where like you put 2 ranks into it. Is it? Oh, it's automatically, okay. So it's not that one.
Now the party's starting! Time to move this thingy!
I think I could get rid of that one. And then just plop. Because I really like the automatic.
You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear my head. Much obliged, strangers. We'll lend you a hand after we get our bearings.
Because I'll take that change. It's a quick, simple change. We'll move that there. Hey! Finally, the shield! Okay. Yeah, that does quite a bit of damage. Wait, how much effectiveness was it? Oh, with 25 increased effectiveness. So that it is stronger. It's not like a quarter strong. Give me that. There we go. Pog champ. Ooh. Haha. Gonna be great for a barbarian.
Roma, the chief heir,
build.
gonna smash you.
Mod, I guess.
Frogs, fight for your chief.
While off cooldown, your attacks have a high chance to call down a bolt that deals. Oh my god, that is actually really good. Why is mine not? Final. Is the talent code final? I think it's all Final Reckoning.
Now you're gonna be sorry.
Doop. Doop. Doop.
Get out here and smash them.
Doop.
Now you're gonna be sorry. Frogs, fight for your chief. Now, there. Roma always wins.
Talent build or
Nice work.
fall.
That frog has been a real pest.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out.
Want to see something nifty? What's this?
Because I will set up talents from a guide right now if it means I get almost 2 times damage boost. Because there's no way he's got like better gear than me. Because like overall,
No, he does have better gear than me. He just has lower health. Ice cream capped his tree. Dude. That's a good idea. I realize now that in PvP gear, so my damage is so low. Because like I went with the ranged damage build. That way, like, I'm having fun. I'm doing it my own kind of way. But, whoo, if I can use Equipment Manager. Let me inspect talent. I'm just gonna take a quick screenshot.
Leave this to me.
As a group flavor, must.
Oh, my head.
I've never heard of it.
The unworthy will not enter this hallowed place.
Bladed dreads and owls for 4 till 16. Oh. I don't.
Keeper Tier's secrets will be protected.
I only have equip. Got at the time.
Stop where you are. Let the unworthy be purged.
Oh yeah, okay. So Reckoning doesn't, it counts as its own little thing. You got it. Like the passive counts as its own, so it's not just gonna be like, oh, you did X amount of damage from unknown. Which I assumed it was gonna say that it was from Reckoning, or if it was, or it's gonna be like Reckoning, but something else. No, it's just straight up Reckoning. Reckoning. Is it? Thought it was a stud.
Some kind of library. Hey, what now?
Sure.
All I see are books.
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
Bubble it. Slash roll. Damn, right in the middle. Alright. Yeah, I've got decent trinkets. Slash pet. Doop. Johnny said. I mean, wins, my bad. That's great. Alright. Please go. What did it even do? Activates a defense matrix for 12 seconds, which has a high chance to react to your damage taken, counteracting for 4 damage and absorbing the next 7. That's really good for a tank. Damn. Really
good one. The heroic shit at 70. Every single time after that boss. I don't think it does. Has to be the elementally imbued creatures in the open world. Otherwise, they for the heirloom. Which would be better for world lag, I guess. Like, what's the point of an heirloom if you've already leveled up? I mean, you can upgrade it later on that way, like. But, eh. What's this? Darkness. Heart? Was it Heart of Darkness? Yeah, it's Heart of Darkness. Okay. The bosses each drop one material on a chance and combine them all to make the heirloom trinket. I know heirloom's got a buff. I should really get that. Or like the buff, or like get them upgraded all the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that high damage. Ooh. Love that. Love to see it. Oh yeah, that's some big damage right there. Oh yeah. I just gotta follow Johnny Sins' example. Alright.
Activating additional defenses. Target acquired.
Oh.
Enemy marked.
Oh. Come on, use it already. Thank you.
Protocol. Purge.
Do. Doop. Doop.
Enemy marked. Target acquired. System shut down imminent.
Anyone need /want?
Look at all this stuff! The heroes! You could keep searching for whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
Alright, roll. Roll. Alright. Sorry, Fanta. Where's spells? Oh my god, it doesn't look horrible on a Draenei. I gave him. Doop. Doop. Here we go. Judgment of Light. I think it's from me. I'm not too sure though. I still need the, I think it's just the headpiece left. Let me see. Which can drop from the dwarves. Still need the wrist. Trinket. And show, okay. I've already, so wrist, trinket, headpiece. Oh shit. Oh yeah, we had top damage for a little bit there. For a few seconds. Loving all this gold.
I don't remember clicking that. Oh well. Like there you go. Okay.
What have we here? Alexstrasza's lapdogs, I suspect. I fear I will have to deny your queen her prize. The disc you seek will be mine.
And head, shrink, and wrists. Sneak. Wait, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Because we've already opened it. Big pop. Ooh. Oh yeah, we got the most damage there. Ooh, let's go! Oh, he lived.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power, and we cannot allow
You
that
got
to
my
happen.
hands.
Now the disc is lost to time, just as you are about to be. In all timelines, you failed to stop me. Lost in the sands! You cannot even comprehend the infinite possibilities. Lost in the sands! You will be lost in time. You cannot even comprehend the infinite possibilities. The sands will scour you from this timeline. feel your fate closing in. Your efforts are impressive, but in vain. The timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect of your son shall be infinite.
Oh, this gives it's two-handed or the one-handed mace with a one-handed sword. Ooh, I do like the sword. I like the sword a lot. Alright, one more. Why am I being pinged? People know I'm streaming. Oh, it's brick. No. I have not. I've been streaming. I am. Oh. There we go. Thought about watching some good old One Piece tomorrow, though.
I have just the thing, Wanderer. Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
Alright, let's see.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you.
Alright, guys. I'm thinking... I'm not sure. We're waiting to be put in queue. You're not queue, but the list thingy for them finding us. Oh, my knuckles are getting cold. Oh, there it is. Nope. I'm not looking at him. Awkward. Oh, he's so nice. Oh, he's great. I want to see his build. This talent. There we go. Okay, he built into it. And awakening. Do my last run. Damn. Alright. And level my warrior. Oh, an orc. Do I need to attune to dungeon? I'm not even sure what that means. I think that's supposed to be like Mythic Plus. Oh. Word. Nostradamus. Oh, welcome to the team, my man. What's that mean? Summon a Scepter. Okay, so we're waiting for him to spawn in then. Oh, it's not. There it is. Oh, what's his gear like? Classic. It's not bad. I like it. It's very spiky. The question, what's it for? Just a disc gets you some 2 weapon. No. Only clean. Well, unique in color. And I can share, I think. This is the wrong race. Oh, dang. Doop, doop, doop. This Squad Alliance gets, I don't know if it's different or not. Stuff. Let's look at this guy. Oh yeah, no, he looks pretty cool. Outnumbered Pally. Pally seems pretty. Maybe. Think. Mythic. For season 1 somewhere. Mythic plus, not this one. Deep. That's the wrong button. What could it be under? I'm not too sure. Damn. How are you?
What's this? Intruders here to take our riches, I bet?
Dude.
Have we found any riches? We've been digging down
yeah,
here
we're gonna love our warrior after this.
No one steals from us. Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson.
He's just like a wall of blades. Yeah, no, he's doing way more like DPS. I think he does like a lot of mythics though.
I have a quiver full of swords.
Oh wait, is he
and I know how to
arms?
throw them.
Oh no, they're both fury. Okay, I know one of them was only holding one sword. I might have been wrong. I think it was just that I was only looking at like how I looked at his armor, like in C and Trust Ring. Yeah, no, Paladin. Oh my god, I'm lowest in damage. What the heck?
Now the party's starting! Here we go!
I can't hurry.
They call me the Skullcracker!
Time to move!
Hop in and... Okay, we give up.
You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear my head. Much obliged, stranger. We'll lend you a hand after we get our bearings.
You're great. Let's roll. I got an 88. That is what I need. Because Bell's already got it. Doop. Alright. Meow. Lead rating increases armor. That sounds fun.
Gonna smash you! Stonebolt Trolls!
Okay, I don't think he said that in the chat.
Now you see a chieftain's power!
Pop. Pop. Bam!
Now, there! Broma always wins! Nice work! That frog
All
has
the
been a
doors are
real
coming back.
pest.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out.
Want to see something nifty? What's
Need
this?
this.
That did it.
Rocket.
Now let's see what we can find inside.
No. I think the guild's doing runs. Okay. Anyone need that? I don't think anyone need. I mean, this guy might. Art might. Do. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's not the right button. Doop.
Yeah, no, he's got really good stuff. What was that? Like, oh, hammer around. Okay.
Leave this to me. Shield charge!
Did he?
The unworthy
That's
will
great.
not enter this hallowed place. Bertier's secrets will be protected. Must regain strength. Stop where you are.
What?
Must regain strength. His memories are not for you.
I've already got.
Some kind of library. Hey, what now? All I see are books.
Never
Maybe we can
noticed.
find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look
And
while you go on
pages.
ahead.
Bam. Bam. Wow. Oh my goodness. Ow. Ow. Not nice, my dude. Alright, BRB 2 seconds. Oh, let's go make sure our buddy over here is okay. Give him a hug. Now we run away.
So, how are y'all doing? Yes. They're saying, oh no. Oh, good. Boop.
Protocol. Defend.
Activate keepers. I don't think I've noticed that before.
Oh yeah, we doing the big leads for this guy.
Enemy marked. System shut down imminent.
Whoa! Look at all of this stuff! The heroes.
You
You can
guys.
keep searching for whatever it is you folks are after.
For a hug.
Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
So many next yet.
I have no things that I could get in my play.
Yeah, because we're only gonna have a few more levels, and then we should be getting levels like insanely quick, because it's supposed to like XP requirement is supposed to drop off at like 38, so that you just get like way better levels compared to like before.
Lapdogs, I suspect.
Oh, we didn't get all that far. I like this guy's stand.
I fear I will have to deny your queen her prize. The disc you seek will be mine.
Oh.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power, and we cannot allow that to happen. Now the disc is lost to time.
Yeah, it is
just
gone.
as you are about to be. In all timelines, you failed to stop me. You will be lost in time. Can you feel your fate closing in? You will be lost in time. The sands will scour you from this timeline. Can you feel your fate closing in? Your efforts are impressive, but in
need shoulders.
The timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect, and Murison shall be infinite.
Gonna go reheat my Taco Bell. Hey, that's great. Agreed. Slash roll. Hey. 87 against the 15. I have like 4. Oh my god, he has like 4? I'm assuming it's trinkets. That it might be Taco Bell. PvP boy needs it. Go. God love me. No. Trade. Thanks much. Alright. And this will replace our time warped one. Finally replaced my boosted trinket. Boy. Aww. Equip melee attacks which reduce you below 35, cause you to gain armor. Oh, okay. I assume that's the lead plating. And this is tear future from yourself to gain intellect. You know what? It gives item level. I think it gives stamina. No, it gives haste. I lost it. It's okay. You know, I'm still gonna use it. It's great. The item level makes it good. I'm gonna copy John. Real quick. Alright, let's. Alright, so he goes. Lay on hands. This. Boop. Boop. Bop. 2 into that. Boop. Boop. 2. This one. Of course this one. Bop. Bop. In the golden path and judgment of light. Doop. Doop. Doop doo doo. And then hollow the ground. Okay, that's pretty good. Blade of Justice, Mind Storm, boop. Boop, boop. Ashbringer, this one, and that. Doop doo doo. This. Pop. Resets the cooldown of Wake of Ash instead of Blade of Justice. You know what? That's fair. That actually that makes. Yeah. Okay. This one. Exorcism. Doop doo doo. And then he goes 2 into that. Pop. Okay. Oh. Gill darts. Oh my god, I love your name, Shanks.
I have many, many wares.
Hand of Hindrance. Don't need. We can't use that here. 20-second cooldown. Okay. I'll buy 2 minutes. Say. And BRB. Okay, guys. I will be right back. I need to go. Alright guys, I'm back. Okay, it's fire now. Okay, Gil Darts is in oh, it's Stranglethorn. I think he's still heating up his Taco Bell. Okay then. I might as well go fight some of the primal threat stuff. Welcome back. Let's summon Wizard Boy. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. I'm gonna go tag that mushroom real quick. That Scar of the World Breaker. It is a nice scar. Is that 86 out of 100? Yes.
Set this land ablaze! Protect me! Scorch the land! Burn our enemies to ash!
Oh yeah, no, that.
dang. Oh no, that is a really good lamp hand. Racers, I think, is all I have left.
Enemies to us!
Oh no. Damage with at least single target tank now. Which is weird because this feels like, I don't know, it's less reliant on the divine storm. That said, I still really like divine storm. I like that I'm able to use Wake of Ashes more. It was something I'd only used sparingly before. Oh, we can use Avenger's Wings again. Or Avenging Wrath, my bad. I need to hit 4 and 5. He just has so much health. Is it just a chance? element. Dude, this lava fury ain't going down. Yeah, that's a lot of health it's doing. Does he already have it? I could use it. Blizz. Oh. Why am I still fighting? They're in war mode, okay. There we go, peace. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. I really like these shoulders. They're good shoulders. Oof. Oh, they're no longer in war mode. Oop. Oh. Pigs. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, it's such a big upgrade. It's great. Oh, it will probably not. Okay. Your group is currently forming. All these losers. Good. Guess they can't read. I think sort of. To be honest. Right, is he here? Yeah, he's here. Okay. Big damage and he was from him. Where's skill? Is he just? He's in the head. Yep. And letting in. All right. So first, nice airdrop. The ramp. Healer. You have a day pass. To be with the Bleat Boys.
to me. Probably. Full, big, and often. Really hard as steel. Is bronze harder than steel? No, I haven't tried the bronze. DragonFlight is fair. Drag start at 58. Get to 60. The tutorial. Oh yeah, we got bigger numbers going on now. Okay, so it can still be reset. The cooldown of Blade of Justice, which is like really good. Hero race, that's a first. Hero race.
What's this?
I mean, maybe
Have we found any witches?
but yeah.
We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
No one steals from us. Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson.
Oh, that's done to go. We already had the first boss? Yas. Give me the headpiece. I like the little dragon on top. It reminds me of one of those like hood ornaments for a car. Lol. Not Loy.
Now the party's starting. Here we go. Did somebody order a skull cracker? Time to move this thingy.
What's with my... why did it change to a little hammer?
Okay, we give up. You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear
Can
my
I-
head.
Oh, no
Much
helmet, it
obliged,
said.
strangers.
Roll
We'll
for
lend you
the
a hand
shield.
after we get our bearings.
My shield. Stouts. It's nice. My guys. Doop.
Bromart, the chief here, gonna smash you! Get out here and smash him!
What are these? Oh, shit. Oh, they can shoot out a little orb. That's cool.
Now, there! Bromar always wins!
I wish he popped his hand.
That frog has been a real pest.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us
Fear
out.
filter. Let's go with
Want
all
to see
classes.
something nifty? What's this?
Yeah, he doesn't drop it.
That
He
did
drops
it.
a
Now
dagger
let's see
though.
what we can find inside.
Here's Murder's mustache! Another locked door!
Leave this to me. Steel charge!
I know that weapon's a chance mode. I just wish he dropped it.
My head. Well, at least this lantern got hot.
The unworthy will not enter. Bertier's secrets will be protected. Must regain strength. Stop where you are.
Ah.
Must regain strength. Halt! You will go no further.
Stop. Stop. Big bonk. Did it?
Are
I did
not
not.
for you.
Oh, is it?
Some kind of library.
His memories are not for you.
All I see are books.
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
Dude, that's fun. Look at that. Yeah, no, we are getting way more damage output now. Like, literally twice as what we were doing before. There you go. Which I don't think anything. Oh, it drops a leather shoulder. Okay, so okay. One-handed mace. Oh, they dropped the leather thing. Okay. I'm not too worried about getting the transmog from this one. I just want the good gear. I don't even have a reason to want it on this character because I plan on doing a lot of my stuff as warrior in the next expansion. That said, I mained warrior in BFA for the little bit that actually, that's a very small amount. I planned to do it in Shadowlands, but then I was like, Hunter. After I took like a year-long break because my computer went down.
Protocol. Defend.
No, I never got to do as much war as I wanted to. I love the concept of big warrior.
Target acquired.
Doop, doop. Doop.
Incinerating undesirable elements.
Alright, so we can just run through, that's great. So then how about this? There we go.
Enemy marked. Target acquired. System shut down imminent.
Shut down enemy.
Whoa! Look at all of this stuff! The heroes. You can keep searching for whatever it is you folks are after. Yeah, we're calling dibs on this room. Safe travels all.
They're great. I love them. Yeah. They're in the old man as well. Towards their own game. New, even though I've been playing for long. Oh, look how cute. Oh, the dragon is so little. Pow. Oh. There, yeah, we getting top DPS now. It makes me happy.
What have we here? Alexstrasza's lapdogs, I suspect. I fear I will have to deny your queen her prize. The disc you seek will be mine.
Whoa. Oh my god, that's pop wings. I want to crack the thing. 10k DPS. Let's go. I don't think I am going to. Nope. Damn.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power, and we cannot allow that to happen. Now the disc is lost to time, just as you are about to be.
Waiting for Murlocs myself. That's a nice ride. Thanks. Well, now it makes sense. Been of the Alliance since Mop. Alliance new meta.
In all timelines, you failed to stop me. The sands will scour you from this time. The time ways answer to me.
Alliance needs Murlocs too. Doop, doop, doop.
The sands will scour you from this timeline.
Like pandas and crack. Oops.
Lost in the sands. The time ways answer to me.
Good stuff. Dwarves and orcs.
The sands will scour you from this
I like
timeline.
the elves and murlocs. And trolls. Love trolls.
The sands will scour you from this timeline. Your efforts are impressive, but in vain.
Prefer Alliance.
The timelines are converging. There will be only one aspect, and Murison shall be infinite.
Does someone lead? I'm gonna go over here. Y'all keep a good run even with Alliance lol. Look at that. Oh my god, I really want to do that. I'm off to turn in God Blizz. I got him.
Now this is a pretty good build. I don't know like if he took it from anything or not, but it definitely works. The one good thing about Evoke, overpowered. At rescue. Nah, that's such a troll move. Ever first swoop up myself. Do 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 do. The flight is so fast. Swords the maze. Little dragon. EB. Pet. Wait. You have a nice night. Okay, they're gone. Oh, and they fell. Go back up. Oh, okay. We made a decent amount of gold. We got a power up. All right. All right. Now let's log out. We could do... I'll probably just tank some dungeons. That's more fun. It should be quicker, I think, than just farming. Oh, let's move that up. Than farming the event. The event would give the transmog though, but I'm not sure if you're able to even equip, like, I don't know if it scales to your level. Which, if it doesn't, that will suck quite a bit. But we can do the quest, which, like, kinda weird.
Let's get to work.
Ask Khadgar what happened. We've already seen it.
Speak your mind. Never let your guard down.
Go first, but I've got a story after his...
Proudmore's finest. At your service.
Doop-doo-doo. Nah, we'll get there about just as quick.
How are you?
Alright, complete.
See you later. You need something? Safe travel.
Alright, Burning Crusade too. No, I don't want to do Burning Crusade. Actually, Burning Crusade's pretty good for, you could do Shadowland. I really don't like Shadowlands. Alright, let's see. Let me grab those. I don't need to have the, I could get rid of mining and go for blacksmithing. Not sure. Because, like, ooh, I could do blacksmithing and, like, engineering, I guess. Because, like, my Drakthir can be my gatherer. Let's change to tank. Oh, it's over here. Alright. Oh, I should change this to match my transmog. I forgot that I have that. Okay. We could really go for like a fiery transmog. Or we could just, you know, go for like basic alliance. I forgot about this one. This one's not. Ooh, wait. Can we go for like a blood elf transmog? I think we can. That sort of works. I don't think it's quite right. This one definitely works. Yeah, no, I don't think we quite can. Alright, so what was it? Fiery one. Because let's look at what the alliance would be. It'd just be this. Which, like, works. Kind of lame, though. Actually, we could do this one. Alright, let's... Fist weapon. I do like that one, okay. Let's grab... I think that one works alright. Maces. Oh, we do have that one, okay. I don't think we have an... Oh, this is a new one. Fusion hacker. Oh. Obsidian cleaver. Could definitely work. It's a bit on the brighter color scheme, though. Alright, let's go look at swords. Manted. We do have a lot of mantis stuff. The soul drinker. I think this one might work pretty good. Ooh, this one too. Tough decisions. Blade of Infinity. The Shadow Rend. Yep. Nah, I do that too much. Okay, well, let's just go Alliance.
Find good trails.
Simple, quick, easy. You could go with this one. Ooh. I really like the big shield. Let's change this one to, we thinking a mace. I do like the mace. Fist weapon. Is there an alliance fist weapon? I don't think there is. Nope. Unless you want to count the Coltiran fist weapons. Alright, there we go. Up.
Good fortune to all friends of the
Alright, let's... Do I have my talent set? I don't think I do. I think I'm missing one. And yep. Alright, when you take any damage heal for... That's actually pretty good. I could go for Stormbolt. Let's go with Pain and Gain. Alright, let's... What's with all these... Oh, that's actually a pretty nice strength mod. Dang. Oh, wait. I'm kind of basic, but I'm Red Dragon. Dude, these are like pretty decent. I need more mail armor. That just looks like a set. And that one's pretty good. But it's all set. God. This one's decent. I like that one. Ooh, that one's pretty good. Alright, that's pretty cool. I want to get that headpiece, but like at the same time, it's so far away. Oh, what is this weapon? Flail of Balic Carnage? I think that's a Shadowlands weapon. I like the helm. Wait, this is a rogue? Nah, there's no way. Basic. Did we? Okay, we were. Yeah, that's also. Okay. Like the Covenant sets are pretty good, save for the Necro Lords. Necro Lords kind of sucky. We could head towards. Let's make sure we have that off. Otherwise, we're gonna continuously get one-shotted. That way, like, we at least got the. That's the wrong one. Add-ons. Details. We want handing notes off. And bag on off. Okay, there we go. No, we want to like try and do the event while we're waiting in queue. Which, like, I mean, if we're gonna do that, we might as well stay in damage. Because the goal is don't do the boss until the boss is up. Otherwise, it's not really worth my time. Nope. Riposte. Reminds me of good old Elden Ring there. You know what? Let's put some music on or something. Calamity Skyfire are perfectly balanced. The failures of My Hero Academia's War Arc. No, I don't want to watch that. I love it. 11 out of 10 DragonFlight developer interview on professions. So this was yesterday, 2 days ago technically. Reduces the duration of move. Ooh, that's actually pretty. Battle stance would be pretty cool. I like that. Oh, the boss is up. Sweet. Oda, you need to explain this. The dumbest lottery winners of all time. All right. We'll go with the developer interview. I will set up the.
From accidentally throwing a £3 million.
Let me. Does this show my key? Okay, it doesn't show my key. We're good. Are we there yet? Nope. Okay. This is taking a while. Dang. Unburdened. Yeah, and we have. Okay. You know what? You know, we'll just do it as damage. Window capture. No, don't wait. Do I have that open still? I didn't know I had that open. I'm not sure how I could check. Wait. Yeah, that doesn't work with while being in full screen. Nope. Nope. It's right over here. Not this one then. Oh, that's not working. Okay. Window capture. Display. Nope. Okay. Oh, yep. He's already out. I don't see anyone fighting him though. Alright, let's change back to Fury, because Fury's best. There we go. Yeah, I don't see anyone over here. Dang, that's... I mean, I guess it means that I can fight these guys by myself. Because supposedly they're supposed to be decent for speed. Not great. Oh, nope, they're fighting him now. Okay. Heal up. There we go. Alright. Dang it, I wasn't even in my stance. Increases aggressive... An aggressive combat stance that increases the damage of your auto attacks by food. Reduces duration of fierce up and incapacitating effects on you. That's not as great. Because it's just auto attack. Oh, auto attack. Isn't that what we start off with? Yeah, it is. How do you get the war or the battle stance? Where is that? Ooh, when you have not taken damage for 5 seconds. Oh, that's Intercept. No. Can you not get it as Fury? Because, like, if not, that's really dumb. Because Battle Stance is just like a complete upgrade. Yeah, no, just defense is defensive stance. So why can tanks get that? This dumb. Oh. Alright, oh. So, like, you can definitely go for, what's this? Okay. Oh. Wonder what hit me? Mass ignition. Yeah, that doesn't scale down. Okay. I think his health did, but that damage definitely does not. Alright. Oh, and we've got a different run back. Okay. Yeah, level 17, 55, 32. Might as well start our queue. Oh, you can't queue if you're dead. That's really dumb. Because you can join it if you're dead, I think. I don't know. I haven't been dead in a long time. They, like, have the queue pop while I'm dead. Dang, what is it that... Like, because if Prot can have Battle Stance, why can't we have Battle Stance as Fury? I don't want fucking Berserker. Because that makes me feel like I have to build towards auto attacks to, like, get my full use out of everything. And I really don't want that. Because that's just so dumb. How much health does he have? 12k? I think I can do that. Let me check protection real quick. Wait, that's... No. There we go. That's... Oh, that's so dumb. They change it to Berserker? Oh my god. Why? Oh well. It's better than nothing, I guess. Okay, let's see how we do against this guy. At this rate, yeah. No way to hit you though, so. Oh wait, I'm not. There we go. Because what does the auto attack build focus towards? Is it like replacing Raging Blow? Unless you want to do so. It does give them moats though, so that makes me happy. And then it's just a big bird. Oh, I really like that. That feels nice. Yeah, you gotta be like level 52 for that. It's kind of dumb. Hey, okay, not me. Oh, a big dragon boy. Valrock the Annihilator. It's not bad XP. I think it's decent enough to have between. Who pulled everything? I think it stacks up to 3. Stacking up to 5 rounds. No, we might as well, like, invite the... Oh, this guy's level 59, okay. No one's even trying for the... I mean, yeah, when it one-shots you, there's no reason to. Jump over here as we wait. There we go. And we got Burning Crusade. It's great. It's weird.
But peace for you, Roma Hect Gorta.
That free patch event farm really sucks.
Strength and honor. Strength.
Decent for wait for the queue. Because it's better than doing nothing, just waiting.
Ooh. Yeah, just a little digger. I don't see why. This kind of takes more time. Rah, bonk. The world will be reborn in flames. You know, I don't see, I do not like that talent. Really good, but like, you build so much rage so quickly. It's no reason to just save it up when you could just have built it back up really quickly. So let's, I think I can get recklessness. Chance to reset the code and make a usable any target. Will always enrage. Bloodthirst damage increase and increase the curse of your next bloodthirst. Let's get recklessness. That way we got a nice little cooldown we can use. Oh, new transmog. Let's go. Oh, that's pretty decent too. Let me. All right, there we go. Oh, that wasn't even from the taking the point back. Okay. Increase damage. Can no longer miss you. Okay, yeah, no. It really wants you to build an auto hit or auto attack build. Everything's focused around auto attacks. Yeah, pretties. I don't think we have those for male, so I'm gonna keep them. Like, I want to go for whirlwind build. I mean, you might try an auto attack build. Because this makes the increase the damage. And reduce the duration of fear, sap, and incapacitation. Yeah, no, we are doing really bad compared to everyone else. Like, it's not even like anyone has lower levels. It might be that my gear sucks because it's outdated areas. Maybe it gets better as you level up. Dang. It probably does get better as you level up. It's likely on me. Dude, what is hurting so bad there? Oh yeah, there's another quest over here, isn't there? No. I don't like furry side. Oh my god. I don't like being this low on health. Oh, thank you. My organ buddy. Alright, let's boop.
You know what? More risk sounds good to me. When do I get my next... And your auto attack critical strikes increase. No, but like, what's the point of having the class tree if it's going to change depending on your class or on your spec? Just make it a part of the spec or the spec tree. Robes. I think we got all our modes. Okay. Ooh, I could do jewel crafting. Can sell that on the auction house and that. All right. Like, maybe you just want to spam whirlwind. Like, yeah, no, play. I'll check out some guides real quick, like after the monsoon.
Time to kill!
Oh, Murmur's gonna be in the fight. What gear to drop this? Oh yeah, I definitely want that. That's nice. Legs would be good. Chest would be good. What? You have gone into a chaotic raid. Okay, at least I'm attacking the... Ooh, those things are shoulders. Have we all gone into it? Oh, nope, okay. I think we all did, actually. Because, like, there's no reason for the healer to have gone bear at all.
Time for fun!
I think we all did. Yeah, I can't target anyone else, so I have to assume we all did, so... Yeah, definitely not. Okay. That's a really dumb boss mechanic. If nobody has access to doing anything during it and you can't avoid it in some manner. Bop. Big bop. Bam. Hey, we got the leg, sweet. I think that's new. Yeah, new transmog, sweet. It's not as good
At least it's nice, red and purple. Burn. I'm taking it. If you want to mine while you're trying to ping, that's just dumb. I'll take it. I want this. I didn't even know there was skeletons. Yeah. No, it's not even 2 days. We're almost 4 hours in. I don't think we're gonna get to 8-hour stream though. What's this guy drop that I want with the chest piece? Yeah. It's not even like this gear's better than what I have, which is so stupid. Like, this gear went out of date. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, because they got a massive buff from the pre-patch. Yeah, so, like, it's not my gear that's bad.
I'll make an offering of your blood.
Oh my god, how did I get the boss?
Come to my aid! Heed your master now!
Thank you. Fuck, it's gonna be over here. Maximum rage increased by 15. I don't see the point because you only have one rage spender as Fury, which makes sense and doesn't at the same time.
Your death is for the greater cause.
Oh no. Alright, that's 4 one hits 3 or more enemies, it hits them 1 additional time. Increased damage and critical strike damage. Armor. Oh, sweet. No, not again. What the fuck? Am I just that squishy? Ads. Oh my god. I might just be that squishy, damn. It's hard to tell. Actually, no, that warlock at 3 levels below me has more health than I do. And that, or as much health. Same with the priest. Yeah, no, I'm probably just that squishy.
I give my life gladly.
Oh. Oh, they're cloth, but I think they're new cloth. Oh. I should have added a cloak. A cloak would have fit this really nicely. I don't know. We'll check out arms. I'm being pinged again. Alright. Because it's Kana, alright. I have a mission free. Oh wait, I didn't take my talent yet. 20%, so that's essentially an extra 50% damage. I mean, it is a warlock. Actually, no, warlock should have been at the top of the damage chart. What is wrong with this guy? Alright, let's bop. Takes 6 more to get there. Increases the damage while you dual wield. Laughs at me. What the fuck? We getting decent damage. Stealth. It does increase it. So that's good. There we go. All right. People keep following my alt Twitter account. Like, why? I don't even use it. I assume it's just bots, but like, still. You know, gotta make sure we get out of the circle when he starts using that sonic boom or whatever it's called. I want these. Oh, unlock. Okay, there we go. Still good. There it is. You know, I'm still like really weak. Are they just auto attacking? No, I mean for the most part they are. I can't. There. I'm thinking we're gonna go Finfear. We could probably do Shaman. Get some cover abilities early. That way we can work towards the equipment. He has so much health. Oop. There it is. Oop.
Air around you pulses with sonic energy. What the what? There we go. Holy shit, he hits for so much damage. Now get me out of here. Get me out of here. Yuck. Oh, and I got hit. Okay. Here, let's.
Mokra, may your blades never dull.
That's definitely an increase, though.
Hello, stranger. Go on then.
Rats. Okay, and elemental force. Okay, that explains why the mage is doing like so much damage. I have no idea what to do there. Stand away from circle. Do. He's a healer. He shouldn't be in it. Are they not? Oh my god! Neither of them not. Okay, the healers are over there. Meow. Do. Wrong room. Okay, they got it. I do this every time. Let's check if they have deadly navigation. I don't know what deadly navigation does. Not gonna lie. Do they have? No. Okay. No. Okay. His goes all the way up. Such a long run back. No. Wow. Do. It does. Do. Gives me time to think and reflect my life actions. I don't think I spelled decisions right. Might have, I don't know.
Why did that gnome just run into the circle? There's no reason for them to be in the circle. Yeah, they better have ran out. Yeah, they're doing okay. Oh, make me worry about my party members like that. Dumb. At least I can save myself from the fall. Like, even... oh my god, it... He's about to do another Sonic Boom. There it is. It's about every 30 seconds or so. There we go. Look at that. Way better. Oh yeah, there we go. Then this. Not better. It is a nice axe though. Alright. Teleport in and teleport out. Why do you have a pumpkin for a bag? Good. Alright. Teleport to dungeon. Do.
Light.
Oh, we got new gloves. Or boots. Oh yeah, the boots right there. Ooh, they are nice looking too. Alright. Deep star drive. Let's see. Let's grab Fury Warrior, Dragonflight, Talent Tree. Icy Veins. Boop, boop, boop. Are they building for, what are they building for? I think they're building for Enrage. Boop, boop, boop. Gains an extra, oh, okay. And they went for the Avatar build, or the Titan's Torment. Piercing Verdict, okay. Rumbling, or Sonic Boom. Alright, I can build for that, I think. Oh, 50. And this one is for... Who would take Whirlwind as a 7-second cooldown? Nah. Your auto attacks gain. Okay, that's dumb. Odin's Fury. Blood damage. Cold Steel. While Enraged can okay, yep. Your attacks have a okay. Yep. Alright, I think I've got the idea in mind. Or an idea in mind, at least. Oh. Alright. Because I'm happy with this build. This, though. We want... Dupe. Boop. That. This. Boop. Boop. Unraged. Raging Blow deals 15 damage and an ally deals 10%. There we go. Whirlwind causes your next two. Raging Blow deals 15% increased damage, and while enraged, Raging Blow has a 30%. Okay.
I think we want the improved whirlwind. Yep, alright. We definitely want rampage. Alright. Raging blow gains an extra charge, 25, and now affects your next 4 instead of the next 2. That would be pretty good. Let's grab these 2 for now. We'll see how that changes our DPS. Oh, this guy's still here. Oh my god, it sounds like a Pokemon. Obviously we have that. Alright, do. How's the grind going? I don't think it's going well. He's already almost dead. Fire damage. Did he just? Oh my god. Oh, did I not take? Okay. Guess I don't need it. Oh shit. Out of the way of that. Bam. This is a dream. I don't think I've done arms yet. Yeah, I don't think I want to try arms, to be honest. I've never liked arms. Ooh. Let's head back, because we can turn in our stuffs.
Use every weapon at your disposal.
Every weapon, guys. All of them. I think I want to change. We can do the Warlords of Draenor.
Is this hello or goodbye? I keep losing track.
The Realms of Death.
If a scary orc offers you something to drink, you probably want to say no.
I'm gonna say yes. Nobody can stop me. Let's go ahead and queue for this. I don't know how long it's gonna take. We could change to Prot if we want. I really like that ship. Rah. Oh, it's over here. I thought we were talking to that guy. Alright. I like that beam out.
There remains much to be done. Always happy to help.
That's just a big torch. I like that. Got 39. Let's grab the headpiece. Oh, we can't afford the headpiece. Alright then. Alright, let's switch to Prot. Specialization. Big stretch real quick. Boop. Boop. The tank. Got talents. Oh, what's this? Taunts all enemies to attack you. I mean, that could be good. Last stand. Passive. You are able to block spells. Blocking an attack deals 99% to the attacker, ignoring armor. Ooh, this one's good. Okay. What's this? Shield Slam deals 10% and reduces enemy damage against you by 3% for 9 seconds. Multiple punishments may overlap. It's a 7-second cooldown, so I don't know how. Oh, for 9 seconds. Okay. I don't think it's gonna like reset the your bleed effects have a chance to grant. Oh, that would be pretty good. 2 more seconds. Every 10 range you spend reduces the main cooldown. Right. Grants 1 additional charge and its cooldown is reduced by 30 seconds. Shield Slam generates an additional 3 rage and reduces the remaining cooldown on Shield Wall. I think we're gonna go with the Blood Surge. I really like the Blood Surge. What do these? Challenging Shout taunts all enemies within 14 yards to attack you. Interrupts all spell casting within 14 yards and prevents any spells. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Thunderlord shouts increases the radius of demoralizing shout by 5 yards. Each enemy hit by thunderclap reduces the remaining cooldown. And what does that one do? Reducing the damage they deal to you. Okay. And then. Yeah, it's this one. Alright. Revenge damage increased by 10%. Revenge increases the damage of your next thunderclap. Your attacks have a chance to make your next cost no rage, be usable on any target with health, and deal damage as if you spent 40 rage. Gain 2% for each enemy or ally within 10 yards up to 10%. That's really easy to like constantly have up. Shield Slam generates 10 yards too. Like, I don't know, it's annoying if you have a bunch of casters. Not good if you're raiding, I would assume. I don't know, you'd have a lot of melee in there with you, too. Not just the enemies. Shield Slam generates 2 more rage and extends the duration. Okay. So you can really go for, like, a shield block game. Battering Ram. Champion's Bulwark. Battle Scarred Veteran. When you're is brought, you take 8 prefer less. And okay. Dance of Death, Storm of Steel, that's Ravager, Indomitable. Your maximum health increased by 10%, and every 10 rage you spend heals for. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Violent Outburst, Shield. Shield Charge is definitely like what I want to like get. So let's get. Which one was it that I wanted to get? Ooh, that one's. Oof. Ooh, some of these are really good. We'll get Blood Surge for now. I'm thinking next Shield Wall. Oh, we could do the Impenetrable Wall. Defender's Aegis. Yeah. Both are very tempting. For 10 seconds. Spell Reflect, Go Berserk, remove. Okay, that's actually pretty decent. We could increase our armor or our rage. Doesn't more damage or the throw. I want that armor. I've already got Seismic Reverberation. Oh my god. Hits 3 when it hits them 1 additional time. Okay. Thunderclap deals to, if you have Rend, Thunderclap affects 5 with Rend. Like that's really good. Because I want to go for a bleed build. Alright, let's let me move that actually. Find Warlord of Draenor dungeon real quick. It's not working all that well. We also have Dragon Charge. So we could just do
For the Alliance.
For the Alliance. Bro, actually no, Warrior would work very well with Drakthir, with you doing the Dragon Charge and all that. Make Dragon Charge not a PvP town. There's Thunderous Roar too, which it used to be like Dragon Roar. I don't know why they changed the name. Because, like, unless they changed the animation, it'll have the same head that we have with Dragon Charge. Just roaring instead. Alright. Trying to think of what we could do while we wait, to be honest. 18 slot, and that's... Oh, 14. Okay, I know. We definitely sticking with the Dragon Lantern, right? Yep. Oh, this guy's got the mount before it even come out. Okay. Yep. Actually, wait. Let me open Twitch to make sure it's not going on right now. Oh, World of Warcraft. Might as well follow it. Peggle World of Warcraft Edition. Is Asmongold not streaming? What? Doesn't he stream like really early mornings? Tally's live. Drops last day, get in here. Twitch, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure it's just the dragon kite. Alright, let me grab... Where's OBS? There it is. Alright, we're gonna want a... Let's... Boop. There we go. Alright. Add a new window. Is it window capture? I think it's window. Yeah. Here we go. Boop. Let me shrink that down. Alright, let's see. Wait, I need to maximize it. Then I need to grab live streaming. Let's shrink this down. Yeah, that'll work. Alright. It really won't work. There you go. Oh, we're still waiting. Let's.
So we are joined by Eric Holmberg Wheeler. He's one of the designers for Professions in DragonFlight. I want to thank you for coming, and just a reminder to you and the rest of the audience: have a
Soul House or Soul of House Breezy Epic or Eric. Oh my God. Holberg Wilder.
A lot of nervous energy. All right. So I'm gonna just kind of read through questions, do my best to listen, and try to do follow-ups. And are we ready to go? Shall we get to it?
Let's do it. Yeah, happy to be here.
All right, very cool. So let's first talk about just things that didn't quite make it. So archaeology didn't make it into DragonFlight, although we do have these activities like rock climbing and digging for stuff. So could you tell us?
Wait. Archaeology wasn't added. Why? Give us like... Okay, look. Fossil. Archaeology mount. It's a good mount. It's one of my favorites. I wish it had a higher resolution. Let's type in archae... Oh my God. There's not many, because that's not one. That's one. There's 3 mounts with archaeology. How many mounts are blacksmithing, engineering, tailoring? Like, jewel crafting. I don't think you can even look at them unless you have it. Odd. Alright, let's...
Why it didn't make it, and maybe tease us on what your possible future vision of it is, if anything.
So... archaeology is absolutely like a a very cool, I'll kind of call it a profession that seems like it would match well with DragonFlight. Giant world that you can explore, lots of history, stuff like that. So I think it would be a great match, and I think we can look forward to something cool there. The main reason it's not there right now is we really wanted to focus on the primary professions with this.
Okay, so it's
refresh of professions.
It's later on. That's good. Okay, that actually makes me rather happy because archaeology gets like ignored so hard so often. Oh, I'm not even in the right stance. First remains.
Good luck, friend.
All right.
So, that meant, we just wanted to focus on those main ones, which meant that we had to go a little lighter on things like cooking and fishing, as well as archaeology in this case.
Because I'm sorry for cutting in, but yeah, about fishing and cooking, because I'm thinking of things like the fishing artifact or like the Way of the Walk, the Way of the Grill that we had in Miss Pandaria. So I guess those things were not very high priority. Is that kind of what we're getting with secondary professions at least?
So I mean, it was a matter of we wanted to make sure each of the primary professions really shined.
That's
and
fair.
You can't leave out one of the primary professions, right? So we focused to make sure that those are all super awesome. That said, fishing and cooking, while they don't have specializations this time around, they do have a whole bunch of really cool world connections there. There's like there's a whole stew pot quest line you can do, and there's all these different types of ways you can fish with spears and things like that, as well as a couple of other ways to progress. So like we actually kind of took them in a different direction, and there's a separate team, the content team, that's all about making awesome stuff out in the world, and they took on a bit of that work and added a bunch of really awesome stuff to fishing and cooking.
Yeah, I have no way to spend my
I can't wait to dive into that stuff. So let me talk about one of my favorite professions right now, Inscription. So Inscription has some really cool customization kind of stuff with dragon writing customizations. There's a ton of stuff that's been added. Although there's a lot of folks that have been clamoring for good old spell customizations, being able to get like Seal of Blood, those kinds of effects. But more so, like during Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands, while there were some glyphs that were added, it was kind of a drip feed, and overall, I guess not all classes were made equal when it came to glyph making or spell customization. So is there any hopes of improvement?
Like, give me evoker glyphs. They're not on the pre-patched. I hope they're at least. We go down. Oh, oops. We go down here last. But like right now, there's no evoker glyphs. Kind of lame, but. Let's follow these guys back up. But let's see what he has to say about this.
It's on that front in the future.
So glyphs are definitely an area that are really exciting and fun to play with. I look back on those days when there was the full glyph system for Inscription really fondly. More recently, the reason we steered a little bit away from like the really heavy combat spell glyphing is to make sure that every class can sort of deliver on its identity. And if we're talking like PvP or something like that, to make sure that the spells are really recognizable and things like that. And so being able to customize all those in a really heavy way makes all of that a little bit harder. So
I don't care. Give us customized ability. There's no reason for it to not do that. Because like, who cares? Pretty sure it's this way.
So, no specific plans right now, but we definitely hear and agree that being able to customize different types of spells with glyphs is really fun. So I think it's something that we'll continue to look into and hopefully find some other ways to do it.
That's actually an interesting angle. I didn't really think about how it would affect PvP and how some person might see.
They have made it clear they don't care about PvP. Where's our new maps? Where's our new modes? We keep getting the same recycled shit over and over again. What do raiders get? New shit. At least once an expansion. What do the dungeon do? They get new shit every season. We get new armor, new mount, that's it. Maybe a new title. We don't get actual new shit. We get new rewards, that's all.
Some effect and be like, oh, that's nothing, and then all of a sudden, oh my god, that's totally something. And you know, so that's kind of that's definitely an angle that I didn't really consider. I guess the last thing on this side of things so far is WoW has been really pushing transmog stuff, and that's been great.
Give us more transmog. You know what? Give us less transmog, but update all the old shit, please. Even if it goes expansion by expansion, start with vanilla. Okay, maybe not. Vanilla's pretty big. Do a little bit of vanilla. Dude, what the fuck were they doing? God. You got new bracers? Eh. We'll sell that. Alright. Oh, they're going this way. Alright. But like, ooh, crafted cosmetic. I didn't even think about crafted cosmetic. That'd be pretty cool. Because like, it's normal, like, engineering will get like goggles, and someone will get like a mount every now and then. Yeah, we go this way. Alright.
I love collecting transmog. I'm a big fan of that. You know, for
wait, before we go back, why can't you can transmog plate to plate? Why can't we transmog it to like? Because if you're wearing plate, you can wear anything. Why can't you transmog to other things? Why can't you? Like, I can understand why you can't transmog up. It'd be really cool to see like battle mages though. Like we talked like in that dungeon farming earlier, like, bro, that'd be so cool. Give us battle mages. I want to see a mage wearing full armor. Because if they're out here risking their life, you know they ain't just risking their life without any protection. I doubt they're that confident in their abilities to cast spells. Because one missed something. One little thing goes wrong, they're dead. Like, realistically.
For example, the Covenant sets with the 4 color tints.
I do like the Covenant sets. The Covenant sets were really good.
Greetings.
Like, the casual ones were amazing. I don't care for all that much for, like, the armor ones, but, like, the casual looking ones, I like them a lot.
The Maw shoulders, there's like a bajillion of those. But the way that some of those are being distributed are, you know, rep, grinding, things like that. Is there any chance or any thoughts on professions taking a bite out of that and just having pure cosmetic things that are made by professions?
Absolutely. I mean, it's something.
Yes. Oh my god. That it actually gives incentive to like become a crafter, at least for me, because it's just more cosmetics. Then you can probably sell on like the auction house or buy it, but like I want to know that I made something, and that's like part of the fun. Oh my god, I hate people. Why do they cool? Oh my god, I can't even English.
When you like when you complete a dungeon,
yeah,
at a certain level, it's a guaranteed thing.
Yep, exactly. Like you'll always get one from Mythic Plus, 11 Plus, and you'll always get one from every Heroic boss. Similarly, if you get a gold box from PvP at the right rating, you'll get one as well.
Okay, great. That's
you get it from PvP at the right rating. I hate that everything's rating. Please. Oh well, they added a way to do things. Dude, this healer sucks.
Incredibly helpful information.
It would help if I was like actually using my defenses.
Now, can crafted gear, like higher end crafted gear, is that going to be eligible for use with the upcoming Inspiration Catalyst?
So it is not. And if you're wondering why it's not, then there's a few reasons. One, there are a lot of other sources for it, right? There's both storm gear and of course mythic plus gear and all that stuff. So there's a lot of sources to get it. The main reason though is crafted gear is pretty mutable with the recrafting system that we've added, where you can actually change out the optional reagents. You can recraft it to raise the quality. Let's say it's a normal raid tier piece. If you go and do a heroic raid and earn enough of the primal focuses, you can upgrade it to heroic. So it's like because it's very mutable and can be changed and upgraded and stuff like that. And it's built from these limited reagents. We didn't want players falling into the trap of being like, oh, I should just convert this thing in with the catalyst into my set piece, and then I kind of lose advantage of having that piece of gear. And it would be kind of a destructive action because once it's been converted, recrafting it, quality, all those things don't make as much sense anymore.
Okay, that sounds cool. Okay, not cool, but there's the answer, guys. Now, going back to Primal Infusions really quick, I noticed that at the end of each of the 4 Renown tracks that you can get one, and that's kind of cool. Now, when it comes to solo players, people who don't do any of this group content, are those Primal Infusions going to be like, is that it? Is that all they're going to have that sort of access to? And how is that going to translate in later seasons? Are they just not going to get anything either? Like after that, because they might have their renown maxed out after that point?
So this is definitely an experiment. We think that it's really fun to be able to get gear that is higher than sort of the activity that you're normally doing. So this felt like a great way to give players some access to sort of heroic tier gear.
So you can craft heroic gear to an extent. That's what I'm getting from that. Why can't I charge? What the?
Without having it be completely unlimited. So it's meant to be a satisfying thing to work towards, basically. There's actually a 5th one, I believe, that you can get for killing Razageth the first time. So if you do LFR, for instance, once all the wings have opened, you go Razageth, you can get a 5th one. So that's 5 pieces of heroic gear, which is quite a bit.
Okay. As a quick comment, you don't have to answer this part, but I guess it might be kind of satisfying if, say, the Paragon chest that you would get after you max out your renown would have like some small chance of having an infusion there too, just to give those kinds of world content players like a little bit something further to push for if they happen to satisfy their requirements for the season. And it's like, oh, I want something to do. I just want to.
I think that's definitely a cool idea. With this being an all new system, you kind of want to see where it shakes out. You were asking about the next season. We're still trying to figure out, exactly how that's going to translate. But the general intention is that you'll be able to continue to use that existing profession gear and probably upgrade it to be competitive in the next season, as well as we'll likely be introducing new recipes as well. So you might craft your own next season version of something that's thematic to that season as well. Okay, yeah, that's kind of where I was jumping in next. Like, so you guys aren't too sure right now whether you're going to say, hey, here's a new thing to recraft our existing gear versus, okay, here's a brand new recipe, good luck. So I think we'll do both. Like, there's a lot of recipes that we made in Tenno, and players are going to spend, in DragonFlight, and players are going to spend
I love that Miss of Pandaria.
a lot of time earning those recipes and specializing to get good at crafting them and things like that. We wouldn't want to undermine any of that. So I think all those recipes will continue to be relevant. It's just, we might also introduce some new ones, and then players will be able to pick, do I want to craft something new, or do I want to try to upgrade one of my
Okay. So by the time we get to season 2, we're gonna have a pretty, we're gonna have a more mature market in terms of like resources, gathered materials, and things like that. With season 2 and beyond, are you guys also thinking about adding like new materials, or like hey, here's a new herb node or something, or okay, you're gonna gather the same herb nodes, but now there's like new stuff that you get from it in order to kind of counterbalance everything that people might have been gathering during season 1?
Still trying to figure that out. Like, I think if thematically it makes sense, we might add some new reagents. Again, we sort of have to balance it with.
Well, they tend to have new zones per patch. Easy way you can just like do stuff there, add something new.
Existing specializations and existing recipes and stuff. If you add a new recipe that uses a reagent, then everyone wants that reagent for that new thing. We don't want to invalidate any of the old ones. So it's a balance. I mean, if you look back at like 9.2, we added one new ore and one new herb and stuff like that, and a set of recipes that use that. So yeah, I think I think there are cases where it definitely makes sense, and we'll be looking to add some new reagents without throwing out of whack the existing economy.
No, that's
okay. Cool. Specializations, I love them. They're great, but there are a lot of folks that are really antsy about. Ooh, I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to mess up. And right now, there's no opportunity to respecialize these points, as far as I've seen. Could you kind of explain the philosophy behind that, or is there a surprise? Oh, you can respec.
No surprise. The philosophy is basically, you can eventually fill out that whole specialization. There are more than enough. There's more than enough knowledge in the world between sort of one-time sources, like first time you craft a recipe, and repeatable sources, be they world quests or weekly quests and things like that, to eventually, over the course of the expansion, get everything. We're not really intending most people to do that,
already dead.
but design-wise, the way I tend to think of it is, if you know that you can, then it tends to change your calculus a little bit and be like, well, I'm making this decision, and maybe it's not the perfect decision, but I can always fix it later, right? Because I always get more points to solve. So the idea is basically allowing you to specialize without respecing really helps us lean into the identity and the fantasy of the profession. Like, if you respec, if it's too easy to respec, for instance, you lose some of that identity. Like, am I a helmsmith? Well, I was today, but now I'm something completely different.
Okay.
So there's that side of it, and there are many progression systems where respecing works very well. For instance, just classes. It's great to be able to respec your class for Mythic Plus or for any of those other things. I don't think that takes away from the system in any way, shape, or form. But for professions, we really wanted to lean into that fantasy. The other thing is just on the economy side, like making a choice and devoting yourself to it.
And that is what I'm really hyped for with. Oh.
All the rings have opened without having it be completely unlimited. So
that was what I was waiting for to hear, is like, it's for the economy, and it has me hyped. Boop. This panda. Dang it. Alright, I think we can teleport out, teleport back in. But like that's hype. Yeah, we need to go back to here.
allowing you to specialize without respecing really helps us lean into the identity and the fantasy of the profession. Like, if you respec, if it's too easy to respec, for instance, you lose some of that identity. Like, am I a helmsmith? Well, I was today, but now I'm something completely different.
Okay.
So, you know, there's that side of it, and there are many progression systems where respecing works very well. For instance, just classes. You know, it's great to be able to respec your class for Mythic Plus or for any of those other things. I don't think that takes away from the system in any way, shape, or form. But for professions, we really wanted to lean into that fantasy. The other thing is just on the economy side, like making a choice and devoting yourself to it can have a pretty big impact on sort of your ability to make money. And you might get lucky or make a really smart decision and find a niche that is very successful. And if someone could just respec into that later, then that decision wouldn't mean as much, right? Like everyone will all of a sudden just undermine you because you made the smart thing, and then everyone just respect into it. I think it makes it more interesting sort of economy if you can't do that for the time being, at least.
All right. So some people aren't going to be here day one of Dragonflight. They're going to come in months late, seasons late. What's going to compel them to jump in knowing that they're going to be behind? Is there going to be some sort of like way for like newer players to like catch up? Is there anything like that that's going to happen for Dragonflight?
So the idea is it's kind of built into the way the system works. And let me explain what I mean by that. One, there's a lot of front-loaded knowledge that you can gain, right? Like if the first time you craft every recipe, for instance, you gain a knowledge point. So that means you can get, depending on the profession, there's like 100 to 200 knowledge that have sort of these one-time sources, and if you rush towards them, then you can get this big jump of like a bunch of points, a bunch of knowledge really up front. And then after that, yes, you're slowed down by sort of repeatable games that take a little longer. The thing is, you don't need to be good at everything to be successful as a crafter, right? If you find your niche, if you decide you want to become a chronocloth tailor, for instance, you don't actually need that much specialization to become really good at chronocloth. If you want to be good at chronocloth and every type of every slot and also Azure Weave, then you need to spend a lot of time. But like if you just pick your niche and go for that, you can actually make some of the best stuff pretty quickly, even if you're way behind someone who can do a bunch more things. As long as you can do something well, I think that's valuable, that's interesting, that's cool for the fantasy. The other thing is, like, even if you're not the best, like that may not be it may not be immensely profitable, but you can be super valuable for your group, right? You can help your guild out. You can craft awesome stuff for yourself, and in a lot of cases, you actually don't need to sort of, again, get every single point from every single thing to craft something at max quality if it's not, say, mythic level with every optional reagent and every other thing. So like if you're out there to, say, craft normal raid gear for people, which a lot more people will be looking for, I think, than mythic raid gear, because there's just more people that not that many people do mythic raids and really high on mythic plus compared to the wider audience, right? So that's a big audience too. So you could make money and be competitive there, again, without needing to be sort of on the cutting edge of the person who's gained the most knowledge for their profession.
Okay, cool. Do you think, or when will we get, this is straight up a demand now, when will we get crafting orders for old world recipes, that sort of stuff?
I don't have a specific date for you, but we absolutely want to do that. Totally see it. Like there's a huge amount of value in like this old random thing that like not that many people know how to craft, and you don't see it on the auction house very often, but you can throw up a crafting order and put a bunch of gold on it, and then word's going to get around and somebody can actually craft it will want to do it for you. So we think that's a really valuable aspect to the system. So we're going to be looking into that sort of as soon as we can to get that. And then I hope to see it. I can't promise it, but I hope to see it sometime fairly early in the patch cycle for DragonFlight.
All right, cool. So he totally promised, folks. Totally 100% promised.
That's what I said.
Okay, so we'll try to get through a couple more real quick. So crafting orders right now, we can do up to 10 a day, and it kind of banks at 30 for those who aren't really on top of that right now. But there are some folks on small servers with smaller communities that say, oh, that's way too many, because among the fewer people who are there's going to be a lot of competition. But other people from large servers are saying, oh, dude, that's not enough. I'm not going to be able to do nearly as many. I'm going to have to pick and choose. And, there's some goods and bads to both. do you think that, or do you agree that those are potential issues? And if so, are there any like knobs or like advanced solutions that you guys are thinking of?
So we're definitely still tweaking those numbers. I actually think there's a change that'll be coming that slightly lowers that after looking at potential problems there. Like, we do want it to be kind of competitive. Like, the hope would be that if you really want your public crafting order filled quickly, that you give a decent commission so that those crafters can make some money off of that. And keeping that number a little bit tighter helps that, right? Because if it's more limited, then there's more competition for those limited numbers of crafts that people can do, which means that, yeah, if you want it quickly, then you'll pay a commission. That said, there's this backstop to the whole system, right? Which is anything that's about to expire. I want to say it's like 2 hours. I'm not totally sure what the number is we landed on. Where anything that's sort of close to expiring, you can craft without limit, basically. So you can fill a public order that's about to expire. It's not going to take away from your limited number that you can fill, and so anyone can choose to do it. In cases like that, in certain circumstances, I would imagine people are willing to even do it for a silver commission because it's an opportunity to gain some skill, right. If it's a higher end craft, right? So, so that creates hopefully this ecosystem where both works. The rich and impatient player will pay a lot, and crafters can make a bunch of gold doing that. And then if you're either don't care, you're patient, you don't have a lot of gold, you don't want to spend a lot of gold, you can still get your stuff made. We really want to see most of the crafting orders be filled. So hopefully those two things together means even if the number's not perfect for any given realm, that it kind of works itself out. Meanwhile, we'll be keeping an eye on this and listening to player feedback as well and making adjustments as necessary.
Okay. Do we have time for one more, or is that it for us?
I'm fine on time. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, you can do one more.
Okay. So, I guess this is the last one. So basic materials right now, those are available on the region-wide auction house. I find it, personal opinion, I find it a little bit inconsistent that public orders are not region-wide. Can you explain the decision as to why that is so?
Yeah, totally. So this is a brand new system. We don't know how it's gonna kind of work itself out, right? So we wanted to start a little bit conservative there, keeping it on the realm, on a realm basis. Kind of limits how that works. It's consistent with part of the auction house, right? Because the part that's not commodities are limited to your realm still. So it's consistent there, and we basically wanted to start it there, both to see how that feels, because we could always go wider later, but you can't really go back in the other direction, right? Once you're more allowing, you can't be less allowing. That would make everyone pretty unhappy. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is really trying to satisfy this goal of fantasy, of being able to feel like you are the best scribe, or the best tailor in your realm, and that's a lot easier if the order system is limited to that realm, because you're not competing against the rest of the region and however many millions of crafters there might be out there trying to do it as well. So it can help you stand out and be cooler. And then the final thing is like, the hope is that like, as a public crafter, you might actually be trying to sort of build this audience, build this customer base, right? So like maybe you do a couple of recrafts to get inspiration to like craft something at a higher quality than someone might have expected otherwise. Like you don't need to deliver something at quality 5, but maybe you take the effort to do that for someone, and then in your message you're like, hey, like next time you need your engineering needs met, come to me, right? Like, and that's also a little easier when it's like,
I can't wait to start a business inside of a game just to play more of the game. That's some Ready Player One stuff right there.
Smaller scale, right? And if there was a
that sounds a lot like boosting to me, to be honest, though. I might be wrong.
World where like public orders were region wide, but then the other ones weren't. then like the chance that a person that you're filling an order for is actually on your realm is pretty low. So that would be a lot harder to do. With it all being consistent, it should be easier to sort of gather those customers. So hopefully that kind of thing is what ends up happening. We love the social aspect. We love the community aspect. Professions really lean into that, and we want to help that happen as much as possible.
All right, yeah, I'm looking forward to like this whole delivery. Like right now, I'm loving it. There's a lot of cool stuff to look forward to, and I think that's about a wrap for us, right? So I want to thank you, Eric, and I want to thank the rest of the PR team for honoring me with being able to do this interview. I thought we got a lot of good information out of this, and I'm grateful that that you guys chose me to be a part of this. Thank you.
I really like his updated outro there. That said, he is one of the creators where I would watch him at the start of every expansion, and then I just don't see him in my recommendations again. I want violence from Schwabity. That sounds nice. I should really do a reaction stream towards all these new Chainsaw Man raps. Huge clash just before. Okay, let's check this out. Signs of.
Hey folks, this is
Signs of Kalani. There, see, he says it. He's got his own intro.
Kalani. There have been some huge changes right before the DragonFlight expansion launches. Massive buffs and nerfs to various classes. In some cases, we've seen damage increases of up to 50%, which is absolutely bonkers. And then there is also a big change to world boss mount drops.
I forgot about those. I should really go ahead and do those real quick. Thank you, Kalani, for reminding me.
Which will have everyone running around on these highly coveted mounts. You can finally tick the Shah of Anger off your list. Well, hopefully. There's quite a lot to go through and a lot of information.
I mean, I don't care for the Shah of Anger's mount. I get it looks cool, but we didn't change. Oh, I just realized how red my axe is. It's not all that orange. Excuse me.
Information to break down. So before we jump in, be sure to hit up that like button and subscribe so you never miss another video. Let's kick things off with those big class buffs and nerfs, because these are going to be some of the last changes that we'll see before the DragonFlight expansion goes live for real, or at the very least, they're the largest changes we're going to see. So with all of these changes, because there's a lot of things kind of mixed in here, anything marked in gold is the new for retail server changes. Some of these changes have been on the beta servers for a few days, and some of them are brand new for this build, so just keep that in mind. Anything that creeps in here that's in blue text, that's actually a buff or nerf or just a change that has happened in the past. So it's just the gold stuff that we're interested in here. Going to go through them in alphabetical order as per usual, so we're starting with the Death Knight. Blood has seen some massive buffs in here, almost across the board by the looks of things. We have 15% increases, 20% increases. You're going to be dealing a lot more damage with these changes in place. There was a slight nerf to the Voracious talent to reduce Death Strike healing and leech, as well as a specific nerf for Death Strike healing from improved Death Strike, so I guess they don't want you healing quite as much as before, but
that's how they survive. They have no other survivability. Oh my god.
Apart from that, lots and lots of damage buffs. Moving on to the Demon Hunters, Sigil of Flame damage was buffed for both specs, but Havoc has actually seen a few nerfs. It's not too bad, thankfully, just a slight tap on Demonic Ward's damage reduction, as well as the Accelerating Blade damage bonus. Havoc has been doing very well from what I've seen, so I'll be interested to see how that translates over to DragonFlight Season 1. For Vengeance, we see a lot more changes. Lots of small damage buffs to Shear, Soul Cleave, and Fell Devastation, but there's a huge buff to Fiery Brand. 50% increase on the initial damage, and then 500% increase on the...
Wait. Let me check. Okay. Alright. There we go.
the damage over time. There are a few other buffs and 1 or 2 nerfs in here as well as some Vengeance-specific damage reductions being removed. All in all, quite a nice round of buffs for Vengeance. Then we come to the Druids, which is a super mixed bag once again. Man, Druids just can't catch a break this time, hey? For balanced Druids, Starfall damage reduced by 30%, so that's another nerf for Starfall. Starfire damage reduced by 15%, Astral power generation was increased slightly, and then we've also got a bug fix. Another nerf to Starfall is kind of hilarious at this point. Hopefully, balanced Druids are actually still going to do some damage by the time Dragonflight arrives, but they're going to need to, stop nerfing it time and time again. And then we have some massive changes for Guardian. There are some nice quality of life additions, some extra benefits for healing, and some talents have been improved, but then we come to the big buffs. Pulverized damage increased by 40%, reinforced furs additional armor was doubled, and all Guardian damage spells, excluding Moonfire, have been increased by 50%. Almost a 50% increase across the board for all Guardian Druid damage. I mean, it's not the big change up that Guardian was hoping for. I know they still really looking for some of those talent changes and move arounds, but it's definitely a massive buff. Guardian melee attacks were also buffed up quite a lot, and the After the Wildfire effect was massively buffed too, so it's a good time to be a Guardian Druid. And then there's also a couple of changes here for Resto Druids, mostly buffs by the looks of things, including a buff to regrowth healing. Moving on, we come to the Hunters. Beastmaster,
I know Marksman really needed a buff.
Had a couple of bug fixes, but the main changes come through for Marksmanship, who saw some pretty good buffs to their main damaging abilities. Rapid Fire, Aim Shot, and Kill Shot were all buffed up, so hopefully MM feels a bit beefier with these changes in play. For the mages, Arcane is the only spec with any changes, and it's a nice round of buffs. Almost every major ability in Arcane's rotation saw a damage increase. They range from 5% increases up to 12% increases, so some nice damage buffs right there. Monks also have quite a few changes. To start with, Mistweaver saw some bug fixes, a handful of buffs, and quite a lot of nerfs. Healing reductions almost across the board, though they aren't too bad, only 5% and 10%, so it could have been much worse. Towards the bottom, there are a couple of 15% buffs, including a buff to Revival, so it's not all bad news. And then Windwalker Monk saw some bug fixes, more than actual class changes, but it's always nice when things work like they should, so I'm going to consider these pseudo buffs. Moving on, Rogue saw quite a few changes too. For Assassination, both Garrote and Fan of Knives were buffed up quite a bit, several talents and effects were also buffed, and there's also some changes to Kingsbane which should buff the damage quite a bit. For Outlaw, there were quite a few bug fixes, so their abilities should work properly now, and there was also a bug fix for Subtlety. No major damage changes for those two specs there, I'm afraid. Up next are the Shamans, and oh boy, what a list. To start with, Elemental Shamans will see a damage nerf to Lightning Bolt, but big damage buffs to Lava Burst, Flame Shock, and Lava Beam. There's also quite a few changes to talents and effects, mostly buffs by the looks of things, as well as some bug fixes. So overall, that should be a good round of buffs for Elemental, even with that.
They fixed Sword, now you have to be on the ground. Oh my god. I swear, if he says that, I'm gonna be upset. But, like, Soar is not gonna be anywhere near as good if you can't use it while in the air. Especially if mountains are higher than you can fly. Oh, now I can fly higher. I think it can only go so high above, like, the ground. Maybe it's different per zone. You know, that's really weird. You would think, like... Ooh, I should really do Siege of Orgrimmar, too. I want that axe. Like, I really want that axe. Raids. You want... Mists of Pandaria, Siege of Orgrimmar. You loot. Wait, what? What? No. Bro, no. No, he doesn't drop it. Okay, I have no reason to run it then. Because all I want was the axe, and like, there's no reason to not allow the axe. I mean, you can probably still drop it. Let's land. We fall faster than we can fly. Alright, we want aim this way. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, we're gonna wait the 3 minutes.
Lightning bolt nerf in place. For enhancement, they have a straight across.
Increased all damage dealt by 10%. I might have to make a shaman now. Yes, they buffed it. Ooh, and they fixed a lot of stuff. Okay.
Across the board damage increase of 10%, so that will slightly offset that nerf a couple weeks ago that reduced their damage by 25%.
Crash lightning could sometimes show up as a level up reward at level 38. Okay, that's great. Fix an issue where chain healing was improperly reduced as an enhancement shaman. Reduce the chance to activate the deeply rooted elements talent to 7% was 8%. Okay. Fix an issue where Storm Flurry was able to benefit from and consume the effects of Stormbringer talent. That sounds like that should happen. Gathering Storms has been renamed to Converging Storms.
There are also a whole bunch of bug fixes with enhancement which will hopefully make them more reliable. And then for Resto, we also have quite a few buffs. We have increases for both healing spells as well as damage spells, some bug fixes, and a 22% increase to all Resto Shaman damage spells, so they should feel quite a bit better when compared to last week. And then last but not least, we come to the warriors. Arm saw some small changes, Execute got nerfed, Mortal Strike got buffed, as well as a lot of talent changes. Some buffs, some nerfs, so hopefully it all balances out eventually. Fury saw some minor buffs to Whirlwind.
Yes, improve Whirlwind more, it's not strong enough. Increase the damage of cleaving single target attacks by 50%, was 45. Meat Cleaver causes a Whirlwind to deal 25% damage, was 20. Okay.
Damage effects and passives, and then Protection saw a few nerfs, which isn't too surprising. Protection Warrior was doing very well for itself, and even with these small nerfs in play, it should be super strong as we head into Dragonflight. Now remember, if your class or spec wasn't on this list, that just means no significant changes happened during this patch update. It's worth noting that tuning changes will still happen after the expansion launches, especially in the week where the raid opens up and everyone starts gearing up very quickly. Large outliers should be addressed quite quickly, so if you're doing 2 times the damage of other folks, you're probably going to get nerfed very soon after the expansion gets rolling, so just keep that in mind. Either way, there are some huge buffs and nerfs in here. Hopefully they're not too impactful on your character choices, because I feel like almost everyone will have their main locked in at this point, especially now that we can create and play around with the evokers, so we get some hands-on experience with that almost no matter who you are. But what about you? Have you decided on your main character to play for Dragonflight, and do any of these class changes affect your choice? Let me know in the comments below. And then to round out this video, Blizzard has updated the drop chances for a lot of highly sought after world boss mounts. The mounts that this change affects are the Reigns of the Heavenly Onyx Cloud Serpent from the Shah of Anger, the Son of Galleon Saddle from Galleon, the Reigns of the Cobalt Primordial Direhorn from Undasta, the Reigns of the Thundering Cobalt Cloud Serpent from Nawak, and the Solar Spirehawk from Rukmar. So pretty much every Mists of Pandaria and Warlords of Draenor world boss with a cool mount. Now the blue post relating to this update says the drop chances of all of these mounts has been greatly increased. We have no idea what greatly increased actually means, considering how low the drop rate was originally, but from the Reddit threads and forum posts that I've read so far, the drop rate seems incredibly high. So if you don't have any of these mounts yet and you want them, now is a perfect time to go kill some old world bosses. But that's all of the big class changes that just came through, as well as the little extra bonus of those world boss mount.
I don't care about the little extra bonus. Now I'm upset. Here we go.
Lottery ticket in the bin to spending an entire 6 days. From accidentally throwing a £3 million lottery ticket in the bin to spending an entire $16 million prize in under 90 days. These are the absolute dumbest lottery winners of all time, beginning with Jose Antonio Quartok.
Okay, who does the art for Sunny V2? The Richards who posted the video. I think he does his own art. It's not comment. It's not in his. Okay, if he does, that's really cool.
who almost lost his entire lottery fortune after getting someone else to claim the money for him. You see, when Jose won the $750,000 jackpot back in 2010, he was living in the US illegally, so Jose asked his boss to claim the prize on his behalf, as he feared he couldn't claim the money without potentially facing legal trouble and deportation. This worked out perfectly until Jose's boss began to falsely state that he was the one who had actually purchased the ticket. Taking legal action against his boss was risky, given Jose wasn't supposed to be in the country at all. However, given he had security camera footage of him purchasing the ticket, Jose did so and was able to prove that he was the rightful owner to the $750,000 prize. Only $250,000 of this went to taxes, another $250,000 was spent on court fees, and throughout the legal process, Jose was jailed for drunk driving and was deported back to Guatemala as soon as he won the court case. However, at least Jose Antonio Cuartoc got to keep some of his winnings, as Denise Rossi wasn't so fortunate. When Denise won a jackpot of $1.3 million back in 1996, she'd been married to Thomas Rossi for over 25 years, yet their relationship was apparently lacking in transparency, as Denise didn't tell her husband about the win, and instead filed for divorce only 11 days after buying the lucky ticket. I was afraid to tell Thomas because I knew he would try to take the money away from me. I went to the Lottery Commission office and told them I was married but contemplating divorce. They told me to file before I got my first check, which I did. Denise was initially successful in hiding the money from her now ex-husband, as for a whole 2 years after their divorce, Thomas had no idea that Denise had ever won the lottery. However, in May 1999, a letter was sent to Thomas's home address asking if Denise was interested in a lump sum buyout of her lottery winnings. This was the first Thomas knew about the lottery prize. He confirmed that Denise was a winner with the California lottery, and given they were still married at the time of the win, Thomas launched a lawsuit stating that he was entitled to half of the prize money. The judge specifically found that Denise's failure to disclose the lottery winnings constituted fraud, oppression, and malice, and as a result, the trial court awarded Thomas 100% of the lottery winnings, which left Denise with less than nothing, considering she also had to pay for her own legal fees. However, Denise's loss of $1.3 million was still nothing in comparison to Evelyn Adams. Dubbed the luckiest woman in America, Evelyn Adams became the first person in human history to win the lottery twice. Initially,
okay, before we continue with that, let me see. What was the amount? P. Bird? No. Fee. Nope. Spy. Solar Spire Hawk. From Rockmar, okay. Which. Supreme Lord Kazak. Right. I'm so. Oh, there we go. Okay. Evoker. Okay, so the mount. Because, like, that's definitely the one that I wanted the most. What was it? Rockmar. Did I spell it wrong? Yeah, I think I spelled it wrong. Okay, let's go. Wowhead. Where is it on? Okay, so the mount does not look like the world boss. Got it. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Ladies, continuing.
For $3.9 million in October 1985, before winning another $1.4 million only 4 months later. With the probability of this win.
Oh my god.
Being approximately 1 in 17.3 trillion, Evelyn seemed to realize that she had no lottery luck left by stating that she was going to quit playing, and instead began to buy various businesses, including the convenience store where the lucky tickets had been purchased. While you could argue that this was a smart move, Evelyn still hadn't fixed her gambling problem, and instead of buying more lottery tickets, she instead took the rest of her winnings to the Atlantic City casinos, where she lost her entire remaining fortune to the slot machines. Without any money left, her businesses failed one after the other, and by 2006, 2012, Evelyn was living in a trailer park while stating to the media winning the lottery isn't always what it's cracked up to be. Kelly Rogers likely had a similar outlook, as after winning over £1.8 million at the age of only 16, her life was also ruined. Initially, Kelly stated, "I will not go wild and spend loads. I'm going to take some advice and see an accountant. Hopefully I will make us all comfortable. I want to help my family, but I won't change. I just want a normal home, nothing posh. I just want a normal car as well." However, as soon as she received the money, Kelly instead spent £11,500 on 2 boob jobs, £300,000 on clothes, makeup and tattoos, as well as £85,000 on top of the range sports cars. Kelly spent a further £250,000 on holidays to locations including Mexico and Euro Disney, £118,000 on gifts to former boyfriends, £190,000 in unreturned loans to friends and family members, and £50,500 on solicitors' fees, all of which being purchased while she was still in high school. Kelly did make a few smart
Still in high school. That is crazy. Oh, let's.
£80,000 high school. Kelly did make a few smart purchases such as an £180,000 bungalow and a £96,000 home for her mum. However, by the end of the year, Kelly was back to square one, being on welfare with only £2,000 left in her account. She's since stated, "It was too much money for someone so young. Even if you say your life won't change, it does, and often not for the better."
Yeah, I just wish I was a bit older at the time of winning it, because I think at 16 you're still just a child, and overnight you've just got to grow up and become an adult.
Which is probably why she's now an advocate for raising the UK's legal gambling age from 16 to 18. Kelly Rogers certainly spent her money poorly. However, at least she had the chance to spend it, as 25-year-old Amanda Clayton from Detroit was no longer alive by the end of her spending spree. When Amanda won the $1 million jackpot back in 2011, it seemed as though her life had been changed overnight. However, her win quickly became controversial after the media learned that she was still collecting food stamps and benefit payments despite having won the lottery.
Detroit woman is now the second lotto winner in the state to keep taking food stamps after hitting it big. And Amanda Clayton, who won $1 million and took home a $700,000 lump sum, the 24-year-old says even though she now owns 2 homes, she figured she was still allowed to use a bridge card.
After being confronted about the behavior, Amanda had the following to say.
I thought that they would cut me off, but since they didn't, I thought maybe it was okay because I'm not working.
And shortly thereafter, she was charged with 2 felony counts of welfare fraud and was ordered to pay back the $5,500 worth of food stamps she'd received. While Amanda quickly paid the $5,500 back, she never got the chance to spend the rest of the money, as only 6 months later she would unfortunately overdose in one of her 2 homes.
He says she was tormented by the fame and the problems that came with winning the lottery.
What's the point of having money if you're not going to have happiness?
He says she didn't want the money anymore and bought things for her family and set up college funds for her children. He says she only had $67,000 of her winnings left.
The end to Amanda Clayton's story was somewhat unexpected. However, a 2-second glance at Ryan McGee is more than enough to predict that this lottery win would eventually end in disaster. After winning £6.4 million back in 2008 at the age of 27, Ryan was placed on the Sunday Times Top 100 Rich list for young people. He purchased a luxury mansion in his home country of Ireland, which featured 5 bedrooms, an indoor swimming pool, a full champagne bar, and a 2-car garage where he kept his brand new Ferrari 458 Italia. However, as you might expect, this is where things began to go terribly. Only 3 years after buying the Ferrari, Ryan slipped off the road, crashing the car into a field, mainly because he was driving in the snow. Locals were amazed Ryan was driving the Ferrari in that weather, especially when he had a more suitable Range Rover he could use. The Ferrari was not understood to be running on winter tires, which, while costing around £4,400, hugely boost grip and handling in icy conditions. Ryan's property development business then dissolved, which was accompanied by a divorce from his wife and the sale of his luxury home. Then, 2 years later, Ryan McGee was pulled over driving an uninsured Ford Focus without a license. However, the most interesting part is that he had to claim legal aid, which is a service for those who are unable to afford a lawyer. Now, Ryan McGee was a complete idiot with his money. However, he still looks like Albert Einstein when compared to Martin Tott. When Martin and his wife Kay won £3 million back in 2001, they didn't go in to claim the prize because, well, they had no idea that they were winners. They'd purchased a ticket in passing, completely forgotten about it, and would only come to realize that they were the winners after hearing about the unclaimed prize over 6 months later. The main problem was that at some point, the ticket had been misplaced or thrown out completely. Despite frantically searching, the pair couldn't find their ticket, but were sure they had won because the jackpot numbers matched the ones they used every week. Computer records in their local Londis proved Kay really had purchased the ticket, and the thrilled pair rushed to tell lottery organizer Camelot to claim their prize. But they fell victim to a little-known rule, stating lost tickets must be reported within 30 days. After 45 days of deliberation, Camelot told the devastated couple that they would not be collecting the jackpot, and as a result, the couple's marriage eventually came to an end. We'd only known each other for 2 years, and the lottery ordeal quickly highlighted our differences. All we did was bicker. Sadly, both of us agreed we should split, and Kay moved out. Martin seems to have convinced himself that losing the ticket ended up being a good thing, having stated, "For a long time I lost sight of who I was and what I believed in, but I can honestly say I'm glad I didn't get the 3 million now. There is no guarantee it would have brought me happiness, and if there's anyone else who would have agreed with this statement, it definitely would have been the most miserable lottery winner of all time, William Post." When William won a $16.2 million jackpot back in 1988, he had just $2.46 in his bank account and was able to purchase the lucky ticket by selling a ring for $40 to a local pawn shop. This, in conjunction with the time he'd spent in jail for cashing invalid checks, highlighted William Post's awful money management skills and acted as foreshadowing for how poorly his lottery win was eventually going to be spent. Only 84 days after receiving the $16.2 million, William Post had spent the entire fortune on a boat, a lease for a restaurant in Florida, a used car lot, as well as a private jet. However, even after all of the money had been spent, Post took on a further $500,000 loan to purchase a mansion in Oil City, Pennsylvania. The problem was that William hadn't actually purchased the original ticket himself and had rather given the money to his girlfriend who had bought the winning ticket for him. Because of this, she was able to successfully sue him for 1/3 of the winnings, meaning that Post now owed $5.4 million to his ex-girlfriend from the $16.2 million that he no longer had. Since Post was unable to make this payment, the judge ordered that his bank account be frozen until he was able to come up with the money. However, before he was able to sell enough stuff to pay the $5.4 million, William was arrested and ordered to serve a 6 to 24 month prison term for an assault charge from 6 years prior. Toward the end of his life, Post was on his 7th marriage with over $1 million in debt and was getting by on food stamps at a job paying $450 per month. However, William Post still doesn't have the craziest lottery win story of all time. That title goes to Andrew Jackson Whitaker, whose life would change forever after winning $315 million back in 2002. Unlike almost everyone else in this video, Whitaker was actually quite successful prior to winning the lottery, having built up a net worth of over $17 million with the assistance of his construction company. And while this would imply that he was in a position to manage a large lottery win, this isn't what would happen. Whitaker instantly donated 10% of the winnings to churches, Christian groups, and spent a further $14 million establishing the Jack Whitaker Foundation, which provided free food and clothing for low-income families in West Virginia.
Obviously, you're doing God's work with all this money.
Yes, I am. I'm helping a lot of people, and I plan to help a lot more.
He then drove back to the convenience store where he had purchased the ticket before giving the clerk a $44,000 check, a $123,000 house, and a brand new Jeep Cherokee, which was followed by Whitaker buying himself a Lamborghini, in which he'd drive around his neighborhood throwing money out of the window. After flaunting this wealth, his Lamborghini was broken into, where thieves stole $545,000 in cash. However, this apparently wasn't much of a wake-up call, as his car was then broken into for the second time, resulting in the loss of a further $200,000 cash. Jack Whitaker's granddaughter passed away, his daughter then passed away, which was followed by a divorce with his wife.
And now you've lost your granddaughter, you're about to be divorced from your wife. Where does this ever end?
Leading him to state that he had lost everything.
I pretty much lost everything I held dear in my life.
You got lots of money.
Money has never meant anything to me. You have to have money to exist in this world, but money doesn't rule the world. Money is not what makes people happy.
And that he wished he had never purchased the lottery ticket in the first place.
My wife had said she'd wished that she'd torn the ticket up. Well, I wish that we had torn the ticket up too. I just don't like what I've become.
Yeah, no. Winning the lottery is often something very bad for most people. Documenting a modern psychopath. Afraid of the ocean, you should. Oh my god. Okay, yep.
Sea monsters have been spotted for hundreds of years, but in today's video, we're going to look at several of the most authentic documented sightings and cases in our oceans today. Few metaphors better represent the unconscious mind than the sea. At the surface, it often seems turbulent, capable of changing at a moment's notice. This chaos is superficial, however, providing only the slightest indication of what lurks beneath unfathomable depths of darkness, calm, and monsters. Our unconscious and subconscious minds hold mysteries unknown even to ourselves. I mean, it should come off as no surprise that the world's oceans might harbor secrets of their own. There certainly is plenty of room for monsters to hide. As of last year, it was estimated that we have only mapped around 10% of the entirety of the ocean with sonar alone. Even the waters off the United States coast remain largely unexplored territory, with around 35% roughly mapped using modern methods. With so much room for mysteries, literally and figuratively, it comes as little surprise that stories of sea monsters continue to persist through the modern era. The possibility of fantastic beasts hiding beneath the waves finds ample support in a slew of scientific discoveries over the past several centuries. I mean, for decades now, Western scientists believe that the coelacanth, a prehistoric species of deepwater fish, was extinct. Surviving populations, though, were discovered in 1938. The coelacanth is relatively small, only about 6 or 7 feet long, so it's easy to imagine how it remained hidden in the vastness of the world's oceans. By contrast, the megamouth shark can reach 18 feet.
I love the megamouth shark. Gotta make sure that's known real quick. Wait. Blackrock Foundry. Okay, we're in here. Okay. That it's not a great helm, but we get this one, which is like arguably worse. And what? Okay, because those are at least decent. All right, let's go. Doop. You could just keep going straight. Okay. Oh no! Clearly, you got to do something here. Maybe right up here. I've never done this before.
Feet in length, but wasn't even cataloged until 1976. Even larger monsters have made the leap from myth into reality. Superstitious whispers of creatures like the Kraken finally became scientifically accepted after a multitude of giant squid carcasses had beached themselves in the 19th century. It wasn't until the early 2000s that a live giant squid was actually caught on camera. In short, no one can say for certain whether or not undiscovered beasts of comparable size or larger roam the waterways of our planet. While these creatures have eluded scientific scrutiny, we have no shortage of eyewitness testimony describing a variety of sea monsters. Everything from oversized specimens of existing species to more horrific beasts like sea serpents. Over the years, researchers like Bernard Hevelmans and Gary Mangiacorpa have collected tales of water monsters.
I love the art because that's often showed for like art of the Leviathan, especially for like the SCP Leviathan.
These span from ancient history through the contemporary historical record. Sightings which take place equally often in the world's oceans as they do in freshwater sources. In 2003, prominent cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman and Patrick Weege proposed a new system for categorizing such creatures. These included classic sea serpents, water horses, mystery cetacean, and sirenians, giant sharks, turtles, great sea centipedes, strange saurian, and more, for a total of 9 categories. While not exhaustive, Coleman and Weege's system is comprehensive enough, making it a little easier to tackle the enormous topic of water monsters. Most of these creatures seem exclusively confined either to saltwater or freshwater, though some, like water horses and giant turtles, appear equally out at sea and roaming inland waterways. We'll start with sightings of creatures in our sea and oceans, and cover freshwater sightings at another time. Be warned, these stories may get a little salty. It's difficult, maybe even impossible, to pinpoint the origin of sea serpents. For as long as human beings have traveled the world's oceans or watched from the shoreline, we have believed that the frigid depths have held monsters beyond our comprehension. Countless maps from antiquity showed the unexplored regions of the planet populated by sea serpents, accompanied by the warning, "Here there be monsters." One of the earliest scientific attempts to describe sea serpents appeared in 1555. A Swede, Olaus Magnus, claimed that the ocean held serpents of vast magnitude, namely 200 feet long and 20 feet thick. These beasts lurked in caves along the shoreline, emerging to devour and destroy ships and sailors alike. Around 1752, Bishop Erik Ludvigsson Pontoppidan surveyed the evidence, and in his text, The Natural History of Norway, concluded that not only did sea monsters exist, but multiple types of creatures must be responsible for the vast array of reports. Even in this early work, he distinguished between water horses, creatures appearing more mammalian than the reptilian sea serpents. Sea serpents might appear as prehistoric relics with flippers or as immense seafaring snakes, much longer than any known species of sea snake, by the way, which only reach lengths of around 9 or 10 feet. These creatures were once widely held to be as real as any other form of marine life. In the 1600s, European settlers in New England would often spy sea serpents from the shore, either snaking through the waves or sunning themselves on the rocky coastline. When they set off in their ships, these sightings grew more and more dramatic. The American gunship Protector took a short break during the Revolutionary War to open fire on one of the creatures in 1779. It apparently escaped. The following year found Captain George Little squaring off against a sea serpent in Maine's Broad Bay. His ship, the frigate Boston, was in the bay when the captain first saw the beast. He pursued, closing the distance to around 100 feet, but the beast dove in the depths before the ship could actually open fire. He claims it was around 50 feet long, but only 15 or so inches in diameter. It most closely resembled an immense common black snake. Massachusetts saw a rash of sightings in the 1810s. One of the most famous involved Samuel Cabot in 1819, who, on August 14th, saw a horse-sized serpent's head emerge from the ocean 100 to 150 yards away. His report was consistent with the descriptions of others: a gigantic snake or eel-like animal, dark on top, lighter underneath, which undulated across the surface. Despite credible sightings for centuries or more, the idea of sea serpents became a laughingstock by the mid-1800s. But as any cryptozoologist or paranormal researcher, or any zoologist, I guess, will tell you, just because something is laughable, it doesn't mean people don't see it. Sightings continued into the 20th century, sometimes reported by highly credible witnesses. Like in 1936, military personnel flying over the Chesapeake Bay spotted something reptilian and unknown in the water from the safety of their helicopter. This would become known as Chessie, the sea serpent of the Chesapeake Bay. 7 years later, Francis Clareman and Edward J. Ward spotted the creature again in the waters near Baltimore. They said that this thing was about 75 yards away, at right angles from our boat. At first, it looked like something floating on the water. It was black, and the part of it that was out of the water seemed to be about 12 feet long. It has a head about as big as a football and shaped somewhat like a horse's head. It turned its head around several times, almost all the way around. Chessie grew into a topic of national attention in the 1970s, when everyone from tourists to CIA employees began reporting seeing this beast. A video was even shot on May 31st, 1982, purportedly showing a serpentine creature gliding through the water. It appears to be roughly 35 feet long, but only a foot wide, dimensions similar to those reported by George Little in Maine just over 200 years earlier. Around the same time that Chessie was first sighted, locals far away began seeing another strange beast lurking in an inlet. Residents of Cadborough Bay, British Columbia, described their sea monster sighting as a lengthy serpent with either 1 or 2 pairs of flippers and a horse-like head atop a long neck. Beings with a similar appearance can be found throughout Native American legends and art from the region, sometimes drawn upon indigenous canoes to repel the creatures. The whites around the Cadborough Bay cheekily dubbed the animal Cadborosaurus. Some shorten this to Caddy, even though the creature has never been seen hauling golf clubs. At least 9 alleged caddy carcasses have been recovered since the 1930s, but were always disposed of after skeptics identified them as decomposed whales, seals, or basking sharks. This may or may not be accurate. Some of the caddy specimens, particularly one retrieved from the belly of a sperm whale in 1937, exhibit attributes inconsistent with other marine mammals, including a dog-like head, 2 pairs of large fins, and a notable lack of blubber. Debunkers can't dissuade those who have seen the creature alive, though. Several people of varying credibility have claimed to capture juvenile specimens. They always release them, of course. One of the more compelling bits of evidence surfaced in 2009 when Kelly Nash, a local fisherman, filmed around 10 to 15 of the creatures for several minutes. The few bits and pieces that have emerged since then perhaps represent the clearest evidence yet supporting the existence of caddy. While repeat sightings suggest that breeding populations of sea serpents could congregate around specific bays and inlets, other encounters hint at more widespread distribution. On December 30th, 1947, the crew of the Santa Clara brought the passenger ship just off of Cape Lookout, North Carolina. Around noon, third mate John Axelson spotted something in the water close by, just off the starboard side. It was an eel-like head trailing a dark brown, 30-foot serpentine body. It appeared to be writhing in pain. The ship had apparently collided with the creature, leaving behind an oily red slick on the water, which frothed white each time the sea serpent's coil broke the surface. Axelson brought the creature to the attention of several other crew members who all saw it. By the time the captain came topside, all he could make out was the water churning in the distance. Nonetheless, the Santa Clara radioed an official report to the United States Hydrographic Office telling about their collision. The story was even picked up by New York Times, which ran a formal statement from the captain describing the incident. All told, 5 seamen observed the creature. On June 5th, 1958, Ola Mikkelsen saw a sea serpent of his very own. Mikkelsen had been fishing since he was 6 and was very well acquainted with the denizens of the deep, but what he saw that day bewildered him. He had set out into Maine's Casco Bay with his fishing partner before dawn, when just before daybreak, they saw something so large they initially took it for a submarine. Mikkelsen said that, as it came near, we discovered it was some living thing. It dove down and a tail came up out of the water, and slowly it went down again. In about 3 or 4 minutes, it surfaced again, came near us, and dove again. Then it came up once more, about 125 feet away from us and stopped as if to look over at us. It was at least 100 feet long, light brown, and sported a broad head that looked at them from atop a long neck jutting out of the waves. Mikkelsen, terrified, called for his knife. If it came any closer, they would cut the nets loose and make for the skiff, abandoning ship. Instead, the beast turned, disappearing back into the early morning haze. Good news for Mikkelsen, never bring a knife to a sea serpent fight. Mikkelsen's sea serpent is comparable in size to one spotted off the coast of Stinson Beach, California in 1983. A crew of construction workers saw the creature from the safety of their work site, describing it as 100 feet long and 5 feet in diameter. It was black, making for a good contrast with the surf as it speedily swam and thrashed throughout the ocean. A small head and long neck would regularly surface and look around, trailing several humps or coils. In its wake followed nearly 100 seabirds and around 24 sea lions, perhaps dining on whatever scraps it had left behind. However, a sighting of the same creature 2 years later suggests a more antagonistic relationship, as this time the beast was seen in pursuit of a group of seals. As before, humps could clearly be seen in the water, this time topped by translucent fins. Another massive sea serpent was reported offshore in Alesund, Norway on June 1st, 1999. Arnt Helge Molvær was enjoying a walk when, through his binoculars, he spotted a 90-foot-long shape swimming parallel to the beach. It looked like an enormous brown anaconda, maybe 4.5 to 5 feet wide, but bore a short, squarish dorsal fin about a third of the length from its head. Arndt went home, returning within the hour with his son and a video camera. Their footage clearly shows a living creature of colossal proportions moving towards a whale carcass floating further out in the fjord. The creature snatches the whale and moves further out to sea, where a second creature apparently joins it. All of its motions, according to Arndt, displayed a frightening speed. While the footage was shared with Norwegian cryptozoologists and local news outlets, it does not appear to have been made available online. Imagine that. Beyond the exaggerations of seafarers, what could these creatures possibly be? Sea monster carcasses, which wash ashore, referred to by cryptozoologists as globsters, are almost always deemed blubber from decomposing whale bodies. Skeptics proclaim that aquatic cryptid sightings are misidentified marine mammals, especially seals and sea lions, which admittedly can create shapes similar to sea serpent humps. Others believe that witnesses are seeing oarfish. Although sightings are rare, oarfish are absolutely huge, maybe as long as 50 feet for some species, and do look quite serpentine. One of the more novel explanations resurfaces on the internet every few years, where it is often touted as new or groundbreaking, despite it being discussed at length by cryptozoologists. Some people believe that the long necks of sea serpents are actually the erect penises of whales jutting above the water.
Okay,
Talk about Free Willy, better stay out of the splash zone. Writing off every sea serpent sighting as a misidentification fails when faced with testimony from seasoned maritime professionals. These people know the sea and its inhabitants better than most skeptics ever will. It seems as if they really did see something strange. Therefore, if sea serpents are real, they might represent an undiscovered species of eel, fish, or sea snake. More exotically speaking, some cryptozoologists propose they might be a relict species, a prehistoric holdover. Popular candidates include Basilosaurus or Zeuglodon, a large predatory marine mammal that existed supposedly around 40 million years ago. It certainly fits some of the descriptions offered by eyewitnesses, but none of the fossils as yet recovered suggest that these creatures could even reach anywhere near the massive size found in sea serpent reports. In fact, the largest Basilosaurus skeleton is only 66 feet long. Exactly what sea serpents were or are still remains a mystery. Now, water horses resemble sea serpents, but differ in a few key ways. While both exhibit long necks, water horses seem to have more robust bodies, often oval-shaped like those once found in plesiosaurs. Although cryptozoologists once thought that water horses might in fact be surviving plesiosaurs, this idea has fallen out of favor in the recent decades. The primary reason is that water horses seem more like mammals than reptiles. They often exhibit hair, sometimes even full manes and whiskers. Horns, ears, or other protuberances might appear on their heads, which often resemble those of horses, hence their name. The name water horse is actually borrowed from the folklore of Ireland, Scotland, and the British Isles. Many of the lochs, lakes, and rivers of Western Europe have their own water horse and water bull legends. The most famous, of course, is Nessie the Loch Ness Monster. Today, it is much more fashionable to speculate that water horses represent an undiscovered long-necked seal or sea lion species. Coleman and Weege proposed that there might be two subsets of water horses. They deemed these long necks and mer horses, going so far as to suggest that these might be the females and male of the same species respectively. While we are most familiar with water horses and bodies of fresh water, a topic covered at another time, there is no shortage of water horse sightings at sea. Long flowing manes feature in some of the earliest sea monster depictions, such as the work of Olaus Magnus mentioned earlier. In 1846, a captain of the Danish Navy claimed to have seen a maned creature pursuing a pod of dolphins between Iceland and the Faroe Islands, its horse-like head bobbing atop a long neck that moved like a swan's. One of the most infamous maritime water horse encounters occurred on August 6, 1848, only 300 miles off southern Africa. Spotted an enormous serpent with head and shoulders kept about 4 feet constantly above the surface of the sea. It was maybe 60 feet long, a foot and a half wide, and resembled a snake with the exception of a curious mane or clump of seaweed along its back, placing it squarely in the water horse category. Water horse sightings seemed especially common in the final years of the 19th century. American whalers saw a 20-foot water horse with a pair of horns and a spotted brown coat in the fall of 1883. The sighting, which occurred south of Panama, included a second, smaller specimen with a shorter neck. That same year, a similar beast left behind a greasy smear in the waters of the Bristol Channel. A decade later, the crew of a British ship, Amalfi, saw a truly massive water horse, 80 feet long, with 3 humps and a 15-foot long neck. Another beast seen off the coast of Scotland that year resembled a cross between a giraffe and a dinosaur. In the words of the primary eyewitness, a doctor, it was clearly not a sea serpent but a much larger and more substantial beast, with a neck attached to a sizable body. Water horses were rarely considered mundane creatures in European myth. They came with all sorts of baggage, including bad luck and death. Some superstitions may be rooted in fact. On May 22, 1917, the crew of the HMS Hillary spotted a water horse with a cow's head off the south coast of Iceland. The neck was somewhere between 15 and 20 feet long. It was entirely black with the exception of a whitish stripe between its nostrils. A dorsal fin folded limply against itself along the beast's back. This was in the midst of World War I, and never passing on the opportunity for a bit of target practice, the crew opened fire on the beast, scoring a direct hit. The officer of the watch, a superstitious man, was incredibly displeased by their behavior. Seeking to alleviate the bad luck sure to come their way, he requested that the encounter be left out of the ship's log. His superior officer denied this request, however, saying, "Nonsense. Of course I must log the matter as the captain has ordered." At this development, the officer became sullen, saying, "Well, that makes it a certainty anyhow. We shall never reach port again." He was right. In 3 days, a German submarine U-88 sunk the Hillary not far from where they had killed the water horse. After World War II, retired veteran Thomas Helm became a radio newscaster in Panama City, Florida. Helm and his wife were sailing out to the Gulf of Mexico in their yacht from St. Andrews Bay when something began swimming in their direction. The couple initially thought it was an otter. Helm later wrote, "The creature had a head the size of a basketball on a neck which reached 4 feet out of the water. Staring for a brief moment in total disbelief, I quickly turned to attract my wife's attention, but immediately saw that she too saw the swimming creature. It was unmistakably some kind of animal. The entire head and neck were covered with wet fur, which lay close to the body and glistened in the afternoon sunlight. When it was almost beside our boat, the head turned and looked squarely at us. My first thought was that we were seeing some kind of giant otter or seal, but I was immediately impressed by the fact that this was not the face of an otter or a seal. The head of this creature, with the exception that there was no evidence of ears, was that of a monstrous cat. The face was fur-covered and flat, and the eyes were set in the front of the head. The color of the wet fur was uniformly a rich chocolate brown. The well-defined eyes were round and about the size of a silver dollar, and were glistening black. There was evidence of a flattened black nose, and just below where I judged the mouth should be was a mustache or stiff black hairs with downward curve on each side. The creature looked at them, turned away, then humorously enough did a double take, almost as if surprised it had been seen. It then went underwater. Helm, who had served with the Navy, was familiar with all types of seals and sea lions, whales, dolphins, and other creatures, and said that this looked nothing like any of those creatures. On May 4th, 1997, 2 fishermen named Bungay and Clark were fishing when they spotted a pair of trash bags floating in Fortune Bay. They approached to gather the garbage, but soon learned that they were actually part of a 30 to 40 foot long creature. The beast reared out of the bay, revealing a 6 foot long neck and a horse-shaped head with a pair of dark, forward-facing eyes, just like the eyes in Helm's encounter. 2 appendages, either ears or horns, sat atop its skull. The beast simply looked at the men before sliding beneath the waves. While some of these sea monsters reported around the world are quite fantastic, others seem much more mundane. This does not mean they are not important. Remember, cryptozoology is the pursuit of all undiscovered animals, both believable and unbelievable. While we might find things like new species of whales, dolphins, turtles, manatees, and manta rays less interesting, their discovery would still represent a major cryptozoological victory. This is especially true in the case of mystery cetaceans, which continue to make news as new specimens are cataloged. Most of these discoveries are beaked whales. Recently, a new species was formally identified in late 2021, named Ramari's beaked whale. It lives at depths of over 6,000 feet. Other examples of less sensational cryptids include oversized manatees and turtles. Their eventual discovery seems quite possible. Not only do we know that smaller species exist, but in the case of mystery manatees, they have actually been studied, only to then disappear. In 1741, a George Wilhelm Steller described a Sirenian 30 feet long, nearly 3 times the size of any other species. At the time, there were only an estimated 2,000 left in the wild, which were hunted to extinction by 1768, or so the official narrative goes. Gigantic manatees have actually been sighted as recently as the 60s. Another sea monster based in the scientific record is the cryptid Chelonian, or giant turtle. We know that turtles up to 15 feet long once lived in the late Cretaceous period, but today, the leatherback, the world's largest turtle, maxes out at just short of 6 feet. Yet, people have observed even larger specimens at sea, reporting turtles in excess of 45 feet. The crew of the steamer Rhapsody saw one such creature in 1956 as it raised its massive head a full 8 feet above the waters between Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. By far, the most exciting tales of oversized sea creatures involve giant sharks. These are often identified as surviving members of the Megalodon species, which 3.6 million years ago might have reached a staggering 66 feet long. Such sightings have become more popular in recent years. However, determining fact from fiction can prove difficult. In 2013, the Discovery Channel produced a mockumentary, often mistakenly taken as factual. Since then, the plots of several motion pictures have also used the animal, further perpetuating its possible existence today. The truth of the matter is that if the Megalodon survived, we would likely see more evidence of its existence in the food chain. From time to time, large predators like great white sharks show up sporting wounds, further adding fuel to the fire of speculation. But these wounds could come from other members of their species, or even more likely, orcas, who are known to hunt great whites. It is unlikely that Megalodon is still out there. At the same time, scientists analyzing a Megalodon tooth found in 1875 determined that it was only 11,000 years old, the blink of an eye in the history of our planet. And while many have been revealed as misidentifications, there are a handful of reputable sightings that cannot be dismissed so easily. For example, in 1918, fishermen off the coast of Australia were retrieving their crab pots when a gigantic, ghostly white shark appeared. It stole their catch, pots, lines, and all. Like all good fishermen, the description of what they saw varied widely from man to man. One said it had been 300 feet long, another, more modest, 115 feet. Either way, it had to have been massive, even accounting for exaggeration. All the fishermen were familiar with whales and remained adamant that this had been something different, that it was indeed a shark they had never seen. Nationally renowned underwater photographer Bill Cuttsinger and his diving companion Heather Perry saw something similar in October of '99 while diving off Deer Island in New Brunswick, Canada. On the return trip to the dock, they heard the sound of a whale breaching. Looking in the direction of the noise, they see a large fin 6 to 10 feet in length, disappearing beneath the waves. Both were very intimately familiar with all sorts of ocean life, but could not deny what they had seen. It was similar to the tail fin of a thresher shark. That would suggest it belonged to a specimen around 30 feet long. One of the strangest sea monsters has to be the Great Sea Centipede. It is said to have as many as 6 pairs of fins running along its segmented body, ending in a stubby head at the front and sometimes a tail at the back. Stretching up to 60 feet long, the creature notably spouts water vapor from its face as if from a blowhole, and seems largely restricted to tropical and subtropical waters. Westerners first described the creature in works from the 16th century, where it is shown using its flippers like oars to propel it through the water. One of the first reputable sightings took place the afternoon of July 8, 1856, when Captain A.R.N. Tremarny saw a specimen from the deck of the Princess. In the waters off South Africa, there appeared a large fish with a head like a walrus and 12 fins. It spouted a mist before they opened fire on it, hitting it, but failing to retrieve a carcass. A similar beast appeared to the crew of the HMS Osborne 11 years later near Sicily. It looked almost like a seal with rows of flippers along each side. The creature appeared the following year as well, this time compared to a whale as long as a moderate-sized ship, but with 7 or 8 fins. The residents of the Vietnamese coast have a special name for the Great Sea Centipede. They call them conrete. A French doctor, Armand Krempf, founder and director of the Oceanographic and Fisheries Service of Indochina, began investigating the conrete legends in the 1920s. Among the stories uncovered was a tale from a man named Tran Van Con who claimed to have touched one of these dead creatures in 1883. Tran found the headless body near Hongdae. The stench was almost as overwhelming as its size, 60 feet long by 3 feet wide. As in the legends, its body seemed composed of multiple segments which ran like sheet metal when struck with a stick. Jutting out from its sides were a pair of 2-foot-long appendages, far fewer than in typical Conreat sightings, and highly suggestive that it may have simply been an undiscovered species of whale. Tran claimed that the body was dark brown on top.
I will be right back, my dude. I think I know how to do this now.
Yellow underneath. Apparently, the smell became so overpowering that authorities hauled the carcass back out to sea. Sightings of great sea centipedes have continued over the years, often in the waters off Southeast Asia. The last confirmed sighting was 1928, with suspected sightings continuing at least to the 1960s. But what are these great sea centipedes exactly? Cryptozoologists have half-heartedly suggested a number of prehistoric creatures, but simply put, none seem to be a good fit for these bizarre cryptids. Therefore, we're left with three options, more or less. They are either tall tales, a truly unprecedented species of aquatic animal, or something that quite literally sprang from our nightmares. Coleman and Weish call our final saltwater cryptid the Mystery Saurian. Descriptions of these sea monsters vary a bit, but typically appear like enormous, out-of-place crocodilians, or a crocodilian with a longer frame, a longer head, and fins instead of feet. For example, during World War II, the German U-boat 28 may have accidentally killed such a cryptid. The submarine had been patrolling the North Sea between Ireland and Scotland when the British ship Iberian appeared in its sights. The U-boat scored a decisive victory, launching a torpedo which destroyed the ship, sending her stern first into the icy depth. As the boat sank, an explosion from the ship tossed a strange creature into the air. According to Captain Lieutenant Baron von Forstner, who was watching the explosion from the U-boat's conning tower, there was a violent explosion. 25 seconds after the ship had gone under, and a few seconds later, a gigantic sea monster was hurled, writhing and struggling around 30 yards into the air. The monster was around 66 feet long, shaped like a crocodile. His head was long and pointed, he had 4 legs, terminating in big fins. He remained above water for around 5 seconds, so there was no time to photograph him. 3 other officers also saw him. After this account surfaced, pardon the pun, another U-boat captain by the name of Werner Lowisch came forward to claim that he and his crew had spotted a similar figure on July 28, 1918. This specimen, however, had stretched a staggering 100 feet long. Could these be another example of Basilosaurus surviving into the modern day? Or are these simply crocodilians stranded far from home? Even if they are members of an existing species, out-of-place animals are still of great interest to cryptozoologists. For example, an entire subset of the discipline catalog alligators found in Pennsylvania, or kangaroos found in Wisconsin. There are many such cases. A gigantic crocodile in the North Sea would be almost as wild as discovery of more celebrated cryptids like Bigfoot or Nessie. The global ocean is not only one of these last unexplored regions on Earth, it is the last explored region on Earth, despite covering a vast majority of our own planet. Somewhere around 70% of our planet's surface lies beneath the waves. Anything could dwell in those dark depths, especially if it is shy, especially if there are few in numbers. With this in mind, plus so many stories through the ages, it seems at the very least possible that sea monsters exist in some form or fashion. Only a fool would think otherwise. But more importantly, I want to hear what you guys think, so be sure to let me know what you think in the comments down below. As always, I love you guys, keep an open mind, and I'll check you guys out in the very next video.
Bye. Swimming is no longer safe.
Our lakes, as we know it, are not safe as you'd like to think. Today's video is all about terrifying things that live and dwell in the lakes we all know and love. We like to think that the age of exploration ended long ago, that we know every square inch of our planet. While we do have a better idea of the Earth's topography than in centuries past, this is a little more than a quaint notion meant to quiet our minds when faced with the staggering implications of our reality. One scientific paradox, rarely ever discussed, illustrates how small we truly are and how little we actually know. Despite our best efforts, despite advanced technology like satellite imagery, it is widely accepted that something as simple as accurately measuring a coastline is impossible. Yeah, you can provide a general idea, but it is always a compromise. Let me explain. Coastlines are fractals. Beaches are straightforward enough, But harbors have inlets, inlets have coves, and coves have dozens of minuscule nooks and crannies. These tiny passages continue to multiply as one zooms in, rendering any accurate measurement literally impossible by any conventional standard. There are always tiny little crevices going millimeters inland, then doubling back on themselves. This means that even smaller bodies of water, like lakes, have literally immeasurable coastlines. It's truly a mind-bending concept. If something as straightforward as measuring a coastline is unattainable, what other facts of reality elude our grasp? What else do we simply do not know? Most of us believe that lakes are safe to swim in, at least, compared to the ocean. Yes, depending on where you are, you have to watch out for alligators or crocodiles or water moccasins, hippos or snakes, etc. But compared to the vast dangers of the ocean, lakes seem almost quaint. But if myths and legends have any basis in reality, a whole host of unseen terrors might dwell in our inland waterways. Creatures that simply have no business existing at all. You might remember in our video on sea monsters that we utilized the categories proposed by researchers Lauren Coleman and Patrick Woosh. Since many of those cryptids appear equally often in fresh waters, we'll be using that same framework to explore the types of cryptids found within inland waterways. But before we start, it might be worth looking at some of the observations that cryptozoologists have made over the years regarding lake monsters. One of the most interesting trends is that many, not all, but many of the bodies of water said to harbor monsters appear roughly along the same latitude. Lake monster stories are exceptionally common in the United States, Canada, Ireland, the British Isles, Scandinavia, Siberia, France, Italy, the Czech Republic, and southern Slavic countries. It's not a compelling trend, if not a hard and fast rule. This revelation led to late cryptozoologist Ivan T. Sanderson to coin the term monster latitudes. This is where lakes with monsters seem to proliferate. Exactly what this means is anyone's guess. Perhaps this region is simply a more hospitable environment for the creatures if they are indeed physical. The work of French folklorist Michel Merger seems to suggest that, at least sometimes, something supernatural is at work in the lakes where monsters dwell. In his excellent book, Lake Monster Traditions, Merger compiled a list of criteria noted across his work. Lakes with all monsters tend to experience an unusual amount of electrical storms. They usually have depths that are either immeasurable or rumored to be immeasurable, as well as submerged cavern systems. These lakes also exhibit a rich history of drowning deaths, often where the bodies are never recovered. Interesting. Lakes said to house monsters also have a tendency to generate whirlpools and, most bizarrely, see reports of anomalous lights, both above and within the water. Like the monster latitudes, exactly what Merger's discovery reveals still remains unclear. But it does suggest that, at least in some cases, we might be dealing with something supernatural rather than cryptozoological in that naturalistic sense. While snake-like cryptids are a little more rare in lakes than in the ocean, there are still plenty to choose from. Many lake monsters are described using serpentine words, even if they have appendages. If we apply the term lake serpents loosely, we can find a good example in the Altamaha or Alti, the monster that supposedly resides in South Georgia's Altamaha River. Long before settlers arrived, the Tama tribe told tales of enormous, sleek serpents that patrolled the river. According to them, it was a gigantic snake that hissed and bellowed loudly. The tribes even warned colonists about the creature, but few paid attention. To this day, Altamaha remains a source of ridicule, hence the extra ha to its name. But there are too many stories to laugh at. According to some, the creature has been sighted upwards of 350 times in the river and its accompanying wetlands. One of the earliest encounters by outsiders comes from 1830, when a Captain Delano of the schooner Eagle allegedly saw a large serpent in the Altamaha River. According to a local paper, the captain saw a creature around 70 feet long. It held an alligator-like head 8 feet above the lazy waters of the Altamaha River. Even at this early date, skeptics jumped to the conclusion that the captain had seen a whale that had somehow wandered upriver. Despite how little his description sounded like a whale, supposedly this was not Captain Delano's only sighting. Sometime in the 20s, a large snake-like creature had frightened timbermen as they traveled along the river. Another account 15 years later said that several hunters had watched this gigantic snake twisting through the Altamaha River, as did Boy Scout troops in the 1940s. Everyone who sees Alti agrees that it is no ordinary snake. It is much too large. Even if it were, other aspects of the creature's anatomy don't appear especially snake-like. This is exactly what Donnie Manning noticed in his sighting, which occurred in either 1969 or 1970. While he isn't sure the exact year, Manning remembers that it was summer, and that he and his brother were night fishing near Clark's Bluff in Darien, Georgia. They were casting their lines from their father's houseboat, the light from inside casting a perimeter of illumination on the slowly moving current below. The light barely reached far enough upstream to highlight the last remnants of some rougher moving rapids. Nothing too dramatic, but turbulent enough for South Georgia. Donnie and his brother, now adults, were looking for catfish. They were well on their way to a beautiful and bountiful haul, but Donnie was greedy for just a little bit more. He decided to try an old trick he had used in his youth, taking oatmeal and chewing tobacco as bait. In a matter of seconds, something tugged on the line, then bit in. But Donnie knew something was wrong. Catfish typically grabbed the bait and briefly fled before stopping, turning, and setting the hook. This, on the other hand, had snatched the bait, set the hook, and taken off right away. The thing surfaced just barely with the circle of light thrown off by the houseboat. It was about 10 to 12 feet long, and Donnie initially thought that he had caught a sturgeon, until he and his brother took a closer look. Whatever it was, it had an alligator-like snout that almost brought to mind the profile of a platypus. However, it was much too large, and this was in Australia. As the brothers studied the specimen, they discerned a ridge of triangular spine or bones running along its back. The entire thing was a dark gray, and they caught a glimpse of a white belly. The tail was oriented horizontally, like a mammal's tail, not vertical like a fish's. Most unsettlingly, rows of knife-like teeth glinted in the light. The creature then bolted, bobbing up and down through the river, like a dolphin might swim, despite using a heavy saltwater rig. That night, Donnie's line snapped. Alti put in another appearance that decade. Benny Corsi, who grew up on the banks of the river, remembered a lazy Sunday afternoon in the early 1970s that he and his buddy had spent drinking and fishing. They were coming into dock for the day when an immense snake reared out of the water, tracing a collision course for their boat. At the last minute, the figure sank into the water, only to emerge on the opposite side about 20 yards away. It continued along its merry way, head raised high above the water, before disappearing around the river bend. Encounters continued through the 1980s and the 1990s, including another sighting by two motorists who saw the creature sunning itself on a cove in the river. Its skin was dark brown or black, and while 20 feet of its length was visible on the riverbank, the rest of its body continued beneath the water. It appeared to be 3 to 4 feet thick. The creature thrashed violently to roll itself back into the river, then disappeared. As with other aquatic cryptids, marine mammals are surely to blame for at least some of the Alti sightings. The Altamaha River sees its share of dolphins and manatees. Yet, many witnesses familiar with these visitors adamantly maintain that the creature they have seen is far too thin to be a marine mammal. There are also alligators in the river, but locals rule these out as well. Such was the case with Harvey Blackman, who who remembered seeing something peculiar in the water by Two-Way Fish Camp in the 1980s. It was not a manatee or an alligator or sturgeon, he said, of the creature that he and two friends saw from the floating dock. I know what all of them look like. This thing raised its head up out of the water, and it looked like a snake head. The thing seemed around 20 feet long, as big around as a full-grown man's body with slick gray-brown skin. It left a wake that shook all the docked boats. Others up on the land did not see the creature, but did see the wake it caused. Alti put its appearance to this day. Some folks only hear it splashing, while others claim to see it once a year or so. Alti may have just had a cousin of sorts, just a little way to the south. Florida's St. Johns River starts at a marsh in Indian River County, spilling into Lake George before winding its way past Orlando. It is home to the St. Johns River monster, or more adorably, Pinky. Paper articles as early as 1888 mention the presence of a large snake in the Caloosahatchee River, far to the southwest corner of the state. Pinky, on the other hand, seems to be a relative newcomer to Florida. In the 1960s, the American interstate system was brand new, allowing for a massive influx of tourists to the Sunshine State. And soon, motorists crossing the river began reporting something strange in the St. Johns. Some said it looked like a dinosaur. Knowing how the Florida Everglades are, I wouldn't be surprised. Others said it looked like an oversized pink manatee, or even a manatee with a pink tail and head, earning it the nickname Pinky. A pair of fishermen even claimed that the creature almost overturned their boat. There are hints here and there that Pinky may have wandered the waterways long before the 1960s, however. A guide for the early explorer, William Bartram, warned him around 1774 to beware the beast of the deep as they navigated the river. Lake Monroe, another body of water in the St. John's chain, saw reports of a massive creature darting underneath boats and even capsizing them on at least one occasion. Still, most Pinky reports were confined to a brief period of time between 1955 and 1975. In the 1960s, Mary Lou Richardson famously saw Pinky while bow hunting with her father and a friend along the river. She brought the monster to their attention, and all three agreed it looked unnatural. A somewhat long-necked, topped with a large flat head. It reappeared later that same day at the same spot to 4 other groups of people. All their descriptions generally agreed. Pinky had reappeared for at least one last time on May 10, 1975, to a boat ferrying 5 people down the St. Johns River right near Jacksonville. Everyone aboard said that they had watched as something resembling a dragon raised its head above the water only 20 feet away. The best descriptions of the monster came from witnesses Dorothy Abram, who said that it looked like a dinosaur whose skin was so tight every bone in its body could be discerned. The skin itself was the color of a boiled shrimp, while the head sported a pair of flapping gills and horns coiled like a snail's shell. Its eyes, which were slanted, were dark, almost black, and its mouth was turned downward in a frown. Pinky nonchalantly glanced at the people. It then suddenly disappeared just as suddenly as it had arisen, and was rarely resurfaced since. Water horses seem much more mammalian than their serpentine counterparts. While still possessing flippers and long necks, their heads resemble those of horses, often displaying manes, ears, or even horns. Some of the most infamous cryptid celebrities seem to be the water horses like Nessie in the Loch Ness, Champ in Lake Champlain, and Ogopogo in the Okanagan Lake. Since these fellas get all the press and are worthy of their own videos in the future, we'll shed some light on lesser known water horses. In the 1950s and 1960s, lake monster sightings began popping up in the Soviet Union. Many of these encounters occurred in and around Siberian lakes, where dogs had a reputation of mysteriously disappearing. In July of 1953, a state geologist and his companions allegedly observed massive creatures of 30 feet or more in one of these far northern lakes. After crossing hundreds of miles of swamp tundra, geologists led by G. Rukosiev set up camp on their banks of Lake Kier in 1964. Their goal was to study geothermal activity in the area, a feature which kept the lake warmer than other bodies of water in the region. According to Rokoseyev, members of his team actually saw a water horse in Lake Kier. Their first encounter had only one eyewitness. It was early morning, and the creature had beached itself on the banks of the lake to graze on grass by the shoreline. According to the witness's description, the lake monster was bluish black. It had a long, thin neck and a tiny head. A dorsal fin adorned its back. The witness rushed back to fetch his companions, but by the time they arrived, the beast was nowhere to be found. However, they were able to make out depressions in the grass. Other members of the team later claimed similar sightings. Rukosiev said that his men were looking across the lake when suddenly the head appeared out in the middle of the expanse of the water and then the dorsal fin. The monster was lashing the water with its long tail, sending waves all over the lake. This particular series of sighting has become controversial over recent years. Some deem it an outright hoax. More reputably, in southeastern Norway, a large lake known as Romsuen has seen monster reports since the 1700s. The creature is said to resemble a log with the head of a calf. It has caused quite a few high-profile sightings over the centuries, including a September 20th, 1976 event where a black, cylindrical, almost sludge-like creature was seen by 3 adults and an entire bus full of children. Estimated lengths ran from 9 to 33 feet in length. In July of 1992, the creature appeared to a family of 3 during a stay at their vacation home. After returning from her morning swim, the mother looks out the window, only to see something in the waves. It was no more than 50 feet from the shore and appeared to be 5 feet long, maybe a foot wide. Part of it could be seen just a few inches above the water. She called to her husband and daughter, all of whom offered suggestions for what it could be, ranging from a crocodile to a sea serpent. While the mother felt she could only see its back, she agreed that it appeared vaguely like that of an alligator or a crocodile. What a crocodilian would be doing in a Norwegian lake, or how it could survive there, remains inexplicable. Given the tendency for lake cryptids to congregate around monster latitudes in the northern hemisphere, the appearance of lake monsters in Argentina comes as a bit of a surprise, but something has long been reported in and around Lake Nahuelhuapi, along the country's border, a 300 square mile body of water at the foot of the Patagonian mountains. This resident, called by locals Nahuelito, is said to have rough skin and fins so large they almost look like an immense cloak. One witness, the head of a local environmental and conservancy society, claimed to have seen Nahuelito in 1991 from the safety of a bus. He and the other passengers thought at first that it was a ship on the lake, but soon realized it was the infamous lake monster after the dark shape disappeared underwater. In the summer of '94, a pair of women were relaxing on the lake's beach when they noticed something crossing the glassy still waters. It was big, easily the size of a whale, evident from the many humps that trailed behind it. This was actually first of 3 sightings for one of the witnesses. 2 years later, Jessica Campbell saw Nahuelito twice on the same day. The first time, she spotted 2 small flippers attached to a large shape in the lake that she could actually see breathing. She panicked, fled to a large rock along the beach. It was 45 minutes later, and she had finally calmed down when, without warning, the dark shape appeared once more, swimming in her direction. She ran away as quickly as her legs would carry her. When we swim in fresh water, very few of us worry about shark attacks. Ignorance is bliss, I guess, because shark attacks indeed happen in lakes and rivers from time to time. Bull sharks famously travel upstream into fresh water, sometimes appearing well beyond where they would be expected. For example, in the United States alone, these sharks have been found as far inland as Illinois, about 700 miles from where they entered the river at the mouth of the Mississippi. You might want to wear a brown bathing suit in case you see one. White bull sharks aren't cryptids, giant sharks certainly are, and it's even stranger when they appear in fresh water. Yet for years, a beast has been said to cruise the waters of Alaska's Iliamna Lake. Iliamna Lake is actually the 7th largest freshwater lake on the entire planet. Long before settlers arrived, this monster was known to the local Inuit population who passed along warnings of the creature. One of the most dramatic sightings occurred in September of 1942. Pilot Babe Allsworth was flying Bill Hammersley over Iliamna Lake when the pair spotted something peculiar in the waters near one of the islands. Allsworth shouted, "Oh my God, what a big fish!" There was not one, but rather several dozens of the animals, dull aluminum in color with broad, blunt heads. Their tails moved side to side, ruling out the possibility that the witnesses were observing mammals. Allsworth and Hammersley initially thought each fish was 10 feet long. As they descended to 300 feet, however, they could tell each one was longer than a seaplane's pontoons. After a few moments, the school of fish became agitated and dove. They disappeared, even though the water in the area was only about 40 feet deep. Whatever they were, they didn't appear to be sturgeons. The closest thing they resembled were sharks, although they seemed far too massive. A subsequent effort to catch the creatures proved semi-successful. Hammersley joined the monster hunters in their search effort. They fixed a chunk of moose flesh to a gigantic hook. The hook had been fashioned from a foot-long iron rod, 1/4 inch thick, using 16-inch stainless steel aircraft cable. This hook was attached to a 55-gallon oil drum, which served as a massive bobber. The good news, something took the bait, and the bad news is it snapped the line in two. Gigantic turtles represent another oversized animal that simply shouldn't exist. While turtles with 15-foot shells can be found in the fossil record, nothing today comes close, nothing officially recognized, that is. The truth of the matter is that people sometimes see turtles that dwarf their prehistoric predecessors. According to a local family, a family of 4 moved to the Florida town of Punta Gorda during the early Great Depression, where they hoped to start a new life as fishermen. However, tragedy struck on August 30th, 1932, when a hurricane made landfall while the family was out fishing. Hurrying home, they barely made it to the safety of what is now Charlotte Harbor Preserve State Park, where just a little bit of dry land could be found amidst the rising floodwaters. The family began wandering the high ground, gathering as many shellfish as they could to pass the time until the waters receded. As they did so, the family's young daughter spotted what she believed was a treasure chest, maybe a lost pirate relic. To their dismay, the chest was filled with nothing but old cannonballs. It was too late, however. In their excitement, the family had been distracted. The flood was not going out. It was coming in. The water rose rapidly, and all 4 family members waded through the murky current, desperately seeking higher ground. At last, the daughter spotted what she believed was an old Indian mound. It just might be high enough to keep them safe. Everyone clamored to their new refuge and collapsed atop the small hill, clinging to a small tree at the top. There, they sat wondering if this spot would be tall, but to repel the flood. The waters continued rising, and things were not looking good. Then, without warning, the entire mound lurched forward. What was actually happening? Were they actually on an old dirt-covered boat, dislodged by the flood? Was there some sort of landslide? The family's son leaned over the edge of the hill to peer into the water. To his surprise, the large, lolling eye of a gigantic turtle stared back at him, then blinked lazily. They had found their safety on the back of an enormous shell. The entire family literally rode out the hurricane on the back of a reptile, which always stayed at the surface no matter how deep the waters became. Eventually, the flood abated enough for the family to return home, and the turtle had saved their life. Obviously, the giant turtle of Punta Gorda may just be a tall tale, but some modern sightings are much more legitimate. One of the most famous giant turtles is the lake monster from the Churubusco, Indiana, dubbed Oscar the Beast of Busco. For 80 years, people have seen this massive turtle in Folk Lake, and countless hunters have found themselves frustrated by how elusive the creature remains. Rumor has it that Oscar is the size of a dining room table and might weigh as much as a quarter of a ton. Oscar may or may not be real, but there is no doubt about the existence of another massive turtle once regarded as a living legend. According to an old myth, Wan Kim Lake in Vietnam was once home to a gigantic turtle who aided the Emperor Lele in 1418. The emperor had called to the heavens for aid in repelling Chinese invaders and was answered with a gigantic turtle who gifted him a magical golden sword. The turtle then took the sword back into the lake, giving the body of water its name, Lake of the Returned Sword. And for centuries, the turtle was regarded as a complete fantasy. After centuries of speculation, a specimen of this mythical beast was finally found in 1967. Tragically, it was accidentally killed during its capture, leading some to wonder if the last turtle had died in that lake. Then, in 1998, indisputable video of another Wan Kim turtle emerged. At least one of the creatures had survived. And some debate exists as to whether the Wan Kim turtle is an existing species or a new type of soft-shell turtle altogether. Either way, its existence successfully made the transition from legend to fact. As technology progressed over the years, the turtle was even caught on drone footage. Sadly, the Wan Kim turtle was found dead in January of 2016. Its body, which measured 6'3", has since been preserved and placed on display in the Temple of the Jade Mountain, which sits exactly on the island in the middle of the lake. One can only hope that since the turtles remained hidden for so long, a population still dwells somewhere within the lake. The concept is silly. I mean, giant beavers, really. But for tribes in Utah, it was never a laughing matter. To the Pocumtuck tribe, who lives in modern Deerfield, Massachusetts, the giant beaver was a thing to be feared. It would come ashore time to time out of Lake Hitchcock to ravage villages and eat members of the tribe. Similar beliefs in gigantic beavers can be found among the tribes in the Pacific Northwest, or the PNW. But what about modern sightings? Utah is ground zero for giant beavers. According to the Shoshone, a giant beaver was spotted in the Utah's Bear Lake following the Great Snowstorm of 1830. After that, settlers in the vicinity would come face to face with giant beavers throughout the later half of the 19th century. In July of 1860, S.M. Johnson saw what he initially believed to be a corpse floating in Bear Lake. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a beaver's head, but 3 feet tall. 2 weeks later, the creature appeared again in the lake with 6 smaller ones in tow. 10 witnesses, all of unimpeachable character, all claimed to see the same thing, which was estimated around 40 feet long. That's a massive beaver. This gigantic beaver, now called the Bear Lake Monster, appeared off and on throughout the 1860s, eventually appearing to famous Mormon pioneer William Budge on May 15, 1874. Budge was only 20 yards from the shoreline when he saw an immense beaver playing in the water. Its face was flat, with large eyes and prominent ears, but at the same time resembled a fox's face. Over the years, descriptions of the Bear Lake Monster have grown to include attributes from alligators, snakes, dogs, and otters. But Bear Lake isn't the only place to see such creatures. They're all over the state. A sighting in 2000 in Lake Powell found a Miss J. Greenwald describing the creature as more prehistoric than today's North American beavers. She said her beaver was the size of a horse and covered in soaking wet, thick brown-black hair. Notably, Mrs. Greenwald filed this report with the National Institute of Discovery Science, or NIDS, the same organization that investigated Utah's Skinwalker Ranch. As luck would have it, individuals associated with the NIDS would have had their own giant beaver sighting at the Sherman Ranch property. The 2021 book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, tells how a cone of silence descended during one of the late-night vigils held at Skinwalker Ranch. Not only were the distant dogs and night insects suddenly quiet, but even the wind stopped, a phenomenon first noted by ufologist Jenny Randles, who called it the Oz factor. Into this eerie scene shuffled a strange creature, about as large as a 150-pound pig. Even its clumsy walk through the underbrush failed to break the silence. As the team members stared, they began to make out more details. A row of dinosaur-like spines bordered its back, and it drug a large flat tail behind it, comparable to that of a giant beaver. The witnesses watched the creature pass out of sight before snapping out of their stunned silence. When they leapt into action to look where the creature should have been, nothing could be seen. It had simply vanished into thin air. Like so many other cryptids, giant beavers are rooted in the fossil record. Bones identified as belonging to a gigantic beaver named Castorides were found in 1837 in a peat swamp near Nashport, Ohio. Since then, other remains have been found, almost always in regions whose tribal legends speak of giant beavers. These details not only corroborate indigenous lore, but reframe modern descriptions of giant beavers as prehistoric in a fascinating new light. The world's largest octopus species is the giant Pacific octopus. Only rarely does it exceed 20 feet. One controversial claim cites a specimen with a 30-foot arm span, but if this is accurate, this has to be an outlier. That is, unless something bigger lurks in the depths of the sea. Stories from sailors tell of octopi with arms stretching 75 feet or longer. Old Norse myths about the Kraken may have been inspired by giant squids or immense octopi. But even these colossal denizens of the deep pale in comparison to the beast of folklore, which was often mistaken for an island. If truly gigantic octopi are out there, it seems easy enough to not run into one. Just stay out of the water, right? No. Unfortunately, for those who fear underwater creepy crawlies, there are actually a few reasons to suspect that freshwater octopi, often frighteningly large, might be real. The limestone bedrock of the Bahamas is pockmarked by aquatic caverns and sinkholes called blue holes, which are filled with a combination of salt and fresh water. Within these ominous portals lurks the Lusca, if local legends as to be believed. It is variously described as a giant octopus, a giant cuttlefish, a half shark, half octopus, or a horrifying combination of a dragon and an octopus. Somebody call Cthulhu. Lusca is stealing your shtick. But in 1997, journalist Randy Wayne White wished to go swimming in one of the blue holes. But locals quickly advised against doing so. One of them claimed to have seen an immense ridge-like shape rise from the water and drag an entire horse carcass into a blue hole. Television programs have featured more recent Lusca witnesses. In 2009, fisherman Peter Douglas told Josh Gates of his sighting in a blue hole on Andros. I was down in the ocean blue hole, and as I checked it out, just came up off the bottom, and it was mainly a murkyish grayish brownish color. Then, behind it, I saw a couple of tentacles rise above the bottom as I slowly turned around and went back in. It's at least 40-50 feet. It's huge. Closer to home for us Americans, the Oklahoma octopus is a long-standing urban legend which simply refuses to die. Said to inhabit any number of lakes, Lake Thunderbird, Ulaga, and Lake Tenkiller are common haunts. The creature is believed to stealthily pick off unsuspecting swimmers one by one. There are few, if any, reputable sightings. Believers typically point to the high incidence of drownings in these lakes, but no victims have ever shown sucker marks on their bodies. Only in 2017 did the slightest glimmer of evidence emerge for an Oklahoma octopus. On August 9th, officials confirmed that a swimmer actually found an octopus in Grand Lake. Skeptics immediately jumped into action, claiming everything from escaped pets to a practical joke. They said that a prankster had gone to the buffet at the yacht club and tossed the octopus into the lake. But no matter what explanations they offer, one question still lingers. What if it was a baby? But more importantly than that, what do you guys think? Let me know what you think.
Let's... King Kong, Dragonflight, Mythic Plus updated tank standings, brooded. Making a huge fantasy diorama. Okay, yeah, no, this sounds fun. Do I have to talk to you, buddy? It doesn't look like it, alright.
The path under my feet leads me into the Forgotten Lands. I can sense my search is coming to an end. For 300 years, the elders have searched for the crystal of power. But only the devoted hands of mankind can bring it back to life. The time is now. We know where it is.
What?
We know what to do.
Shut up, Agera, as we say in Norway. Martina here, and today we're gonna create a proper home for this absolutely beautiful crystal cluster. So this is kind of what I'm thinking. We're gonna have the crystal up here, and there's gonna be a path leading up to it. So the whole look of it, it's gonna be super overgrown. And most importantly, there's gonna be smoke, and there's gonna be lights. I think the only difference I'm gonna make from the sketch is to make the box that we're gonna put the whole diorama in into a rectangle. I don't want to make an entire mess down here with dust and everything, so I'm gonna go out to the garage and cut the shapes I need for the box out there. Alright, let's go! Hold up, everyone, we have an emergency because there is nice weather. What's this? There's no rain, there's no snow, so we really have to grab this opportunity to go find some resources from the great outdoors. What we have to find is some gravel, maybe some tiny gravel, like tiny pebbles and stuff, and some branches in different sizes and shapes. I think we have to go to our neighbors again and steal their gravel. I'm sorry.
I just grab like a little handful of these things.
Nah, nope, too dry. These are kind of nice looking, so I'm just gonna grab a couple of these and put it in my bag. Oh, it's so bright. I got a ton of tiny branches and stuff. I can't see anything, so I think I'm just gonna go back inside where I belong. Okay, thanks. Okay, so we got a base box. Now it's just time to start filling this thing with all the layers that I'm gonna need. So I have my styro slicer here. It's just a hot wire to slice it up. I usually just go to the local hardware store where they sell like building supplies and stuff. And this particular styrofoam is actually meant to insulate floors. It's pretty cheap and it's really nice and dense. But without further ado, let's cut some styrofoam. You might be wondering why there's a huge, like, gaping hole here. Well, I need some space for the electronics and the smoke machine that we're gonna build later. So I'm kind of just leaving this space for that. And also this side here is going to be the back side of the model. So I'm planning to kind of make some sort of accessible door that I can enter to get to the electronics. We got 3 more layers to cut, and then we can start shaping this landscape. No, and it's everywhere.
Oh, we got new bracers and feet.
Why do you have to stick to everything? Good morning, everyone.
Oh, those are the wrists. Okay.
How you doing? Now it's nice and clean and it's a new day and I'm ready to go again. What we're gonna begin with today is to try to kind of blend all of this together by using plaster, some rougher foam coat, and some rocks. I never worked with plaster before, so I'm kind of excited how that's gonna go. Let's go.
Wait.
Alright, okay, that was more work than I expected. For now, I'm just gonna put it to the side because it has to dry for, I'm guessing, at least 24 hours, maybe more. In the meantime, we're gonna start working on a smoke machine.
Hey, look at that, we did it. First try, easy. Nothing new there. Oh, that's the fist weapon though.
So what we're doing now is we're gonna try to build a smoke machine. And I have never built a smoke machine before. But I've watched some videos on YouTube and I think I know what to do, but don't believe that I know what I'm doing, if that makes sense. First of all, we got our vaporizer. I believe this tube is made of acrylic. It really doesn't sound or feel like glass, which means that I can hopefully drill a hole in it. To make the vaporizer work, we need an air pump, and that is going to be connected to the vaporizer with a little plastic tube like this. I kind of want to drill a hole in the vaporizer and connect it to this container with another plastic tube, and hopefully I can make it all just tight, no liquid nowhere that it's not supposed to be. But it seems simple enough. Roll the montage!
Beep. Beep. Open here. Alright. Oh, it's Mr. Panda Show.
So nothing's been leaking or anything, so that part's all good. But now is the moment of truth where we see if this slightly messy circuit will actually work. Ah, please work. Okay, I got my 12-volt power supply here. Now when I hold this button, the pump and the vaporizer should start working and the smoke should come out of this tip. Kind of nice. Okay.
With the insidious plague known as pride.
Oh my god!
What?
Oh, this is gonna look amazing, holy crap. I know this pump is kind of loud, we're gonna replace it with something else once we get it in the mail. It's just gonna be a bit noisy for a while. I'm so excited, holy frick. Before we continue, I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate all our patrons and YouTube members, because as you probably understand, these projects take, well, a lot of time to make, and usually the materials can be quite expensive. So I really just wanted to thank our patrons and our YouTube members, because you guys make it possible for us to make these kind of videos and get the materials we need and all that. So I just wanted to say I really appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much for your support.
Droplet of the Yashiraj would be nice too. He's my favorite old dog. Oh, he's bleeding. I
So
don't
you
even
guys
know
might
how
be
he got in
wondering
here.
what the heck this is. This crystal is gonna go right here, like in the middle of this stone structure thing. The cardboard piece you see there is going to be acrylic that has been sanded or frosted, and that acrylic piece is going to be lit up with some LEDs. What I think is pretty cool about this is that if you see the gaps on the sides here, that's where the smoke is going to sort of creep out
me because we get
over
like
the
this
landscape.
bright blue thing. And
So
if you go
let
to
me just
Heroic
show
or
you
Mythic,
real quick how that's gonna
you
look.
get this ugly red thing. It's like, bro, what? Show me a red shawl.
Ah!
And show me where I could get more transmog like that.
So
It's like,
cool.
holy shit, no
Oh my
void.
god. And
Oh,
just
you left Gorehowl.
ah, okay. Ah, it's
Why
gonna
can't I
look so
just
good.
have it from
Okay, let's
this?
go.
From this shawl? I don't think it can.
Sick. I was just filming a long rant about how everything sucks right now, and then my camera dies on me because obviously. Ah! So the thing is, I've been walking around this basement for like an hour trying to figure out where to go from here, and I'm just slightly overwhelmed. And the problem is, I know the steps, like what to do, but it's just kind of boring and time consuming, and the threshold of just doing it is really high right now.
Oh, it's gone. Okay. Give me shield. Is there any others that drop the shield?
We're getting through this.
I think so. Maybe. Oh wait. Shields up. Visage of the monster.
So I got all these acrylic pieces ready and cut out. I just have to find like some way to put them inside the rocks. And I think the simplest way to do it and the method I'm going for is just to chop them straight down the middle, and then carve out the space where the acrylic is going to be, and then kind of glue the two halves back together and try to blend this.
They look like runes.
Seems.
Oh, it's the old ones.
All of them are now soldered together and they all work, so let's look at how it all looks together. I think it looks so cool.
Minor
oh my god, I think I just love the cracks.
7
and
trimming. Okay, we just take
how
out the
they
cannons
glow
then?
and just
oh my
it's
god,
gonna
they're
look
just
so
so pretty.
good. So I think what I have to do next is to fix this centerpiece thing. After this is attached onto here, I can begin to go in with the foam coat and kind of blend everything together into the landscape. Okay, let's get on with it.
I don't think it's doing anything. So let's.
Astrid, will you please stop eating the tree?
I don't want that. There we go. It's
While
weird
that
you
dries,
have to
I'm
be
gonna
out of
work
combat
on
to do
making
this.
a couple of trees. I was
Makes
thinking
it
like
much harder
3
than it should
trees.
have to
I've
be.
shown you guys in detail how to make these trees before, so I will just link to that video in the description if you want more details on how to make it. So let's just get into making a couple of these trees.
And all that.
Ah!
It amazes
Oh
me
my
like how good everything looks.
I
It
might
reminds
have
me of, like, a tiny
overdone
bonsai, or
the
like a
size,
bonsai
but I
size
have
giant
absolutely
tree.
no regrets. I'm so happy with it! So the way I'm gonna attach this to the landscape is to bend the wires and just ram it through the surface, basically. Maybe add some glue to the bottom of the tree. Okay, let's attach this tree so that this can dry overnight and I can start painting it tomorrow. Oh my god, I can start painting it tomorrow! Let's attach this tree, apply the foam coat, and go to bed. This is the day I've been waiting for! I'm so excited! Hopefully we have time to both paint it and put on the so-called flock, all the grass and dirt that is going on top of the model. And yeah, I think I'm too excited to speak. Oh my god.
Doesn't it drop from
Too excited. I need to calm down. My plan is to paint the whole thing like dirt so that if we miss a couple of spots with the grass, then it will have some sort of like realistic texture underneath. I nearly forgot to say, I'm not gonna explain in detail how to do these exact painting techniques because there are tons of great tutorials on YouTube on that. But I suggest checking out stippling, dry brushing, and washing if you're interested in this, because those are like the three, I guess, core techniques that are good to know if you want to make these kind of landscapes. But let's stop talking and let's just start painting.
Raider, no more tears. After killing 10 tears, it will avail on normal. 10 tears? What? I don't even understand that one. Unlimited potential. Transform a corrupted skull splitter into a corrupted elf. That sounds like how to do it. Another when I'm more away. Wait. I can't take much. I conjured a blizzard. Right? I wasn't paying attention. Did we fail? Yeah, we failed. South Tower progress. Yeah, blow up these demolitions and spurts. And the assistant. The black rock, some brown top. Oh, add some gold on there. Can y'all hurry up?
I thought that the painting and putting on all the vegetation and stuff would take one day, but it turns out painting itself took a full day. Okay then. Hey Clyde, please don't eat my tree. But even if it took a lot of time, I'm happy I spent the time on it because honestly, I think it's quite a big upgrade from the previous diorama I did. And I'm proud. Let's have a look here, shall we? Okay, so here we have some nice different types of bushes. So we got some individual grass. What are these called even? Grass tufts. Got some coarse dirt and some fine dirt. Grass applicator and grass brush. I don't know why I find it funny. It's just brushing tiny grass. It's kind of weird. Grass, finer grass. I bought so much grass. That sounds wrong. And 2 shades of underbrush. This pile is only grass. I probably have too much of it, but better to have too much.
Oh my god, I have to just babysit Varian.
Oh, these beauties. Okay, let's go.
Okay, yeah, bees healed. Okay. Where's that? To assault the tower. Okay, it's gone now. I brought down
Took so much time, but it was so worth it. The only problem is I had nowhere to put it. I love it. We'll figure something out. If you want to follow along on what we do in between the videos we post, you can check us out on Instagram, where we usually post just updates on the progress of projects.
Realistic for alligator.
Hi folks, my name is Adam and I like to make tiny nerdy things, and given that it's the last Friday of Poketober, it's only fair that I make an extra spooky Pokemon. But life's not fair, so instead I made a Feraligatr. However, life can suck it, so here's some magic to assuage some of the pain of existence. Anyway, with a little magic, I've got a clay Rupert's drop that will be perfect for my Feraligatr body, and all I need to do is fatten it up a little bit and bulk it out until I've got a roughly shaped Feraligatr shape. The Feraligatr is a bit of a funny character to begin with, since he starts out as a crocodile, then morphs into a slightly chubbier crocodile, before reaching his final form of an alligator. Now I feel like the Pokemon people were trying to say something about where they stand on the crocodile v alligator debate, but I happen to think that both versions of the lazy murder lizard are excellent, and Feraligatr's mixed heritage means that I can get away with mixing my favorite parts from each. For instance, alligators have a flatter, more snub-nosed snout, while crocodiles tend to have a more pronounced set of teeth with the bottom row visible while the mouth is closed. I mean, there's probably a lot of other things I've done that are specific to one or the other, but to be entirely honest, I didn't try very hard to keep this one scientifically accurate, and this explanation is my preamble to keep you zoology nerds off my back. Otherwise, at this point, I've left his body mostly an amorphous blob, but I've started adding at least the rudimentary details to his head. I like to add the facial details at this point so that I can inadvertently smash or drop the model later, destroying all the details that I'm painstakingly adding now.
I don't think so, okay. I think we're just waiting.
I often get comments asking where I get the teeth, toes, and talons that I use for my sculptures. Well, This is where I get them. They're all homemade little wormy dealies that get rolled into little stabby dealies then tossed in the oven. I don't usually show this process since I tend to make up a whole batch in one go so that I have extra for future projects. This time I didn't have the size I needed, so I mixed up a batch of top tier gator teeth that I can then jam all up in Feraligator's mouth. Okay, we're 2 minutes into this video and I'm already tired of saying Feraligator, so from now on I'm just gonna call him Steve. Now with Steve's teeth in place, I can use a couple different sharp-edged clay shapers to cut the cracks and scales and scars into his face and along his neck. To make his scaly armored alligator backplates, I'll attach a set of 4 long wormy dealies from the tip of his neck rolls and run them all the way down his spine to the tip of his tail. Then I can smooth them onto his body before using the flat edge of my sculpting tool to cut some lines across his back.
There we go. Oh, they drop in on it. Okay.
And with the initial lines marked out, I can come back with some softer edged clay shapers and a ball stylus to smooth the rougher cuts and create a more natural separation between the plates. Finally, I'll add some cuts and marks on the surface before getting to work fattening up his belly. Now, Steve's very body positive and wears his belly with pride, so I'll make sure to thicken up his midsection, which should help balance his otherwise enormous head. To create his scaly belly plates, I'll cut a whole bunch of lines running across his body before cutting some less even lines running perpendicular to the first set. I don't want his scales to look too uniform, so I'm going to try and cut varying sizes as I work my way down to his tail. Then I can round out the edges to blend them together a bit better before using the texture roller to add some bumps between the belly and the back. Now, I made this particular roller in my T-Rex with flamethrowers video, so go watch that one after this one if you want to see how I did it. Or, you know, just go watch it anyways, because it's a T-Rex with flamethrowers. Otherwise, I'll mark up the bumps a bit to make it look a little more scaly before throwing the whole thing in the oven to bake so that I can get started making some legs. Now, Steve's not going to be sporting the weight of his body for long, but he is going to need to be standing up long enough for the resin to set, so I figured I ought to err on the side of caution and make him a set of aluminium bones to give his legs a little bit more stability. A couple holes drilled into his belly will house the bones, and I can mount him on a little block and get started bulking up his legs.
What are we reading on now? Oh, what?
To make Steve's feet, I went with the alligator accurate 4 toes rather than the typical 3 toes you see on Feraligator. This was mostly because I forgot how many toes Feraligator actually has, but I'll never admit to just straight up making a mistake, so instead let's just say that it was intentional, based on alligator anatomy. Otherwise, it's just a case of pushing and prodding the clay around until they resemble webbed 4-toed T-Rex feet. Then I can poke some divots into the ends and jam some pre-baked stabby dealies in place. Then I can add some cheap and cheerful scales that should pass the good from across the room check, before using my texture roller to roll some textures onto the upper portion of the leg.
Oh, look at all
To make Steve's arms, I'll take a ball of clay and roll it out into a slightly tapered tube, then I can pinch the tip to make his hand so I can cut some fingers out. Then I'll do the smoker's roll to separate the upper and lower arm, clean up the fingers a bit, add a thumb, give the hand a little bit of definition, then jam some little hand stabbers into the tips of his fingers. Using a pair of flat tweezers, I can bend the fingers at the knuckles, then I'll cut away a chunk of clay at the elbow so that I can give it a nice bend. Then a little more of that patent pending lazy man scale texture and I can stick him in place on Steve's body. It does kind of look like Steve's wearing crocodile skin elbow length gloves though, so I'll roll the smooth section of his arms with the bumpy roller to help blend it all in before adding some strategically placed little wormy dealies around his arms and legs to act as the ever important saggy lizard folds. For some added details, I'll stick a bunch of alligator warts onto his arms, legs, and the side of his body. Finally, I wanted to give Feraligator's original design at least a little nod, so I'm going to go ahead and give his upper arms a set of blocky armor plates. Now the final piece of the Steven puzzle is going to be adding his big, soon-to-be red dorsal fin. To do this, I'll start by rolling out some extra small, extra pointy wormy dealies then baking them in the oven. These will be the spines of my fin, and to mount them on Steven, I'll drill some shallow holes down the center of his back, then attach my freshly baked spines with a little CA glue.
Favorite Pokemon still Magikarp. Gotta make
The
sure
fins
y'all
will be made of
remember
an
that.
extra flat sheet of clay that I'll stick to one side of the spines, then wrap over the top to stick to itself. Then I can cut away any of the excess and add the waves between the spines using some little ball styluses to add that wavy finny texture. Then it's just a case of repeating these steps for the rest of the fins, and Steven is ready for his final bake. Once he's out of the oven, I'll take a moment to appreciate his monochromatic paint job before moving on to something a tad bit more colorful.
Oh, it's on a brick? I don't know if that's like a block of wood or if it's like something else.
I'm gonna do the standard Feraligatr color scheme, starting with a light khaki underside, which I'll carry across his entire belly and up into his jaw. Now I know Feraligatr has a blue chest, but I didn't do that, so I guess let me know in the comments how I've ruined your childhood. Otherwise, his top will get a dark blue base coat, making sure to gently blend it into the khaki of his belly, since I don't want any particularly harsh lines between the two colors. Then I'll come back through with a lighter greenish blue to give it all a nice blended highlight.
They stunned me.
I'll then mask off the fins so that I can blast them with progressively lighter shades of red. With the broad strokes done, I'll crack out my paintbrush to add the finer details, starting with a dark red to highlight each of the fin spines. Then I can give his eyes a black base coat, then an orange with a yellow wet blend, before finally adding the little black slits and a tiny white shiny dot. I'll then give his teeth a base coat of just barely off-white white before doing the same for his fingies and toes. Then once they've all dried, I'll come back and give them all a lick of umber wash. Last but not least, Steven is exceptionally dirty, so I'll give him a full body wash, starting with a dark blue wash on all the blue parts, followed by an umber wash for his khakis. The wash will pool on all the dark sections, adding some easy and effective recessed shading. And with Steven looking pretty darn sharp, it's time to make his little bit of land to stand on. I've measured out a little rectangle of cardboard so I can keep my base within the size I want for my resin mold later, and then I'll cover this with a layer of clay and roll it relatively flat. And once it's flat enough, then it's time to carefully and precisely texture my dirt. With my texture masterfully applied, I can flip it over and use the cardboard cutout to trim off the excess.
How did you make it through? Nope.
I'll press Steve into place to make some imprints of his feet, press some rocks into the still soft clay, then toss it in the oven so I can cure it, before giving it all a dirty brown base coat, followed by a couple lighter brown dry brushes to give it a top quality frosted tip look. Once the paint's dried, I can glue the little rocks into place and add some super simple vegetation. The vegetation is actually the needles off a pine tree that I've left out to dry and work an absolute treat for these little seaweedy dealies. My original plan was to have Steve swimming amongst the mangroves, but for a few reasons I opted for a much simpler base. First, I didn't want to cover Steve up with too much debris. Second, adding too many natural ingredients like sticks and twigs increases the chances of resin failure. And third, and most important, I didn't actually have any sticks or twigs, and getting some would involve going outside, and I try to avoid doing that at all costs. Otherwise, once Steve's been glued in place, I can finally get on to making my mold. I've pre-cut a bunch of acrylic sheets so that they make a perfect box around Steve's riverbed. And to ensure that I actually build the box to the correct dimensions, I'll trace the base onto the bottom sheet.
Staggers, but recovers.
To hold my walls in place, I'll use a couple machine blocks so that I know they're straight, then a couple dabs of CA glue should keep my frame from falling apart.
This is gonna be a pain. Oh my god.
Finally, to seal the cracks and make the frame a bit more robust, I'll run a thick bead of silicone caulking along all the edges. Otherwise, that's my frame finished, so it's time to make some water.
Jump down and heal Varian.
Steve's clay base is slightly bowed in the center, so I'll pour a tiny amount of resin into the bottom, and then gingerly lower him into place to try and force the air bubbles out. Otherwise, once he's settled, it's just a case of pouring everything in and hoping for the best. And a couple days later, my resin is set and looking pretty perfect, so I can pop off the frame.
Oh my god, he's so pretty. Oh. Oh Wait, what was that? Also, wear eye protection.
No, I'm always a little amazed when a resin pour doesn't go tits up, and this one is so perfectly crystal clear that I almost don't want to cover it with anything. However, I'm not one to leave well enough alone, so it's time to make some swamp water. To make my top coat of swamp water, I'll mix a bit of clear silicone with a decent amount of isopropyl alcohol and tint it with a bit of green and blue dye. Then I'll very carefully mix it all together, trying to avoid introducing too many bubbles. Finally, a bit of umber ink will take it from a lovely ocean blue to a less lovely swamp green, and I can pour it over the top of my resin, making sure to block the camera with my hand the whole time. The alcohol will thin the resin so it flows like winter boogers in a beard, but as it dries I can poke and prod it to give it a bit more definition. And to judge up the swamp water and to help our sneaky blue boy, I'll sprinkle the top with a variety of plant-like detritus.
Oh my god,
the silicone will act as both the top layer of swamp water as well as a glue to hold the bits of leaves and twigs and junk in place. Finally, as the silicone is setting, I'll pull some ripples and waves away from Steve's face and body so it looks like he's slowly swimming through the leaves. Otherwise, we're all finished here and on to the glamour shots.
Did he fall though? Oh yeah, there he is. Oh, we got the staff.
As always, a big ol' thank you to the wonderful patronizers over on Patreon, and a very special shout out to my newest patronizers, Michelle Kennedy, T. Greenway, Gage Rasmussen, Barrett, Jessica Knorr, Adam Zogmek, Brandon Heck, Rebecca Thomas, Anthony Cameron, Marty McSly, OS Don Bones, Jeffrey Davis, Kyra13, Jack Bowman,
I should be getting this one.
Hi folks, my name is Adam and I like to make tiny nerdy things, and Realistic Booktober continues with an all-time fan favorite, Gyarados.
I prefer Magikarp, but okay.
So last week I made a skeletonless Arbok and it turned out pretty darn okay. However, as we get closer to Halloween, I feel like I need to hit that spooky skeleton quota, so this week I'm going to make sure to give Gary an all-aluminium skeleton. Functionally, it's not necessary, but I've eaten a lot of takeout recently, so I have a surplus of foil lying around begging to be used. I've wrapped the foil in a layer of clay, then I can start to lay out the segmented sections. Now, Gyarados' original design goes for a very multi-spherical style, and while I'm going to make this a lot more scaly looking, I still want to keep those obvious body sections. Once I've cut my sections out, I'll soften the edges, then pinch the center in to make it a bit more streamlined. Finally, I'll come back through with a variety of tools to scuff up and mark up the surface to really make Gary look like he's been through some stuff. Even though there's nothing in the ocean, it always seems like sea creatures are covered in scuff marks and battle wounds. I'm not really sure what they're bumping into down there, but at least it makes for a bit more of an interesting texture. I'm also working in sections so that I can more easily handle this long boy, so I've baked the body once to lock the clay in place before I add the upper crust to the body. I'll lay a thin layer down over top, then cut it to width before blending it in. Now I want to make his top half a bit sharper, so I'm going to add a few extra long, extra chunky wormy dealies along his center line and the sides before blending them in to create a uniform surface. Then using the segmented lines on his belly as a guide, I can start to bring that line up across the back to connect around the other side.
I think I can ignore these guys.
And same as I did with the belly, I can soften up the sharper edges to create more obvious segmentations, then I can add all the little scuff marks and surface details. Once I'm happy with the detail, it's into the oven again to lock it all in place, and I can get started on his head. I'll smoosh an oblong egg onto the tip of the body, cut a mouth line down the middle, then get to work adding some facial details. Same as with the rest of the body, I want to keep the general aesthetic of Gary in place while trending a bit more towards something with a bit less of an underbite. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not throwing shade at Gary's underbite. I love his underbite. I think it's endearing as heck. It's just not quite in fitting with the idea I have in my mind. Of course, one of his most important features is his little spiky tribrow, so I've made sure to add that. Once I'm happy with the placement, I can poke some eye holes for his eyeballs, drop them in place, toughen up his orbital ridge, then add some of his extra side spikes. Now looking back, I probably should have saved his tribrow for last, since it's a pain to have to work around and it literally just sits on top of everything. But I was anxious to see how much it would make him look like a proper Gyarados at this point, so I threw it on extra early. Once I poked a couple smelling holes, I can get to work building up the inside of his mouth. I'm fresh off of making a snake, and Gyarados is kinda like a snake, so I'm just gonna go ahead with the snake-style internal mouth parts. I tried a few different ways of incorporating his hilariously oversized lips, but I couldn't figure out a way to make him not look goofy, so I just ended up painting them on afterwards as markings. For now though, I'll poke a whole bunch of holes into his gums so I can give him a beautiful set of perfectly lined up teeth.
I don't even know how they got Theramore citizens, because you know they all kind of turned to...
For the colored scales that run along the length of his body, I thought maybe I could make colored scales that run along the length of his body. I am, however, going to make these ones sit on top of his body, rather than just look like a slight discoloration. Then of course they get all nicked and banged up as well. To make the fins that attach behind his head, I'll take a thin sheet of clay, cut a circle out of it, then have that circle. Then using the old pinchy roly technique, I'll form those semicircles into passable head fins. I'll make his tongue by rolling a ball into a tongue-shaped blob, then cut a line down the middle and add some roly textures and some grooves, then I'll jam it into the back of Gary's gob. To make the fin on the tip of the tail, I've squished out a flat of sheet clay, which I can then use as the bottom of my clay and armature wire sandwich, out of which I can cut the various tail-like shaped shapes into. I'll build up the center of the tail, then peel it off my baking tray and do the old ball stylus roly technique to give it a nice wavy texture. Then I'll snip the tip of the tail off so that I can stick my fin in place, bend it into an adequately actiony pose, then fill in the exposed wire bone with some more clay before continuing the segmented pattern up to the tip of the fin. Gary's got some spiky, spiny things sticking out of his back that I think might be fins, but I don't want to make fins anymore, so instead I'm going to give him a set of spiky, spiny things. I figured if spiky, spiny things are good enough for Godzilla, then they're damn well good enough for Garyzilla. Otherwise, the only thing left to do is give him his little dangly double beard hairs that hang down the side of his face, which I made by bending a little wire into the appropriate shape and jamming into his jaw. Otherwise, he's finished and ready for some paint. I'll give him a quick once-over with a bone white primer to help the subsequent layers adhere a little bit better to the clay. Then I can paint his underside with a very nearly white off-white. I'm going to try and stick to the original color scheme, so I'll give his fins a white coat, the side scales will get the same color as his underside, and then the spiky spiny things will be white as well. However, I decided if I'm going to make a realistic Gyarados, then why not make the shiny version? To that end, instead of blue, he's going to get a deep blood red base coat on his top half. Now to roughen up the underside and bring it a little closer to the original artwork and to help add some shading, I'm going to give the underside a dirty brown wash. However, I decided that the white spiky spiny things on the fins looked a little bit too out of place, so I ended up using the same wash on them, but then I sponged off any of the excess, so I was left with a nice brown to white gradient. I'll paint his mouth and tongue with varying pinks, reds, and purples till it looks kinda like a mouth. Then I'll paint the teeth with a white base coat, followed by the same brown wash that gets wiped off to leave a lovely, gnarly discoloration. Finally, I'll give his eyes a black base coat followed by a white top coat, and then it's time to make him some lunch. I thought it'd be a bit boring to have Gary just swimming through the water all by his lonesome, so I decided that maybe he ought to be out hunting something. And then I settled on the tastiest looking water Pokemon, Spheal. Actually, I was running out of time to finish this, so I was trying to think of which Pokemon would be the easiest to make, and I figured Spheal is basically just a sphere with a face and a tail, which is why I ended up on him. Besides, a realistic Spheal is just a morbidly obese seal, so making a tiny version of that was both thematically and technically appropriate. Otherwise, with my Spheal sculpted, painted, and looking chonky AF, I realized I would be doing myself and everyone else a great disservice if I didn't also take the time to make a teeny tiny school of Magikarp as well. And by school, I mean about 6 of them, since it's more like one of those really rural schools that caters to a very small community of local farmers and has a graduating class of about 4 kids each year. To make the handling of these tiny fish possible, I'll start by sculpting their heads first by chopping some tiny balls in half and then sticking them to the flat of my fancy cheese knife. Then I can start adding the itty bitty important Magikarp details like a great big mouth, relatively big eyeballs, and a big floppy tongue. Then I'll cure the clay with a heat gun so that I can pop them off my knife and I can get to work adding their back ends. The little oblong eggs stuck to the flat of their heads will be the body, and then I'll texture that using this diamond pattern on my scalpel. Then I'll go about adding the teeny tiny pre-baked fins before priming them white and moving on to the painting. Now 2022 isn't quite finished yet, but I already know that my greatest regret of the year is having not made the little yellow Magikarp mustaches. I tried a couple different materials, but they were all too fat or flimsy, and I ended up giving up on them. In hindsight, I probably could have made them out of teeny tiny wormy dealies, but hindsight is 2020, and 2020 was a terrible year for everyone, so I just want to move on. And to help me move on, I'm gonna take a hot minute to peel some plastic wrap off of some acrylic sheets.
I won't be in combo once I take all these things down. I ain't even gonna touch that one. And it's not touched. Haha. Unlock the chain.
The Perspex sheet will of course be my frame for the troubling amount of resin I plan to pour, but this time I'm gonna try something a bit different. Normally I seal all my molds with hot glue and it inevitably leaks and makes me very sad. This time, however, my idea is to use silicone caulking, which is a waterproof sealant and adhesive used in bathrooms, as a waterproof sealant and adhesive for my resin mold. Also, to help suspend everyone in the resin, I picked up some of this clear fishing line in the hopes that it will be less visible than the acrylic rods. I'll drape it over the sides of the mold, then clamp the ends in place and lay Gary down on top of the line. A little UV resin will hold it to the top of Spheal so that I can dangle him down in front. Then I can attach all the Magikarps around Gary, either using his body as an anchor or hanging them from some stir sticks draped across the mold. Once they're all in place, it's time to mix some resin. Due to poor planning, Gary ended up being a lot bigger than I had originally expected, which means I ended up having to pour almost 6 liters of resin. I don't have a big enough mixing container for that, so instead I'm going to mix up 3 equally sized cups and tint them using the same amount of ink. I'm not really sure if it's a good idea or not, but I like to live life on the edge. After all, like the kids say, you only YOLO once. And with my 3 paws looking clean and bubble-free, I can start the ever-stressful task of encasing a week's worth of work inside a month's rent worth of resin, then set it aside and hope for the best.
The Magikarp.
72 hours later, though, I can breathe an audible sigh of relief. And as for the fishing line, it worked perfectly, except for this strand here, which is completely visible for reasons that I do not understand. All the other ones are basically invisible, but this one is as clear as day. Whatever, I'll just Photoshop that out of the thumbnail and then hope that at this point you're too invested to turn back. Otherwise, I could start removing the clamps before getting to the best part of any resin-related pour, removing the mold.
Plop. The Persuader.
I'll then snip the tips of the fishing line flush with the water line, then I can use a sharp knife to remove the excess resin that's creeped up the sides of the mold. Finally, the absolute last thing to do is add some waves on top, which I'll make using the exact same silicone I used to seal my mold. This stuff is my go-to for most water effects since it dries crystal clear and it's easy to manipulate with a few squirts of alcohol on a fingertip. I'm not going to add any white caps to the waves though, since the waves on top are really only going to be used to add some light refraction to the resin underneath. Otherwise, once the silicone is cured, we're all finished here and on to the glamour shots.
Look, you are an honorable orc, Nazgrim. I regret what I must do.
As always, a big ol' thank you to my lovely patrons and a very special shout out to my newest patrons, Vanilla Swimmer, Kaina, Theome, Mary Helen Burns, Macaronic Fun, Scott Moore, Riley Meek, The Cat Murgatroyd, Kylie Jasper, Technoblade Never Dies, David Vavro, Adrian Lutz, Matthew Radke, Phoenix Gladden,
Bulbasaur into enemies. Okay, let's go.
But does anyone really want to watch me make a green frog with progressively fancier garlic bulbs on top?
Yes.
Hey folks, my name is Adam and I like to make tiny nerdy things, and I'm nothing if not frustratingly susceptible to peer pressure, so here we are, and here I am, making a series of frogs with progressively fancier garlic bulbs on top. Or rather, I guess we're taking a series of frogs and making progressively less fancy bulbs, since I'm starting with Venusaur in order to better approximate the size of the smaller evolutions. Now, knowing my propensity for grossly underestimating scale, I knew that if I started with the Bulbasaur and worked my way up, then Venusaur would likely end up being only slightly smaller than a common house cat. That being said, Venusaur is a pretty chunky boy to begin with, which is why I'm spending an awful lot of time making sure his leg rolls are looking extra thick. I also really wanted to give him a bit of action in his pose, but he's an oversized stumpy-legged toad with a colorful palm tree sprouting out his spine, which means I didn't have a whole lot of room in terms of movement, so I made him lean ever so slightly to the side. Then once I've inserted a trio of claws into claw-appropriate divots, I can get to adding the plethora of warty protuberances that adorn this soon-to-be blue beauty. I'll drill a couple holes in the front of the body so that I can stick a couple wires in place so I can stick the upper half of his head on said wires. And once I've blended that into the body, I can add his bottom jaw, give him a stiff upper lip, and then thicken up his formidable brow.
Do I need to kill everyone first? Hang. Wait, there's
Then an oversized lump of clay gets stuffed in his mouth to act as his tongue, and I can add a couple of ears.
Bro, not gonna lie. Bulbasaur and Co. do be pretty cute. And
I pre-baked a set of teeth that get stuck all up into his gums, then I'll use a circle cutter to carve out his eyes, round them out, add some bags underneath, and some overly dramatic eyebrows, and he's ready to be painted. Yeah, you heard that right. He's already getting painted. I know it's going to be a real pain in the ass trying to get to his body once I've got his big palm fronds in place, so before I do anything else, I want to at least get his body painted blue. I've done this a few times before, and people have asked if it's okay to paint and continue adding clay after, and it most certainly is. Probably. I mean, why wouldn't it be? I don't know, I've never had any issues, and if you can't trust a random faceless stranger on the internet, then who can you trust? Otherwise, once the paint's dried, I'll drill 4 equal matching holes in his back so I can stick 4 equal lengths of wire in. These will be the stems and supports for the palm fronds, so I'll bend them into appropriately palm frondy shapes.
Right. No.
To make the leaves, I've rolled out a fairly thin sheet of clay, which I'll lay out on a plastic bag, then cut into a more leafy shape.
Door's open. Nope, door's still closed. Okay. We'll try this way then.
By making it on the plastic bag, I can add a bit of surface detail without worrying about pressing the clay into the mat and then ripping it up when I peel it off. Then I can press it into place on my pre-made stem wires, press it down in the middle, then go about making it look a little less flat before adding the other 3 leaves. Now you won't see the undersides, but I'm also making a bit of green clay underneath to cover up any of the exposed wire. Finally, once they've been baked in the oven, to lock them in place, I'll paint them in a few varying shades of greens, blending lighter colors from the center out before hitting all the edges with a very light green dry brush. I also figured it made sense to finish the rest of the painting, since it'll only get more unwieldy as I add the taller sections of the tree, so I made sure to paint his mouth, tongue, teeth, toes, and eyes before moving on. As always, I'll spend a little bit more time making sure the eyes look right, and then I'll give them a thin coat of UV resin, but only once I've finished everything else, since UV resin in the oven aren't generally compatible. Otherwise, with all the painting out of the way, it's time to get started on that aforementioned tree. Now, I'm no botanist, and the leaves leave me a little confused, but I'm pretty sure that this chunky blue boy is sporting a palm tree on his back, so that's what I'm gonna make.
London shouldn't be locked.
To make said palm tree, I've rolled out a cocktail sausage's worth of brown clay, then layered on a few spiky strips facing upwards. A few tweaks later, and I can jam this onto his back. Once it's been baked, it gets a touch-up coat of various brown highlights before moving on to the big pink palm fronds. These are pink, and I don't have pink clay. I do, however, have red and white clay.
What's next? Oh, not the spoiler. At least that's the hardest one, I think.
Now with my newly created color, I can squish out a flat sheet of pink clay, then using a perfectly sized plastic soup cup, I can get to making the tops of the tree. I'll start by cutting out 6 roughly equally sized wedges, then chopping out the center so that it should fit on the tree. Then I'll work my way around the edge, adding little nicks and cuts to the tips before moving a little bit of width from each of the leaves. Then I'll peel these off the sheet and drape them over a rolling pin and then blast them with a heat gun before throwing them into the oven to cure. I'll give the edges a nice light pink highlight and then paint on all those little white shapes. Finally, these get glued in place around the top of the tree, and I can finish it off by crowning this sculpture the goodest blue boy ever.
The goodest blue boy. Oh my god, he's so cute.
Which means we're 1 down and 2 to go.
That's locked. This one's not.
Both Bulbasaur and Ivysaur will be birthed from the same gray clay zygote, but with a slightly off-center separation, leading to one being ever so slightly larger. I'll start with the smaller of the two, which is, of course, Bulbasaur. Now I've squeezed a little ball of clay onto a slightly less little oval that is his body, then carved some lines into it so that I'm left with a slightly wrinkly looking peanut. Then a quick Joker-inspired smile, a reshaping of the lips, and I can give him a big adorable set of eyes. Then I'll poke a couple quick breathing holes into the front, slap on some ears, then add some big chunky sausage legs.
Okay, here it is.
Then I'll reshape and wrinkle them up until they look like overstuffed yoga pants doing downward facing dog, then stick his own set of teeny tiny talons into his toes. Then it's into the oven with him, and I can give him his trademark greenish blue hue. Or rather, I can struggle to get the color right and give him his trademark whatever the hell this color is. I don't know, mixing colors is my kryptonite. Fortunately, once the paint had dried, I'd added his plethora of little colored shapes, and he wasn't just looking good, he was looking good enough. Which means I could paint his eyes, and given that his eyes take up roughly 35% of his face, I think as long as they look good, I can get away with a lot when it comes to his body color. Now to make his vines, I've double wound the smallest wire I have, then rolled out an extra long, extra thin green wormy dealy, which I then wound around the tiny aluminium helix. Once all the wire was covered, I drilled a couple holes into Bulbasaur's back, stuck the vines in, and then bent them into shape. Of course, what's a Bulbasaur without his bulb? To make the bulb, I've rolled out a little ball of green clay, then pinched the tip so it's slightly bulbous before using a blade to cut straight lines across the top of the bulb to make each of the sections. Then I'll press those sharp lines in with a soft silicone shaper to soften the curve, carve out the section of the top where the bulb is opening, bend the bulb tips back before finally attaching it to Bulbasaur's back. Last but not least, I'll top the tips of the whips with pink clay, then cover said pink tips with light green leaves before finally moving on to Ivysaur. Now, Ivysaur, as much as I love him, really is the perfect in-between evolution of Bulbasaur and Venusaur, which is great, since it fits the frog with a garlic turning into a toad carrying a tree on his back motif to a T. However, when it comes to adding interesting commentary and breaking down the intricacies of the sculpture, let's face it, you just watch me make a bigger version of him, followed by a smaller version of him. Unless you skip to this part, in which case, shame on you. However, if you did just show up, then oh boy, have I got something to show you. First off, I made an oddly shaped peanut, then gave it a mouth, some teeth, some eyes, some ears, and attached 4 tiny sausage limbs, complete with teeny tiny toe talons, before eventually painting the entire thing blue. Which leads us to where we are now, and that is adding another layer of blue in order to get the original blue to a slightly more Ivysaur blue. Once I've got the blue body I want, I'll add some more blue in the form of little triangles and diamonds scattered haphazardly around his body before painting his mouth red, his tongue pink, and his teeth white. Then I can finally focus all my love and attention on giving him those big, wrinkled Ivysaur eyes.
And this is not that much of a lot. Look how cute he is.
And same as we've done for the Venusaur before him, I'll drill 4 little holes in his back so I can stick some wire in place to mount my leaves, which, now that I think about it, given that Ivysaur is Ivysaur, and ivy that makes you soar is poison ivy, and Ivysaur is a poison Pokemon, this really ought to be poison ivy leaves. But instead, we're gonna go with poison ferns, I guess. To make poison fern's blooming garlic bulb, I'll use the same pink I made the coconut toad's palm fronds out of, rolling it into a shape similar to the garlic frog's bulb, but this time, to make it a little bit more flower-like, I'm going to swirl the center and add some petals. Then I'll add a tiny baby tree trunk to the center of my poison fern fronds before jamming the pink garlic bulb in place. Finally, I'll wrap the bulb in a little green clay to join the bulb in the brown base, and then it's on to making the actual base.
Kick the machine.
Now, up until this point, I really didn't have any idea how I was going to make the base, but I knew it needed to be thematic to our trio of garlic toads. The problem, though, was that while the Chad Lizard had an obvious fire-themed base, and the Cannon Tortoise had an obvious water-themed base, making something that was appropriately garlicky turned out to be a bit trickier than I had hoped. Eventually, though, I settled on the most recurring theme that I could think of: vines. Now, I figured vines are a pretty important part of the Bulbasaur evolution, and they tend to whip those things around all willy-nilly, and I want to get in on that action. Of course, there's no way that I could get the big chunky blue tree toad to bounce on some little vines, so I'm going to have to make them a proper base. And I thought, maybe instead of a vine, why not make it a tree trunk? Which leads us to what you're looking at now, which is me suddenly deciding to make whatever it is I was making into a tree by adding little limbs around the bottom of the base. Now, I often talk about how I don't have much of a plan going into these things, and while that's generally true, I think this takes the cake as far as the old "I have no idea what I'm going to do" approach goes, and I think it ends up being one of my favorites. By rolling the ball stylus randomly along the surface of the clay in one direction, I was able to add a pretty convincing looking bark texture, and then by rolling concentric circles in the bottom section, I was able to get a pretty great looking tree stump. I made a few choice cuts here and there to add a little bit of texture to the bark, but I decided against going heavy-handed in the detail, since I think the softer texture matches the Pokemon style a little bit better. Then the whole thing gets a once-over with a dark brown, followed by random splotches of lighter browns to add a bit of variation. Then I painted the center of the stump, as well as all the little broken branches, with a much lighter khaki color, before giving everything a few different dry brushes to highlight some of the edges. Looking at it now, I kinda wish I'd given the whole thing a once-over with a matte varnish though, since it's kinda sweaty looking. Now, Venusaur will be standing on the bottom and Ivysaur will be jumping off the end of the branch, but I needed somewhere to put Bulbasaur, so I drilled a couple of holes and made a few Bulbasaur-sized leaves to stick out of the branches. Then I rolled out a couple extra long, extra wormy dealies and wrapped them around the tree, acting as even more vines. Then I added little green leaves to the vines, and to break up the brown of the stump, I added a bit of choice weeds sticking to the cracks, as well as a few white globs of clay that would be my ponks. Finally, because it was a little two-toned, I added some little pink flowers with the leftover clay. Then, once everything had been baked and locked in place, I gave all the green parts a slew of green highlights and dry brushes. I painted my cogs with a beige top, then painted my mushrooms red before finally putting my trio in place. Otherwise, with all three where they need to be, we're on the glamour shots.
Who's the glamour shot? He looks so lazy. Oh my god, just keeps going.
As always, a huge thank you to the support of those on Patreon who help keep this channel churning out weekly videos for your consumption. And of course, a huge shout out to my newest patrons: Amaryllis, Saren500, Nina Iglinski, Mike Yencha, Haruka Saito, Alyssa Heron, King of the Moon. Hey folks, my name is Adam and I like to make tiny nerdy things. And a little while ago I made a Charizard card into a sculpture, but I was never really that enthused with how it turned out. So today, I'm going to try remaking it, but with a wee twist. What is that twist, you ask? Well, if you're watching this video, then you probably read the title and saw the thumbnail, so you can probably figure that out on your own. However, for my blind and illiterate fans, the plan is to make Charizard's evolutionary line. Of course, all lines have to start somewhere, and I suppose if this were a Darwin-approved video, I'd start with some single-celled amoeba floating in an ocean, but in the interest of keeping this video to under 15 minutes long, I'll start with everyone's favorite flame-licked lizard, Charmander. I've made his body by rolling out a little ball of clay and pinching and pulling the tip until I've got an oversized bean with a tail. Then I can make a misshapen circle, cut a little happy smile into it, and stick it on top. Then I can give him some big adorable shovel-shaped eyes, carve out the shape of his tongue, and jam some teeth into his gums, then get to work on his arms. These start out as little chunky wormy dealies that get cut in half, leaving you with 2 equal-sized half-worms ready for the subsequent finger shaping. Now with my fully formed finger dealies, I can squish the arms into place, blend them into the body, and get to work on the legs. Now Charmander's legs go through some pretty familiar steps, starting out as little sausages that get bent back on themselves to create a vaguely leg-shaped shape. Going forward with this model though, you'll find that sausage-shaped limbs are something of a recurring theme. Otherwise, Charmander gets a set of 3 teeny tiny toe towns stuck into the tips of his feet and some final minor detailing, and he's all but finished. Which means we're now ready to move up one rung of this evolutionary fire-based lizard ladder. I'll start by making Charmeleon's head, since his body is almost identical save for slightly more shapely arms and a couple more danger digits. His head is also decidedly pointier, and he's really starting to grow into his eventual dragon-esque design. And yes, Charizard is a dragon. He may be a fire type by description, but he is a dragon by design. He's a fire-breathing winged lizard with 4 limbs in addition to his wings. That's just a straight-up dragon. And if you disagree with me, then I will fight you. Otherwise, Charmeleon's got big, bushy, angry eye ridges and his single adorable little horn thing. Now, I've already made his body, but it's identical to Charmander's except a little bit bigger, and he has a neck upon which I can stick my freshly formed head. Then I can poke a couple breathing holes in the front of his face and get to work on a couple of slightly larger sausage legs. Of course, he gets his own per-foot trio of danger daggers, and we can get to those aforementioned shapely arms. So shapely, in fact, that I need a little wire to hold them in place. Now I've painted the wires with a little bit of bacon bond to help the clay stick so I can wrap them up nicely, blend in all the seams, and then give him his always fashionable padded shoulders. And another set of danger daggers on his hands, and we can get to the main event. Now, because all 3 evolutions will be sharing a single base, I'm trying to keep the scale somewhat accurate. Fortunately, while Ash's Chad Lizard comes in at a whopping 2.1 meters tall, or for my American viewers, roughly 1 shack in height, the Pokedex says they're usually around 1.7 meters or 1 Tom Holland tall. Now, what does this have to do with the sculpture? Well, nothing really. I just wanted to say Tom Holland's name in the video so that I could add his name into my tags and get the algorithm working in my favor. Back to the beast though, I've cured him in the oven, but he's a bit bumpy, so I need to give him a quick once over with progressively lighter sanding sticks. Now, Chad's legs are, big surprise here, basically just oversized sausages with little bends and folds to give the illusion of muscular definition. I suppose one of the issues from a creative standpoint to making these sorts of evolutions is that you choose something like a Gen 1 Pokemon, they don't tend to have a whole lot of variation between the evolutions. I would love to finish the starter trio and make a Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur model, but does anyone really want to watch me make a green frog with progressively fancier garlic bulbs on top? Yes. If you do, then let me know down below. Otherwise, to make Charizard's head, I've made a tiny gray avocado, then cut it in half so that I can affix the top and bottom jaws as separate pieces before cutting them down to size and hollowing out the mouth. Then I'll add his cranial ridge, carve out a section for his eyes, and form the shape of his angry lizard eyebrows. Then I can fill the eye sockets in with a bit more clay, shape it into the eye wedge shape, add a couple wormy dealies along the side of his neck to blend the head into the body, then add the rest of the facial details.
Here we go.
Now, as with the Caramel Lion, I'll add a couple lengths of wire for support so that I can build his arms out from the bottom. Now, the arms aren't particularly detailed, but because they're thin and long, if I tried to bake them without support, they'd probably sag and fall off. His hands, however, are incredibly detailed. I mean, we've gone from pointy sausages to skinny pokey paddles to evolutionary perfection in the form of fingers. Of course, a dragon without his wings is just a fire-breathing lizard, so it's time to make him some.
There we go.
Last time I made Charizard, I made the wings separately and attached them after the fact, but I've grown a lot as a person since then, so this time I'm going to make them straight on the model from the get-go. Basically, I've made the bones of the wings with wire, which I can then drape with a very thin layer of cosplay to create the webbing. I'll pinch this around the edges to get it to stick before cutting any of the excess off. Then I can cut the wing shape into the bottom of the web, blend the wing into the body, and clean up the edges before forgetting to hit record on my camera and repeating the process on the other side. Otherwise, with 2 wings in place, that's the sculpting done and it's time to paint. However, I know better than to try and paint a yellowy orange base coat on top of gray clay, so I need to prime these suckers white first. That being said, even with the white primer, yellow tends to take and paint a yellowy orange base coat on top of gray clay, so I need to prime these suckers white first.
Okay.
That being said, even with the white primer, yellow tends to take upwards of a dozen coats to get a decent coverage, so I'm going to use the airbrush. I'm only using the airbrush for laying down my base coats and adding a tiny bit of color gradient to the backs of the wings and in a few of the larger sections. Additionally, while red is an easy color to paint with, I've already got the airbrush out and I'm gonna have to clean it, so I may as well get Charmeleon's color done as well. The rest of the details I'll do by hand, since a paintbrush will allow me to get much crisper lines and prevent any of the overspray. I'm also going to stick to one color at a time and move between the models, painting each section before moving on to another paint. That being said, there aren't a lot of colors to worry about here. With the main body sections painted, the only large differences are the off-white bellies, and Charizard's wings get a nice deep coat of blue on the underside. I'll add a little bit of color gradient by glazing the base coats with lighter shades of the same color, which should give a bit of depth to the paint jobs without overemphasizing any one thing in particular. Mostly it just felt like I hadn't done enough, so I slapped a little extra paint here and there in the hopes that I could trick you into thinking I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
And with the larger sections finished, I can paint the smaller details like the tongues, teeth, and claws appropriately tongue, teeth, and claw colors.
Ooh, look at those toes. Big old toe beans.
Finally, with everything else done, I can get to work on the eyes. Now, I'm really taking my time here since I want to make sure the eyes are perfect, or at least as perfect as I'm gonna get. So, not good, but good enough. After all, the eyes are the windows to the soul, or some such nonsense. Mostly, I didn't want to spend all this time making these guys, then end up with a couple of ditto dot eyeballs. Now, I did end up coming back and giving the eyes a coat of UV resin to give them a nice bit of shine, but otherwise, that's our terrible trio finished, which means it's time to build a base.
My hands are really cold. I didn't even realize.
The idea is that Charizard is going to be standing atop a rocky outcropping, breathing a big gout of fire down onto the rocks below, where Charmander and Melian will be standing. To that end, I'll cut myself a big block of obsidian foam, then haphazardly hack at it until it's kind of the shape I want. Then I can glue it onto an MDF base, attach a couple pieces for Charizard to stand on, then really go to town with my knife until it looks a little less like a pillar and more like a rock.
Rocks are pretty cool.
Finally, to build up the rest of the rocky bottom, I'll glue a whole bunch of extra pieces of scrap foam around the base until the MDF is covered, then I can continue heedlessly hacking away with the knife. Of course, to really give this rock that rocky texture, rocks.
AMSR, I forgot what it is.
To get ready for the paint and to add a slightly darker base coat, I'll give it a once over with matte Mod Podge before deciding it's too light and adding another layer with black Mod Podge before finally giving the entire thing a coat of extra dark volcanic rock gray.
Okay, so
then to add a tiny bit of variation, I'll slap on some lighter gray highlights that I forgot I added until I started editing the footage and thought, oh yeah, well clearly that was a waste of time. Before fondling the edges of all the rocks with a heavy dry brushing of light gray, followed by tickling the tips with the gentlest whisper of nearly white. My goal is to have the fire light up from the inside, so I'm going to drill a hole in the base so that I can run a string of flashing LEDs up the bottom and out the base, hopefully hiding the wire within the flames. Now to shorten the lights and strengthen the wire, I've wound it back on itself a few times, making sure to keep the LEDs equidistant between one another. I'll run the cable up through the hole and then temporarily mount my Charizard so that I can figure out where his fire breath will be shooting down from. Then it's just a case of twisting and gluing the wire until it's kinda where I think it ought to be. Otherwise, with the cable's in place, I can get to work on the fire. Now in the past, I've used cotton balls and translucent clay to make fire, and while both work well, there are definite drawbacks. Translucent clay looks great, but at this point there's no way for me to add it and cure it without melting the foam rocks, and cotton balls, well, cotton balls tend to look like cotton balls, so instead I figured I'd try something different. A lot of the high-end models that I've seen incorporating fire tend to use a semi-transparent colored resin, and I've had luck faking water using silicone, so in my little monkey brain I figured, why can't I just use tinted silicone? My first attempt at tinting fell a bit short, since I would normally use inks to tint silicone, but the transparency of the yellow meant I was left with a somewhat radioactive yellow. To remedy this, I added some opaque yellow paint, which, while certainly giving me a nicer color, sort of defeated the whole point of the transparent silicone in the first place. Fortunately, because of the stickiness of the silicone, I was able to get some pretty interesting swirly fire textures without too much work. And at this point, there's no way I'm getting any of this off without ruining my base, so I'm pretty committed. Which means it's time to mix up some orange and red highlights. Now once the silicone dries, it should be a little less vibrant and a little less shiny, which means it should hopefully look a little less slimy. Otherwise, the only thing left to do is mix up a few tiny blobs of flame and light our terrible trio's tails on fire.
Are we good now? There we go.
Then I can stick them in place, plug the USB light into the wall, and we're on to the glamour shots. Hey, as I was editing this video, the channel reached 500,000 subscribers, and that's simply astounding. So thank you all so very much for your support, and a truly massive thank you to the beautiful patrons who... Hey folks, my name is Adam and I like to make tiny nerdy things, and I want to make a snake, but it's also Poketober, so it really only makes sense to make the snakiest of Pokemon... Charbucka, I guess.
Oh my god, that's strength. He turned
now I'm going to be doing something a little unconventional with this particular danger noodle, and I'm not going to give him a skeleton. Big Scale has been pushing their pro-skeleton agenda for years, and I'm sick of being told what's inside my body, so I'm taking a stand and building this particular dangle-fangle without the unnecessary support of a bunch of spooky bones. Now the benefit of a boneless sting string is that I can apply all the texture while it's stretched out on my tabletop, thus ensuring maximum detail and coverage before twisting and bending it into an appropriately snacky shape. Here I'm cutting my fillet snake across the belly to give me the plated belly plates, and the cling film ensures that I'm getting a smooth indent rather than a sharp cut through the clay. This is important because when it comes time to bend my meanie linguini, any sharp cuts through the clay will separate, leaving me with an unsightly gap in the body. Otherwise, I'll use a clay shaper to make the plates look a little more natural, then I can use a ball stylus to pull the texture down towards the tail. Now, once the belly's done, I can roll my nope rope over and get to work texturing the top. Making scales is a notoriously painful pain in the posterior, so I've made myself a scale texture roller. I made this one a while ago for a different danger noodle, so if you want to see how it's made, go watch that video. If you don't want to see how it's made, then go watch that video anyways, but just skip over that section. Now that my tube dude is fully textured, I can start the process of wrapping him into a more menacing pose. This particular clay is Cause Clay Extra Firm, which is perfect for this sort of task, since this clay is firm enough to hold the texture while I'm bending and prodding, but flexible and malleable enough to bend without cracking or breaking. Once I'm happy with the pose, I can throw it in the oven to bake and set the position, then I can start adding the rest of the detail. I'll stick a big blob of clay onto the tip of the body to act as the upper jaw, then I can add a smaller blob below that for the bottom jaw. I'll bulk out the connection point so that he looks a little less like a sock puppet, then it's really just a case of adding and removing clay, and poking and prodding with tools until I've got something closer to the required spicy noodle design. This particular Regretti Spaghetti is going to be doing his best hiss-off face, so I want to make sure that I take the time to make his mouth mostly anatomically correct. To that end, I've looked up a bunch of photos of very upsetty spaghettis with wide open mouths to ensure that it's as close to accurate as it can be. And I'm glad that I did, because if I hadn't, I definitely would have put his tongue in the wrong spot. Otherwise, once I've got all the little goopy internal mouth bits figured out, I can poke a couple of shallow divots into his gums, then jam a bunch of fangs all up in them. Normally a cobra wouldn't have a bottom row of teeth, but because this is going to be Arbuck, I figured I could get away with a little artistic interpretation. However, with the teeth finished, it's time to make some wings.
Turtle shell. Okay, I like that one a lot.
I'll start with a flat splat of clay, then cut a straight line down the middle so that I can layer the two sheets on top of one another. Then I'll take my bendy knife and cut a half heart shape out that I can then separate again and attach to the side of my snake's neck. I'll bulk up my hood by adding various wormy dealies and blending the seams into the rest of the body. Once I'm happy with the shape and girthiness, I can use the scale roller on the convex part of the hood, then use this little rounded scale stamp I made for the concave section before applying the scales to the rest of the head. To make the tongue, I'll wrap a flat length of armature wire in a thin layer of clay, then bend it into an appropriately snaky tongue shape before jamming it into the correct mouth hole that I mentioned before. Finally, I'll snip the tip to give me my snake tongue tip before it all goes into the oven for one final bake before painting. I find Cosklay's got a bit of a rubbery surface when it's been baked, so even though I'm going to be painting my Arbuck with dark purples, I'm going to give him a quick gesso base coat beforehand to help that first purple coat adhere. I'll slather the entire body with a single purple base coat before coming back with some lighter purple dry brushes to help each of the scales stand out.
Oh yeah, they like that. That looks way better.
Now up until now, this is really just a purple cobra with a couple extra teeth, so to make this danger noodle into our boy Charbucka, I'm gonna try and freehand that patented Arbuck chest tattoo. I considered drawing out the design beforehand using a pencil so that I could make sure that the size and design is correct, but instead of doing that, I decided to not do that, and I gotta say that it kinda turned out pretty okay anyways. If anything, this is just reaffirmation that planning ahead is a waste of time. After all, if I'm only gonna get it right one time in 100, then do I really want to waste that one time on a practice run? His mouth gets a couple coats of mouth-related colors, starting with lighter pinks and working my way through reds, terracottas, and purples until it's just a mishmash of fleshy colors. Then I'll give his teeth a dirty umber wash before wiping away the excess on the tips to give me a nice gradient.
Oh yeah, there's some good stuff here.
I'll paint the eyes all black for shading, then repaint them with a white before adding a teeny tiny black slit in the middle. Using the sponge, I added a darker purple fade across the center of the scaly bits, then I'll give the entire surface a once-over with a very thin black wash. This will seep into all the cracks and really make those scales stand out, as well as give Arbuck a bit more of a worn and weathered look. Otherwise, that's the snake done, and it's time to make some teeny tiny danger noodles.
That looks nice.
I want to have Arbuck wrapped around a nest of Ekans eggs, so I need to make some eggs. The eggs themselves are pretty straightforward. I'm just going to take a ball of clay and then roll it into an egg shape. One of them, however, I want to be broken, so I'm going to carve a hole into the top of it, remove some of the yolk, then cut and chop it until it looks like it's been cracked open. Then I'll roll out a little wormy dealy of clay, then pinch and squeeze until I've got a teeny tiny snake body. I'll then use an extra small scale roller to add some extra small scales to the top before flipping it over and adding the little belly scales underneath. I'll carve a little angry mouth into the tip, poke a couple divots for oversized Ekans eyes, then add a teeny tiny bit of that predefined, almost anatomically correct mouth anatomy. Finally, I'll fold the back end in on itself, then stick it into my cracked egg, then it's into the oven to bake before drilling a little hole in the base so that I can mount it on a toothpick and airbrush the whole thing white. I'll then give the egg a bit of a yellow staining around the base before setting my airbrush pressure super low so that I can splatter some gray and purple dots onto the egg. I'll paint the body with some purple washes, letting it pool between the scales, then I'll add the bright yellow band, give the eyes a coat of that same yellow, then add a little black slit, and if that isn't one of the most heckin' adorable little Ekans you've ever seen, then I don't know what to tell you. Otherwise, it's time to make a note rope nest. I happen to have an MDF plaque that's the perfect size on account of ordering it to be exactly this size, which I'll paint black around the sides. No, I've recently developed a new method for making mud, and it's the tits. All it takes is some hole filler, some dirty rocks, and whatever dirty colored paints you have lying around. This just gets mixed into whatever quantities you think might be the correct amount until you've got a container full of suspiciously delicious looking mud.
I love the heart so much. It still beats, so Yashara.
Then you can slather this out on top of whatever you want to be muddy, spread it around until it's covering everything, then sprinkle it with an assortment of non-tooth friendly toppings.
I think I disabled
While it's still somewhat malleable, I'll stick my Arbok in place, press him down, then gently push the muddy base around so that it conforms to Arbok's body. Finally, I'll fill the middle with some more nest-friendly material before putting my teeny tiny snake eggs in place.
Fucking giant.
Last but not least, the heckin' cute Ekans gets popped in beside his unborn siblings, and that's it done, and on to the glamour shots.
I really like the Ekans. But like, oh wait, no, that's the inside where it has like a fire looking thing. Yep, okay. It looks like a dragon, but purple.
As always, a big old shout out to my delightful patrons who continue to support my anti-skeleton ways, and a very special shout out to my newest patrons, Keely Cupcakes, Gabriel Deur, Ray Glendening, Matz's Funtime Universe, Alex.
I made a snake that hunts people.
Hey folks, my name is Adam and I like to make tiny nerdy things. And there I was just casually browsing the internet when I saw this guy. Just your everyday run-of-the-mill snake with his pet bug, except spoiler, that's not actually a bug. It's his tail, and he uses it to make friends with local burbs.
That is really cool.
And like any totally sane person, I thought to myself, I should make a snake that hunts people. Of course, first things first, we need a snake. Now, my knowledge of serpentine anatomy is limited, but I'm pretty sure all snakes have a single long bone that runs the length of the body, which I'm going to make in shape out of a single strand of armature wire. Now, to help the clay in the next step stick, I'm also going to wrap it in its own thinner strand of wire. Now, admittedly, it probably would have been easier to wrap it in thin wire first,
so
but I
is not dead
far ahead. However, poor planning aside, I've got myself a perfect little snake skeleton ready for play.
Okay, because it's already beat.
I'll roll this clay into an extra long, extra snaky wormy dealy, which then gets stuck out of the skeleton. I'm also going to try my damnedest to make sure that I'm not trapping the air between the layers of the clay and the wire, since trapped air leads to escaping air, which in turn makes my snake look a little less scary and a little more gassy. Otherwise, once I've got the body built up, I can start adding the scales underneath by rolling various blades across the body to mark out each of the scales, before coming back through with some sculpting tools and silicone shapers to refine the shape.
Did we get it?
Same with all snakes, his neck is going to start as a thick-tipped shovel that gets stuck onto the neck nub and blended together with the body. Then I can cut a line down the middle to separate the jaws, bulk out the neck nub connection joint, and hollow out the nose.
Get it. At least we got this cool book, but we...
I'll poke a couple shallow eye sockets using a ball stylus, then jam some oversized ball bearings in place for his eyeballs. His eyebrows get added and blended in, before finally giving him some breathing holes by way of stabbing the tip of his head. Now, in order to make his scales, I want to clearly delineate his bottom half and his top half, so I'll run some extra long, extra thin wormy dealies the length of his body, blending them into the top. Now, if you know me, you know I love a good texture, but you probably also know that I'm kinda lazy, so finding the quickest, easiest way to add texture is key. So to save some time adding each individual scale, I spent a significantly longer time trying to figure out how to do it using a roller. Eventually though, through a series of trial and error, I ended up with this little guy, which I think is probably one of the greatest things I've ever made. Seriously, making accurate, uniform, interlocking scales can be an absolute nightmare, and this little fella at the shockingly low price of totally free is worth every penny. Now with roller in hand, all that's left to do is make my naked boy into a scaly boy. Finally, with the body details done, I'll add a few larger strategic surface scales around his jaws before moving on to his hand. Now that clever little fella at the start of the video uses his tail as a lure to catch unexpected prey, and while that's admittedly pretty dope, I wanted to go even creepier. So instead of using his tail, our little manhunter is going to have a hand that's also his tongue. To that end, I've stuck a little ball of clay to the end of a teeny tiny length of wire, flattened it, cut it to size, rolled out some fingers, attached a thumb, and then added some padding, knuckles, and details. Finally, a little isopropyl alcohol will smooth the entire surface, and I can attach it to my snake's mouth. I'll give the tongue a bit of a curve so it's not quite so rigid and straight, then it's just a case of covering up any of the exposed wire, giving the tongue a bit more of a tongue-like shape, then getting to work on building out the mouth so it's as snake accurate as I can get it. Otherwise, once that mouth is finished, that's kind of it for our handsy snake, which means it's prime time. With a primer in place, I can start painting the scales, starting with a bone white followed by darker highlights with khakis and light browns. I'm using pretty watered down paint so that I can easily wet blend it. That way as it dries, I'm left with a nice gradient of light to dark brown. For the scales, I wanted to highlight all the gaps between them with a black coat, so I gave the entire top a wash with black ink, letting it run between all the scales, and then I painted over them with a very vibrant blue. I am using fluorescent paints, so they go on the model very opaque, but as they dry, they start to become pretty translucent, which lets the black ink between the scales show through. I'm saying all this as if I had a plan or I knew what I wanted to achieve with this paint job, but in reality, I just started throwing paint at it, hoping something would stick. If all else fails, I can reprime it, delete the footage, and then pretend like my next attempt was the real one. However, through an indescribable series of upward fails, I ended up with a pretty sweet looking paint job.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
Now the mouth and tongue got painted with red washes followed by a terracotta wash, and then the hand got a light pinkish fleshy hue, which I could then wet blend into that darker color of the tongue to keep it from looking like I just stuck a disembodied hand onto the tip of the snake's tongue. Then I painted the eyes a lighter green and gave them simple black slits. Now I hummed and hawed and worried about ruining the paint job before I finally decided to just add some black bands along the body. Then I carried that upwards along the face, making sure it was mirrored on both sides. Otherwise, with the paint job done, it's time to make a watery hole.
Ooh, the environment now.
Now, I know what you're thinking. That's some pretty bubbly looking resin there, Adam. You got any plans for that? In fact, I do. After the last few catastrophes, I puckered up and bought myself a pressure pot, and let me tell you, it makes mighty short work of these bubbles. So a simple 72 hours of curing later, and I'm left with this. Which isn't really what I was going for. I'm not really sure what happened. I tested for water tightness before I put it in the pressure pot, and there were no leaks, so I was feeling pretty good about things. However, being a little impatient, I thought I'd crack open the pot and see just how well it had pressurized the bubbles. Upon opening the pot, though, I had a brief moment of frustration and said to myself, well gosh, this isn't what I was hoping for. Darn, I guess it must have leaked. I'm not wholly sure where it went wrong, but when I opened it up, it seemed to have seeped out of the frame and was starting to cure inside my pot. Now I had a moment to decide, and I chose to sacrifice the snake and save the pressure pot. That being said, look at how clear that resin is, despite all those bubbles. So all in all,
I mean, the
I'd say it
bubbles
was a
make
success.
it more
Fortunately though,
realistic.
I happen to have another snake. And this snake is far and away a better snake. He's got way more body curled around in a much more interesting way. His head is a better shape, and the paint job is way more cohesive. Oh yeah, and I also took the time to make some little bones to put scattered around him, because I thought that was a good idea. Now I figured if I'm going to be building a spooky hunting hole in a water dirt pit, then I should at least fill the bottom of the pit with some dirt. So I mixed up a little resin, made an earthy potpourri of dirt, detritus, leaves, and rocks, then I mixed it all together and poured it into the bottom of my new and improved mold in what is, I think, one of the more artistic shots on YouTube.
Oh my god, that's horrible. Oh my. I don't think it's mud or dirt.
Now to keep my snake from sinking to the bottom of the pit, I've given him some little stilts so he's just sitting in the top layer. Now I did start adding the bones immediately, then I realized as I watched my skull sink that I probably should have waited till the resin set up a little bit more. So I gave it about 12 hours to get a nice thicky syrupy consistency, then added the rest of the bones around the snake.
I mean, it does look pretty nice still.
I let my dirty, bony mix cure for another 24 hours to make sure there weren't any egregious bubbles sneaking out during the big resin pour, and then I mixed up another batch of resin and tried again. And again, I was met with tragedy. Nah, I'm just kidding. It worked an absolute treat. If anything, it was almost too clear, but you won't hear me complain about that. Well, I mean, I just did, but you won't hear it again. Anyways, it's time for me to make a dirty hole, which means I need a block of foam.
Punch.
With my block professionally sized for my resin pillar, I'll mark out where I want the hole to be, then score it with my knife and carefully pop the center out. Then score it with my knife and carefully pop the center out. I'll round the hole out, then start hacking at it with a pair of pliers before adding some nice rocky texture with my favorite rock texture device, a rock. And once I've got a nice rocky hole, I'll give the entire thing a nice dark brown base coat.
Very nice. The sides
Then I'll add some edge highlights by working my way through a series of progressively lighter browns before moving on to my favorite part, the static grass. I really like the idea of the snake building its hidey hole in like some guy's backyard, so I decided to go with a nice short grass that you might expect to see in a well-kept suburban garden.
It does look nice.
To attach to the base, I'm going to use a bead of clear silicone. This will work both as a glue and a sealant, so when I press the grassy dirt hole thing onto the top, it'll create a nice airtight seal, so that when I add my next layer of dirty, swampy resin, it doesn't leak out the sides. I wanted the main body of the resin to be nice and clear so you can see the snake, but I wanted the top layer to be sort of swampy so the snake is hidden underneath. To help with that, I've added a bunch of twigs and roots and bits of plant matter, then sprinkled leaves over the top. And once the initial resin had cured, I added some little ripples moving outwards from the hand. Finally, to spruce it all up and make it look a little more natural, I added some little pebbles to the grass, then sprinkled a little foam flocking around the edges, followed by a dusting of little leaves. A quick spritz with isopropyl alcohol followed by some thinned out Mod Podge will hold it all in place. Then that's it finished and we're on to the glamour shots.
Yay! Oh. The hand does look a little bit melty. Oh, but the snake looks amazing. Now the sunken skulls and bones look really good with it. Like it's been there for a while. What is... Oh, that's PvP gear, isn't it? Yeah, bear mantle.
As always, a huge thank you to my supporters over on Patreon to keep this channel running, even when I skip a week. And of course, a massive shout out to my newest patrons, A Deity's Rage, H. Buncore.
Alright, let's close that, dupe. Alright, guys. Alright. This has been Arkless. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Oh my god, it's been over 8 hours. I am exhausted. Y'all have a nice night, morning, whatever.
Make sure to check the description for it has the Discord, and you can follow me on Twitter if you feel like it. I want to make sure we got a nice community and we can play games together, talk about anime, movies, etc. Till next time, this has been Ark. Peace. Doop. Bop.